pulled the rock giant back for another taunt there. Look at that.
Man, here's the flaming weapons, Yoda.
Yep, heal and bronze versus flaming weapons. I think it's what's the damage versus the armor and flaming weapons in bronze? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head. All I know is that everything is dying. Kind of for both players.
Yeah,
it's not too bad.
Well, Coffee's got a lot.
Yes, he just has too much spam, man. If
too
only
much. Focusing the non-hero units. Here's the thing: if they hit the non-hero unit, they'll actually that one did finally. But notice how the rest are not using their abilities at all because they're focusing the hero units instead of the regular ones.
It's so true, and that could have been super useful because of that little choke point.
Yep.
You know, we got the hot
Also, getting the
gates
board
going on
behind
here.
to those to the archers would be nice. But yep. Gotta keep the Cyclops away from the Goatee.
Indeed, the Goatee is such a good play because they are sniping the Cyclops.
This is really good, Mike. Notice how he's using the Tox to kill the Goatee, so the Cyclops can stay alive and kill everything else. It's so smart. Getting rid of the heroes.
Exactly. Still, the Cyclops are just about dead. There's another dead. There's only one and a half left over. Just about.
Insane.
And Goatee on the Cyclops. Bunch of Jarls.
Out. Yep.
Are they heavy Jarls? Great Jarls just yet? I'm not sure.
I can't tell.
It's hard to tell.
View. That's his regular.
They're only they're medium. They're medium. Dude, it looks like Avali is cleaning this up. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Avali's butchering this right now. This is not like the last game at all.
Not at all.
Zeus is just pushing forward. He doesn't even care.
Dude, he just leaves his gold completely exposed. Mr. Boat gonna lose Bills here. More Bills. How many dead bodies? And a shockwave.
Wow. The curse, too.
There's a curse, but the damage is done.
He's just attacking, by the way.
They both lost a whole lot of units.
That would be a nice
benefit
if it goes up.
If it goes up.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's so rough. Oh, that's it. No, that's it. 110 military to 32. I mean,
Oh, the big foothold in the center. Who's gonna have the bigger foot in the middle?
he needs to keep moving. I think to finish that hill fort would be so helpful.
I agree. One unit to try and get that hill fort up.
Yeah, just have something build it. He's got one Goatee on it right now. I see it.
There's a whole bunch of Goatee there in the middle, man. That could be really nice.
4 seconds left on the frost. 108 military to 71. And he's summoning in units on the fly.
An Avali series that, wow, that is a hilarious
That might be one of the funniest
wall.
things I've seen so far. No, that is the funniest thing I've seen today.
You have got to be kidding me. Why is he's heroizing the Oracle
hero it to get out of there. Oh my God.
and get out of there? You have got to be kidding me.
The only funnier thing than that would have been bring down like one villager in a cart and knock the trees down to get out instead. That'd be
Before Thea, before Stimpbirds, here we go. There it is. Flaming weapons is in.
too. Oh, nice.
First Valk spawn, man, and he's trying to go into this little nook. What is this? What? What?
He's trying to get as much splash damage as he can. It's over. Getting to the actual fight there. Using the villager butter knives to take on the battle boar. Okay. Locking him in, blocking him. The building.
Wow.
Oh
Fighting
my God.
under tower
Still
fire
28
as well.
seconds of bronze. Still 20 seconds of bronze left. Yeah, VortiX has to go home. That's it. We ain't winning that fight. And are those Pirodomos coming out?
But what is happening here?
hurt back at
VortiX is
home
going
alone.
into the middle of the base. What is happening here?
There
Is
are
he
towers
sacking his
here
base?
too. He's going for the main. He's going. Look how many centaurs there are there though. The amount of DPS coming down from the AOE from all those arrows. The volley. Look how many. Oh my God, the raiding cav are getting slapped.
So are the Bills, though, at the same time. So are the Bills.
Look at the build
On
count for
both
both
sides.
players. It's the exact same. 38 to 37. They're both mutual destruction right now. He can't go mine right here. He has no income for gold at all.
Indeed.
135 favor. He is not doing anything with it. He's saving it up, which is insane.
Probably is
It's a
saving
payoff
for...
if he gets there, but
Yes. Burning weapons finish. We got villagers coming in. Grass and Groom is feeling nervous.
No.
That's 10 bills down the
52 bills
drain.
to 39. Yep. There's no way.
Here we go. The Sets
That's
get
a
the
lot of
special
AOE.
attack.
That's a lot of. Now just I'd walk away and just do it again. Wait for my special ability to come back. He's going with the butter knives toward the. Oh my God, the stronghold. He's butter knifing it down.
Is he gonna get it though?
I have no. He changed his mind. He's bringing him back into the fight. Oh, the centaurs are getting melted by the Cody. Oh wow.
Forest fire. There goes what? Watch it. Are you kidding me? What is this fight right
He's got
here?
his CRS. He's trying to surround his own Wajjet, by the way, with his own X-Men, which is smart. But I think the Cav is getting on top of the X-Men, which obviously don't do well at all, versus the raiding Cav. The raiding Cav just slaughtering the X-Men. And there's a Sphinx. But there's a killing right. Nice AoE on the hip as well. Centaur goes down. What the? No. No.
Did
that
he
has to be
just
a
miss?
That's gotta be a. There's no way.
Oh, bring your
And by the way,
popcorn.
Ricky was
Bring the
maxed out.
butter.
He wasn't 100. There it is, an actual heal.
Finally. Very nice. Bills are going down, but still. Very nice. Resto gets used. There's bills going down for both players. Padromos.
Yeah.
But is the Migdal gonna go down?
I don't know. You're done. Okay, so wait. So why did redo full send here? Is it the last gold mine on the map?
Somebody's got to get a game in and push here, man.
Oh, earthquake!
There
Earthquake!
we go.
Earthquake! Oh, and a curse! He earthquake and cursed him.
Good call, Vodka. Going for that TC. Stops all those farmers.
Why is he? I don't know. He stopped. He has the resources. What just happened? Why did he stop building military?
Oh, that was cool.
Yeah, that was sick.
Brutal, man, brutal. Where's some heroes when you need them? How do we finish this game? I think that maybe this Titan for Redo can maybe give him the game. Maybe. He has enough resources in the bank. He's got a decent amount of units.
It's gonna be almost half HP by the time this Titan dies.
Exactly. And raw
And
freezer.
there it goes. And here comes a big slam. Oh man.
Getting knocked off of these berries is gonna hurt. That's for sure, though.
Oh, he did drop in the feet!
Let's go, pig!
Gonna get like 2 kills. Ugh.
Hey, bud.
And chase down those throws. Oh, there we go! Damage, actually. That was actually about as good as it's gonna get before his fire.
It's not bad. Better than we thought. Better than I thought, at least.
As good as it gets for a forest fire. And by the way, in this situation, you actually want your Valkyries to be in the front to take the damage because there's no Hussein here. Well, there's one now, but because they can actually
look
take
at the military numbers, man.
Yeah,
look at the military numbers.
He's actually doing it. Redo is doing it.
He sneaks in some
That
Herdman. Look
forest
at the
fire
Herdman.
actually did. What did I tell you? Forest fire. I told you.
No.
Is he just cutting him off?
Oh!
Wow. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a lot of damage too. There's Tornado. Where's Tornado? On the team. He just rebuilt that. You cannot build here. Not today. Gone. You know what's crazy is he brought extra villagers over there.
Shoot, scoot, there you go.
Turning and shoot, turn, shoot, turn, shoot. You can't let them run. Oh! Nice shockwave.
Wait, no.
RTC. Wow.
There it is.
Nice
There it
shockwave.
is. Oh, those
Turn and fight. Oh, and the chaos. Oh, that power's so good.
The twofer. It's the twofer. The shockwave into the chaos.
You need to
man.
micro those.
Well, the thing with chaos is that they attack each other. So before you get into a big engagement,
And there it is.
Yeah. Okay. There we
Oh,
go.
that's a lot of DPS to each other right there. Is that gonna be enough? Oh my God, those Kataris are melting. 92 military to 104.
This is close, man.
No, I think Chemo's starting to win it actually.
Chemo's got a restoration and he's going to use it right away and continue fighting. I think so. That is a nice ruler indeed.
Nice heal, and there it is. Throwing axemen in there too. Are those medium throwing axemen? We missed the earthquake. Oh, there it is.
There it is. There it is. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's gonna be so good. Oh, repair!
Hurry!
Oh, repair the other one! Repair the other one! Oh my God!
if Magic survives, if he survives this and somehow comes back,
Chemo's gotta get some trade going now, right? He's got no gold.
he's got that the half mine up top at the top.
That's it. That's it though.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Chimera's going after the throwing axe, man.
Look at that Chimera, dude. What a beast. Got some Petrobolos in there.
I didn't even see that. Ancestors.
Run, Magic.
Okay. Ancestors Eclipse, even.
Oh my god.
I didn't even see Ancestors come in, man. The Ancestors, are they fast enough to cut off this army and get a whole bunch of damage done?
But again, his hoplites are faster, right? Because his hoplites are fast. He's got to run. He's got to run for his life now.
But the Talks are involved in with the army as well, and all the other
Split
units.
into 8 different directions.
Scatter! Scatter! No flaming weapons? No
yeah, I guess
ceasefire?
I think he's trying to bait out the ceasefire, maybe.
Yes, lots of Hippospis there to try and counter those Herdmen, throwing Axemen mixed in as well.
This
is just a mess, man.
Yeah. It's 33 to 81 military.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's still working on weapons. You think he's got the fight?
He's got the fight. Yeah. How did he take this fight?
It's just...
I don't know where he was going.
Yeah, this is another one of those fights. It's very, very similar to what we saw in the last game, except he actually does take the fight maybe decently, but while it's happening, he's got some villagers on that wood line. It's a little bit scary. I'm just going to turn around. He wants to take a fight here.
Wrap around the back as well. There it is. Activates the flaming weapons. Carnivore comes in response. He's one of the cav units, but the backstab's going to be there. The hearses, they don't seem like they're doing enough here. I think they're going to get wiped. So an unfortunate fight. Confon Count thinking this was his moment to strike. He'll at least take some bodies with him, but for the commitment of the flaming weapons, this doesn't feel anywhere near enough.
Convert those Mamillo to heroes. Is that Bite of the Shark technology get through Oceans? We do see that big walking woods coming through, and these Mamillo are going to pack a punch in this fight, but does he have enough?
It doesn't feel like it right now. The Milo, they do get through the walking woods. Can they actually flop the cavalry on the west side, though? A bit more even as you get to the second part of this fight. Looks like the villagers, they're going to have to pull back. They will be able to hide inside the passage, so he may have to forfeit the area.
He's going to get a really big advantage. If he can't...
Chaos comes in. Locks him on the spot there, so the Berserkers should be wailing through each other. Good target on the back lines. The Axe Throwers are going to be brought down. An overwhelming victory in the center here for Mini Yeti, and now he should be able to plow forward into those defenses. Vor is on the way, but of course, the further he gets away from his own settlements, the slower it's going to get. So it might arrive a little bit too late for this fight. The Minotaur is now getting hits in. Restoration is going to be popped. Heavy focus fire on the forward Minotaur, but able to peel him back just in time before the hearses would overwhelm. One more headbutt comes out as he does go down. Minotaur count is still at 2, and the ball has arrived, so looks like it's undeniable that this should end up being a win.
He also gets those Huskar. He shouldn't have them at this point in the game because they are normally locked to the third age, but with Asgardian Bastion, you get those Huskar, and they're going to be a really tough unit. Well, a really great unit to take out those toxic on the back here, but Soldier's taking the fight. This is going to be big.
He's brute forcing through, man. He's just trying to get on top of those Toxic, keep the numbers low. Love the split. He drives the Minotaurs off on the side, but it seems like there's still enough in reserve here. Soldier with the headbutts, able to plow through this, and Hasup misread his power level in this fight. Backline is still alive. If for Hasup, is there going to be an immediate defense, though? It is indeed going to be coming out. So the Hailstorm gets dropped here for the defense. Minotaurs with the shot coming in, but good stun control there. Locks in behind the first wave. Taunts a huge chunk of the melee force into engaging things it can't attack. And that is going to be an overwhelming defense successfully for Hasup. He's going to be diving in. The taunt, not ideal here. Does at least trap one of the Minotaurs unable to attack. So maybe there's a swarm opportunity here. We are hearing poor little monkeys die, but the more important detail is that Toxite are struggling to clear that back.
The epic first day of Genesis Retold. How you going, Winston?
Yo, yo, yo. You know what? I didn't get the memo, boy. I didn't notice that. I didn't know we were going to be wearing matching shirts. But
Well, it's matching shirt day. It's white shirt day. White collared shirt day.
Indeed, indeed. Oh, man.
Well, yesterday was... I know, right? Yesterday was so epic. There was so many amazing games. I know I saw one game which blew my mind, which was El Matador playing as Odin against the Rapper, who I think is one of the premier Odin kind of experts out there, but it did end up being a pretty wild ride for him having to deal with it. Did you catch any of the games from yesterday?
I mean, the Mista set was crazy. He almost dropped the
Yeah.
game off, right? But coming through strong in the end there was quite interesting. Quite interesting. We got a nice
The
slate ahead of us today, though, don't we?
That's right. We do. I mean, the immortal Mr. remains immortal for now, but more interested in what we're going to be watching today. We've got Magic and Shelty. That one we're not going to be following along today, but we're going to be jumping into the VortiX Grass matchup to kick the day off. Do you have any sort of favorites going into this one? Any sort of opinions?
I mean, I'm a huge Magic fanboy, so it's got to go to
Yeah.
Magic for that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
For VortiX Grass, oof. I'm going to give the edge to Grass here. Just that's in a personal preference there, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, VortiX has been playing out of his mind, so I think this set is going to be really fun, personally.
Yeah, I mean, VortiX is one of those guys who's just got RTS skill seeping out of his veins. Like, I remember the first game that I played him, and I was like, dude, this guy just controls stuff better than anyone else. And
Yeah.
like, even like the veteran Age of Mythology players who just like know how all the units work, VortiX just comes in and goes, yeah, I can do that better. Yeah, no, that thing, yeah, I can do that better as well.
Yeah, that's just
it's-
sort of his MO, right? just
Yeah.
just be better, right? It's
That's
kind
right,
of
that's
Mista's secret as well. Although I think
Yeah.
Mista tends to have that on the strategic side, right? Whereas, like
Yeah.
you're saying with VortiX, it's all about the execution.
Yeah, mechanics up the wazoo, as we like to call it in Australia. But Grass is a young guy. He doesn't have that experience really. He did get to the like deciders or whatever you want to call it in the Red Bull qualifiers, but then he had to meet the Mister, so it's not really a fair fight there for him. But he's now building on that experience coming into this one. Do you think that matters much going up against VortiX, or do you think he thinks he's gonna kind of the favorite to win, and that's going to give him some comfort?
I don't know. I think with VortiX, you always have to go into a set against him with just a little bit of uncertainty. He's known to cook things to a very precise level, right? And I think that precision can be surprising at times. If it's really effective, it works great. I mean, there were metas in AoE 4 where it seemed like the Spanish brothers were untouchable, right? And a lot of that came down to just very clean execution. So we'll have to see if that continues here, and I'm excited to see this get. Ooh, we got our draft.
Yeah, this is exciting. I love this matchup, right? Watering Hole, Ra versus Frere. This is booming to the nth degree, where you just like mass up units, and then eventually there's going to be a huge clash in the center. Do you have any sort of picks going into this one? Or is this just going to be whoever comes out at the top at the end?
Yeah, it's going to be a bloodbath, right? I mean, personal preference here, I'd prefer to play Ra here, but I think that's just me. I think Freyr has so much going for it. I think those god powers are still just like really terrifying in the right moment. Rock giants are not to be trifled with, so you're going to have to respect them a lot on the side of Ra. So we'll see how that goes. I'm assuming VortiX has some sort of plan here for dealing with that before it's an issue, right? Before you have 4 or 5 of them, before it becomes a huge lockdown fiasco for your whole army. But we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, I'm excited for it. I think we're going to be getting this game underway very, very shortly, right?
Yeah, we actually had this matchup in Red Bull finals, right?
Yeah,
not on Water Bulls, but it was on Alfheim. Yeah, but it was a great game. It can be fireworks, especially because we're probably not going to get a ton of aggression right out of the gate, but you can as Freyr play that way. I know some players have been thinking about it like that, so we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get that one underway. I think. Let's go.
Let's go. Hell yeah.
Alrighty. Sporting the top side of the map in the blue color, playing the terrifying Ra from the Fox Organization esports team. It's VortiX. And his opponent today in the red color from the rival clan, the rival team. I don't know what to call them, but Aces. His name is Grass, and he is playing as Freyr.
Yeah, a lot of movement in the esports orgs recently, right? With Aces coming into the scene, a Warcraft 3 group, Fox obviously picking up quite a few players here, and VortiX gonna be joining a team for the first time in a while, right? When he was on in AoE 4, I don't think he was joining an esports org officially there, right? Whereas I think here there's just something going on where there's some movement in the myth scene and he's excited for it. So that's really good to see. Good to see that esports involvement.
Any sort of like esports support for these pro players just lets them do their thing, right? Like you say VortiX wasn't in a team on Age 4, but he had like a support network of people he was playing around with. He comes over to Myth, and that support network's not quite there. So he's joining in with Fox, and he's going to have all the talented brains behind the rest of the legacy players who joined up with Fox as well to kind of help him catch up, so to speak, on the strategy, and then even more so push that strategy a little bit more forward, where maybe some of the coming from a different kind of angle, so to speak. But this one, there's not any amount of legacy real knowledge that's going to help him or help Grass in this matchup, because this is the new god. This is the new DLC Freyr for Grass. It plays very different to the other Norse gods. Super defensive, super boomy. I'm excited to see how this one's going to go, because I do think this is a challenging matchup from both sides. There's some weak points you have to avoid from both sort of situations. But if you can get past those, you can be in for a really, really good game. What do you reckon, Winston? What's the keys to success here?
Well, I think it was interesting when you mentioned that, Frey is this new god and very different, but even Raw, to a degree, it feels like really new to play compared to Legacy, right? Just it's so dynamic compared to before, I would say. But yeah, no, we'll see. In terms of timings, I think you just kind of have to respect Raw to a degree. If you're not playing aggro enough, I feel like Raw's like early mythics can just be really terrifying. So you just have to respect that timing. But we'll see. I'm excited to see how Grass plays Freyr here, because I think there's a lot more flexibility on Freyr than people realize at times. But we'll see if that pans out, or if we see more of a standard Freyr play as we tend to with a more boomy style, like you mentioned.
Yeah, it's with the map watering hole, it's super defensive. So getting in and using like a mobile army tends to be a little bit challenging here, and with some recent buffs or changes in the Egyptian scene, especially specifically with Dar, getting that electron bullets tech for those slingers, it kind of gave the Egyptians a real big ball of units that's really difficult to kind of fight into in confined spaces. So Grass is going to have to figure out how to deny or play around that sort of thing. And like you say, with those rock giants, that's going to be something that he can kind of lean into, or at the very least, if he can somehow grab a center town center and use that huge Gullenbursty god power to just break through everything. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. But Ulla coming through, Tar coming through. There's not really any surprises here, is there?
Yeah, no, and interesting about the minimap as well, if you take a look at the settlements, the second TC, if you go back TC here, Grass is going to secure kind of like 2 golds in that southern pocket. Whereas, I mean, VortiX, if I'm misreading that, maybe, but it doesn't look like there's any gold. So he's got a back gold at the start of his TC, but if he wants that gold, it's kind of not angled towards where his natural TC is. He kind of has to play to the left side of his safe land. And so that's a really big difference. So he's going to be going for this back TC, obviously, right? But this means that he has to find a way to secure that second gold at some point. And if Freyr gets map control, this could be really rough for VortiX.
Yeah, it's not something you ever want to let the Freyr player get, but VortiX, he is giving... that Berserk gets taken out. That's kind of big this early in the game, but Grass does see the town center coming up. Grass knows what's going on right now, and he can make a quick adaptation to either grab his own second town center and especially drop down that Asgardian Bastion if he really wants to right now. Some quick decisions to be made for Grass, but we'll see what he's going to go for.
Yeah, he has the res for the TC. I think it might just be making sure he has enough units to build it quickly. You see players build that longhouse first just so they can actually get the TC up a little bit faster, I think, in a lot of cases. But we'll see how this goes. The priest's going to get taken out on the left here. A couple obelisks to be found. Try. VortiX is trying some shit. No, not going to work for you there.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite possible. I think maybe if there's a real weird sort of tree formation or something. But yeah, I think what the one thing to be scared of here while going for a second town center with the Norse, especially against Ra, but also Set, is that shifting sands can be very, very scary. Get out a couple of those Wadgets, maybe get out a couple of Axemen, and life gets very, very sad for you when the shifting sands comes onto the town center. But that's not going to be happening here, as Grass dealt with that priest nicely.
Yeah, you can do a lot. You can get Skin of the Rhino too, and just like
Yeah.
be really potent with Ra there for sure. But we'll see. We're going to see the back DC for both, and this is definitely where you have to look at how VortiX plays the map here, right? If he can go for that second gold at some point, this is going to be kind of the next natural point in the game. Is eventually you have to move out onto the map if you're VortiX. Whereas with Grass, this wall in front of his base is going to secure resources for days, and we'll see how this pans out, right?
Yeah, and he's even got Hunt behind up next to that town center. This is a dream map for him. Yeah. And it looks to me like VortiX is actually going for a fast farm now and dropping that rain. This is a little bit... I don't know if it's like off meta or not. This is kind of an old strategy. On a map like Watering, we get tons of Hunt. But when you drop the farms down, this is going to get you a huge influx of food. But the secret is to maybe even take the villagers off of the farms after the rain is done. We'll see if he's going to go for that, but a lot of players can feel like, oh, they're just set there now. I'm just going to set and forget. Make it a little bit easier on yourself on the macro side. But he is going to be going through segment. He is looking to make those really powerful slingers. You get Slings of the Sun and you get Electron Bullets. Those slingers start absolutely murdering the Throwing Axeman of the Norse player, and they have to start thinking about, well, I can't build Throwing Axeman against that, so how do I deal with the Spearman? How do I deal with the Axeman? And anything else that starts being a problem for them. So this is a great sort of god path for VortiX to go for, and we'll see what Grass is going to do in response. Do you think Aegir or Bragi is a good option here?
I always go Aegir, but that's
you always
just
go
me.
Aegir.
I like just default.
It's the new god.
It's the new thing,
You
right?
have
It's
to
the
go.
only
You
way to
have to
play
go.
it. You have to go the new god path, right? It's definitely what I do every single game. Bragi has options. It might be the play, but I'm not exactly sure. I think you have to find a way to deal with the slingers, right? And that's not going to be the longhouse units generally, right? The rock giant going to help dramatically, right? It just has such high HP pools that it can be useful there. We're even getting an investment into the Draugr here. Interesting.
Yeah, that's wild. I haven't seen this unit getting used all too much. I do know that it's a very like specific unit. You want to use it in like a fight where your opponent is kind of like bunching units up and getting all those shots to kind of pass through multiple
Could be
units.
this map, right? Like we were just
could
talking
be
about how that's exactly where the slinger is going to excel, right? And maybe this is a kind of the counterplay, right? Rather than deal with it, just do better, right? And we do see the Aegir coming in. A gear, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It is. Let's look at Aegir for now, and we can get yelled at by Twitch chat as we're mispronouncing everything.
I should
That's
really
generally
know
what I
at this
do.
point how to pronounce it. I just keep just winging it every time. This is a brave horse here. He's like, you will not have this obelisk. I will take this down. And he's going to go on the run. And now you see this kind of desperate play here, coming to the middle of the map, trying to drop a Migdol because he needs gold. Not really going to go there, though. Going to back up, take the safer approach to the left side of his base, like we talked about at the start. But this does kind of lean into Freyr getting that map control.
Yeah, any amount of time you give over to the Norse pantheon, let alone Freya, is really, really challenging for the Egyptians. Yeah. You give that time to get them set up with buildings and production and upgrades, and those Norse units, they're not getting any weaker as the game goes on. And the Egyptian units, they're more of a spammy sort of overwhelm your opponent type thing. Sure, there's some really strong unit compositions you can get to, but yeah, you've got to be a little bit worried right now if you're VortiX, because Grass has got the center of the map. Grabbing that town center, like we already said, Ghoul and Bursty, now you can use it on the aggression rather than on the defense.
And this is where things can get really tricky, right? You're going to have triple RC production on the side of Grass, right? And VortiX, he's going to have to invest into both slings and spears. And it's actually quite awkward to make that combination really early on in Heroic like this. Like, it's a lot of wood, and a lot of food, and you don't really have map control for Hunt at the moment. It can just get a little tricky to maintain production like this. You just kind of have to alternate with what you can afford, but it sort of feels like you're gimping a bit of your later stages by overinvesting in these units right now. We're going to see this run by with the RC. Not going to find much damage here.
Yeah, it looks like he's just getting the scouting knowledge down. He sees that gold mine there, and knowing that VortiX is on that left side now, he knows that the Townsend is on the right side. He might be starting to think, hang on, if VortiX is there, then maybe there's no gold down the bottom, because you know he hasn't scouted it very well. He's playing as the Norse. Norse has got some of the worst scouting in the game.
Berserk got yoinked at the start of the game.
That's
by the
right.
Magic. The snake bit him.
Exactly. Maybe Grass can think, well, maybe I can hit a timing with this Tempest God power and make VortiX's life very, very difficult here.
And we do see that Scarab starting to hit in onto the opponent's base, but I don't know if this is going to be enough. VortiX kind of with the desperate play here. I think he's going to get wiped here if he doesn't retreat. The Scarab going to get taken down. Big Bloodburst comes out. Not too much damage, though, onto those units. The Slinger's on the retreat. What will this be, Boyd? It looks like VortiX just going to have to Shifting Sands out of here. He says, peace.
That's absolutely gigantic right now for Grass. It gives him around about, 3 minutes roughly before that Shifting Sands is available again to hit a timing with A-Gear, with whatever he wants, with Ghoul and Burst. He might even be able to get Mythic Age here and hit like hit an Inferno in the next minute or 2 minutes, right? Before that's back up. Now, it looks like VortiX will have the favor to recast it. So if Grass wants to hit that timing, he has to be proactive about it. But this is scary right now for VortiX.
Yeah, and this is good for Grass, right? This is about to be when Freyr actually gets really strong, right? It's right when you finish all of these heroic upgrades, you just suddenly feel immortal. You have so many units, you've built all these buildings, and suddenly they're done being tech buildings, right? And you can just start flooding the opponent with all your eco upgrades around. Everything just sort of vibes at this stage, and we'll see if this comes to fruition. Not a lot of farm transition on the side of Grass, so we will eventually hit that timing, but so much hunt in the middle of this watering hole map. It feels like it could come down to this fight here, boy.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. VortiX, he's just invested 2,000 resources into Osiris as well, and Grass is moving forward. This could be the moment that Grass needs. If he waits for too long, though, Son of Osiris is going to be in here, and Grass doesn't have any great answer for that unit if there's an army there for VortiX.
Yeah, there is the Hailstorm, though, right? Like,
yes,
going to be on the table. We're going to see the Citadel put defensively way in the back here, just going to kite backwards into that location. Going to be a lot, just going to go for the dive here. I guess Grass may have sensed the Mythic coming in. Here's the Hailstorm.
This is an absolutely huge Tempest. No retreat available right now. All of those units here for VortiX going to be losing that attack speed. Raiding Cavalry getting around the back of those Slingers there with a huge taunt from that Rock Giant, but it does end up getting taken out there.
Yeah, but I think Grass is getting cleaned up here. He's going to get a lot of value out of these RC on the back, but in the end, it's just going to go down, and Osiris is almost in.
That was a great fight. How does VortiX win that fight? That was a wild defense there. Was that just like Miss Micro, or is VortiX just built differently?
I think the positioning was just really good for VortiX, right? It was under the Citadel, under the Migdol, under 2 outposts. He had plenty of spearmen to do that front line. And on the back of this now, you're going to have to remax if you're Grass. That was maybe a bit of an overcommitment, but that is obviously hindsight being 2020. A forward Migdol coming down. Is this going to be enough? I don't know. I think VortiX is definitely getting the map control back, right?
He's going to have to push forward right now. We do say there's that town center down for Grass. He's on 3 towns centers, so he's got Ghoul and Burst. The Son of Osiris is in as well. There is a chance here for that Ghoul and Burst to be enough for Grass to hold for the time being. But the problem I think I'm seeing with Grass is he is spamming Rock Giants at the moment, and there are a lot of priests. There's the Son of Osiris. That town center is not up at all. I thought it was. This is looking worrying for Grass, in all honesty.
Yeah, and we talked about it in the start, right? You're going to have to prep for these Rock Giants, and prep VortiX did. He's got tons of priests, so this Rock Giant taunt might come in, but down he goes to Osiris and his squadron of priests. The Raiding Cavalry getting a nice little position, but no damage to be found.
There's not... There are a pack of gold villagers that are naked on that left side there for VortiX, but Grass doesn't know where they are, and... How is he going to be able to take this fight against those units here? The Son of Osiris is just going to be getting surrounded by Slingers and Priests. Do see Vidar coming through. This could be a big help, splitting up that army and then allowing him to get a big surround happening to take the Son of Osiris down really, really quickly. That's the one weakness of the Son of Osiris, is if you catch it naked, you can clean it up very quickly, but it packs a punch.
Yeah, maybe like an Inferno. You Kobe it and just hope you land it well, and maybe
That's
on
right.
the back of the explosion, Osiris randomly bounces the correct direction and you can kill him quickly, but then what? WTC might even be down by then. The Vills trying to make it into home, get blasted. I think
He's got to use
it.
He's got to do something right now. If he loses the town center, he's lost a whole minute right now. He just dropped the Cool and Burst. He's now going to be charging onto those units here. This is just one unit. It is strong, don't get me wrong, but it's just one unit. Where's the rest of DeGrass's stuff?
It's in the middle, I think. But down it goes. We see some conversions, but they're just going to get run in. The Berserk's just going to get instantly killed. The Rock Giant's coming from the back. A little bit of panic. The TC's going to go down.
TC down, Dar has been denied, but that Son of Osiris is at half HP, and we do see VortiX. He's going to be shifting the battle right now onto the forward town center, as now Grass is going to rebuild that town center back up. The Son of Osiris is so low on the HP though, and Grass is focus firing that hill fort here onto Son of Osiris, and VortiX just getting a little bit too overzealous with that one. Probably should have a little bit more HP left on that. There's still a chance here for Grass to get a nice attack after he gets this town center back up. But population-wise, VortiX is got to be feeling very, very good about how much pressure he's being able to put on at the moment.
Yeah, that was interesting. I think VortiX thought that was the Vidar TC, and I don't think it was. I think maybe it was initially, but Grass, I think, moved it to the back, right? It was that TC, right? So then he had to restart it here. So it's going to be a while until Inferno, but oh my god. It's just such a long tech. Having to restart it is rough. The Priest, though, those golden bolts, or you got some white bolts coming down on those Rock Giants. Another TC gonna go down.
Yeah, you can't engage right now. He's got to get some sort of a surround. It's too much, or he has to lead his production buildings to actually get in there, right? The town center is down. Unit's going to be having to still continue to retreat back. He does still have that god power, but there is an opportunity now for VortiX to push forward and grab that forward town center and take a 4-2 town center lead, whilst also having those really quick, massable barracks units and the slingers and the spearmen to kind of push that population straight up to like 250 in a very, very difficult position for Grass. We'll see if he can make this happen with his god power. But, you know, VortiX has got those mechanics. He's going to be able to make that split happen, I'm sure. And it's all going to be down to Grass's ability to get some sort of a surround here first to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, like right here, could you imagine if the RC were on the other side? Right?
Yeah.
Right? It's like Grass needs to play for a surround here. Here's the Vidar. We don't see the Inferno just yet. It should be coming in as soon as the retreat. Here it is. No reaction from VortiX. Everything's gonna die.
Well, that was a good usage there. That was awesome. They're all gone.
Boom.
VortiX,
baby.
what is he doing? What was he focusing on? He's got the town center going up, but now look at the production queue for VortiX. He's got 1 billion units queued up. Grass has got to get on the offensive and try and take a town center back immediately.
But even with this, was that even enough? Was that even a good enough usage? Like, I genuinely wonder if this is even enough to turn the game, because now a lot of the static defenses are up in the middle of the map for VortiX. He's taken the center. He's got both TCs in the middle. He's got Migdals, plenty of production. So it's still on the back foot for Freyr. Grass, what can he do? Resources in the center are going to get totally locked down. And on the right, just a little bit of gold left, right, for Grass? Like, I think he has 1 gold mine left. That's almost out.
This is always a lose condition, and it's for everyone in this game is that gold that you get those 2 gold mines or 3 gold mines behind your base, but that runs out and you have to be in the center. Your opponent's got that map control. There's no market set up. There's no trade route started for Grass. Life's going to get very, very challenging very, very quickly here. And VortiX is just saying it's go time as he is pushing. He's got the mummy, he's got the slingers, he's got the spearmen, even camel riders coming in to soak some damage against those throwing axemen. This is... Well, we'll see if Grass can hold. He's got double hill force. Elephant's in as well. Catapults rolling through. VortiX is on the warpath and on the path to victory here, it seems.
And the mummy even staying alive for so long, getting so many free little minions out there. And the Goaty trying to get the shots off, but just dying on the way. A little bit of panic micro from Grass. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The 2 freshly built big gold fortresses, sorry, the hill fort's just going to go down right away, right as soon as they were built.
And the other thing is, it's 100 population difference, but look at the max differential population right now. 190 to 270. Grass doesn't even have fortified town centers, so even if he can somehow manage to get himself back up to full population, he's going to be staring down the barrel of an 80 population deficit here, and that is insurmountable once that... It doesn't matter what units VortiX has, it's just not going to be happening, and Grass realizes that tapping out.
No gold. No fun.
No gold, no hope. No gold, no army, no hope, Winston. That was it.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, it all seemed to come down to that fight under the Citadel.
Yeah.
For Grass, he thought he had to take a fight. He thought he had the advantage, but I mean, we talked about it at the start of the game, right, Boyd? That early mythic timing can just be so potent. You had the farm set up. You had all the units you needed. Spearman, Slinger comboed, plenty of priests to deal with whatever myth unit shenanigans Grass tried to pull, and from there, Osiris came in and completely changed the game, right?
Well, yeah, you think... I mean, even as the observers, right, I'm like, surely you just make a push right now. He's invested 2,000 resources into Mythic Age. You've got all your tech. You're ready to go. Sure, there's some static defenses there, but with Tempest, with a full population army, all those heavy upgrades, how does he defend? And it was just... I think it was just positioning from VortiX was just so nice. Plus, maybe the empowerment on those static buildings makes them feel a little bit more strong than other civs do, as you've got the monument there from Ra to empower, and he just manages to survive. Yeah.
It was crazy. That was a nuts game.
Exactly. I mean, well, you got to be thinking about that from Grass's point of view right now. At the very least, you can say, okay, no more Ra left in this series. I don't have to think about that anymore. We can go into the next game and reset to some degree. But there is a little bit in the back of his mind right now. It's like, well, you can't just pick any sort of timing against these players and expect it to work. You've got to be setting those attacks up, plus the timing has to be hit at the same time.
I mean, there was potentially an opportunity there to actually, get something rolling on the side of just denying that gold on the left, maybe a bit more creatively than just running under all the defenses and fighting straight up. Like, maybe try and zone that army and then run to the left. Maybe just zone the third gold, right? Not the second gold. I mean, it's hard to say, though. It seems like Grass just maybe miscalculated the damage that would come out of that defensive force from Ra there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also the scouting is a thing, right? You gotta get in and get all that information to make the correct decisions. I mean, I think that he knew where one of the gold mines were, but I don't think he had the other one. But it's gonna be a new game, you, me, coming up here. Midgard, Gaia, Isis. This is a classic map for Isis. Gaia is kind of a new shining beacon of hope from Retold. Didn't usually see that one on Midgard all too much in Legacy, but this is going to be interesting. We have seen some Gaia on this map already. I'm excited to see what Grass comes up with to try and deal with all that crazy economy that Gaia has on this map. You have any thoughts on this one?
There's just some crazy Gaia build orders on water even, right? I know there's a lot floating around with a lot of the high hero count early on in Archaic, but doing that again on water, it feels a bit trickier, right? Because you need to get the timing. You just kind of stretch through more directions. So I'm not exactly sure what build order we're going to see from VortiX here, but I'm even if you're not spamming hero citizens in Archaic, like, it's going to be insane, right? You just have so many advantages. You can play water and still get the economic guild text. So it all just pans out, and Isis is going to be super solid anyway. What do you think? Just early?
Well, I mean, Isis has always been this kind of Isis has always been this kind of god that just hits heroic age, and then you lose your economy for about a minute because Ancestors Eclipse just jumps onto it, and you have to kind of cry. But I mean, when you're saying that, that's totally an option for Gaia. Mass hero citizens costs a lot of resource, does pay itself off over the course of the game. But just to play around that Ancestors Eclipse could be an option. I've not seen it done before, but like there's some wild ideas that the game's so deep and so fresh. It's exciting to see. But I think we're going to be getting ready to jump in to game number 2 here, Winston. Let's get it going.
Let's take a look, see, shall we?
And we do see top of the map, we got that guy from VortiX, blue color, sending the villagers up to grab some docks and getting that fish eco going super early. On the bottom side of the map, we do have Grass, as he is currently down 0-1 in this one, and he's going to be fighting to level this series and stretch this one out as much as he possibly can, give himself a chance at promoting to the next round. Well, we've already talked about it a little bit here, Winston, but already you're looking at the map, you're seeing the fish kind of spreading out. How much of a fish boom do you really want to go for right now in Retold?
It's interesting. I feel like every time I try to go for too much, I don't immediately feel the benefit, right?
Yeah.
And even long term, it's hard to feel the immediate benefit, right? It's
Yeah.
good for aging up. It's good for that, like when you're just getting started into early classical. But I find that like if you're reliant on the fish, by the time it's like mid heroic, I feel like you're just kind of misplaying a bit, right? You have to sort out food on the land. You have to find a way to scale it. It can kind of delay that scale. It can offer other opportunities, but yeah, I don't know. At least that's how I play it right now. I feel like generally I can't just all in fish, right? And not make land food
Well, you
go right.
think about it from like the difference between what a fishing ship brings in versus what a villager brings in. If I've got 18 fishing ships, that's like I've got 9 villagers on food, which that's a decent amount. Don't get me wrong, but is it enough to like slow down your town center grabbing timing? Is it enough to slow down military production? Is it enough to slow down teching? All those questions kind of need to be answered. And when you're kind of trying to create a strategy, but yeah, the scary part about this map and this matchup is that second gold mine. It's going to be what both players are going to be trying to control, and if they can grab it and they can control it, this map can get really, really chaotic, really, really fast, or it can just be over.
Yeah, and these gold mines kind of skewed towards the right. There's that one on the left that could be available for either player, but it is like quite far, right? Like even for VortiX, that's pretty far to go. So we'll see if he has to end up skewing his whole gameplay there. But you kind of feel a sense that it's going to naturally skew towards the right this game. But you know, you can always be surprised.
Yeah, you want to go where all of the stuff is, but sneaking a gold mine, it's nice to have those gold mines that are just kind of like a little bit more spread out, so you can sneaky gold mines are always a lot of fun.
But risky indeed, and we will see the timings coming in soon enough. Surprised at no economic guild here. I think there are build orders with. Oh well, there it is.
There it
I
is,
say that, and it's like right in front of my face. But yeah, here's the economic guild, and you can get it before going up, which is quite nice.
It's wild. Like, I mean, whenever I think about this is my own like personal like flow charts about if I'm allowed to grab something or not. You can tell me if you disagree with this. I want to get better at this game, so if I can get these, if I'm going to stay one town center, it doesn't really matter, right? But if I'm going to think about just purely economy, if I'm going to go for a second town center or not, I'm thinking about how much does these economic guild or economic upgrades slow down that second town center? Does this economic guild not slow down the classical age, or does it? I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, they're so cheap, right?
They are so
They're
cheap.
so cheap. They're just so cheap, and they pay off a lot. I actually think this was late, right? I think when you play them, when you play this build, which is why I was saying it's surprising. It's like the build with Gaia on water you can do is you rush those techs and you immediately have so much value. Like the hero citizen on that tree, on the Gaia tree with the wood upgrade is just like insane. You just get so many resources, right? It's like you hit this really crazy timing, early heroic, or sorry, early archaic, my bad, with those hero villas on the wood specifically, right? With the wood upgrade on the Gaia tree. And that's just like the most efficient economy like in the game that isn't even available, right? At that stage. But we'll see. I mean, I think like slowing it down or not, I think you can play a little bit slower generally on these water maps. You don't need the absolute fastest timing. So I don't think it really bothers me as a player, right? That's going to be about later.
Yeah, well, I mean, speaking of slow advances, on a land map where we've seen advances as fast as 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Both of these guys are going for 5-minute plus advances on this Midgard map. We're seeing Oceanus here for VortiX, Bast for Grass, and I would say no surprises, only on the fact that Ancestors Eclipse is so strong. Grass can go for Anubis here if he wants to, but the question is what's going to happen next, and we are going to be seeing an immediate siege ship coming through for VortiX. He wants to put pressure onto that water as fast as he can.
Yeah, and we'll see if that finds some damage. It probably will a little bit, at least a little bit early on. But Bast coming in too far behind. I love the monkey relic. Can I just say it? I love
You
it.
can.
I love that relic.
It's
It's so fun to play with. You just suddenly have 6 units. You get to just have 6 units. It's awesome.
You know, the way that I would think when as soon as I saw this unit, I'm like, these units they do help in the army. Don't get me wrong, but these are like 6 units I can just spread out on the map, and I can just put them all in a gold mine, and I've got 6 free population units that can just patrol a gold mine.
Damage. Value.
Damage is damage, but
This is
scouting
value.
is this is really good. Yeah.
This is high value. No, it's not that. It's not that meaningful here, right? But it is fun. It
is fun, it is.
And sometimes, like when players have like these really measured builds, right? Oh, it's immediately into the hammer ship. So nice response there from Grab.
VortiX isn't paying attention to this. He's actually going to lose that
We're in the
siege
monkeys,
ship
baby.
right
Wait,
now.
that priest could go down.
He's-
No.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, there goes the
There's
servant
another
might also fall as well, right? I don't know what the speed values are on those units. I don't see the servant.
Oh, we're moving
Too often.
forward here. We got 2 hero merms and a dream. The monkeys are going in, baby.
You got to be really careful in these spots right now as the ISIS player. Losing
Mm-hmm.
any priests is such a big blow. They cost 100
The
gold.
Sphinx is just gonna go down for free. What?
Sphinx is dead. It's gone. It gets pacified. You guys throw your arms up and say, "All
The
right, you
monkeys,
win."
man. I'm telling you, it's the monkeys.
Carrying the
monkey difference.
game.
It's the monkey difference. Oh man.
It looks like we're going to see a second town center for VortiX right now. After already getting a handful of units out. Grass, on the other hand, lots and lots of gold in the bank. He is already up through Nephthys. So Answers Eclipse is coming. But then what is the big question? We talked about that gold mine being really, really important. Do you just slap down 1 Migdol? Do you put down 2? Do you go for a big push? Do you go barracks units? Those are the big questions right now that Grass is going to have to answer.
Well, that's kind of what's interesting about playing to the left here, like VortiX is doing, right? It's like he's gonna secure 1 gold mine barely, and it's gonna be way off to the left there, so that if the citizens get caught out, which looks like they're going to be while building the TC,
It's going to finish. They're always going to garrison.
damage here.
But he can take the town center down. The
Yes.
minions with Eclipse, they do a lot of damage. But you got to be really paying attention, because if you're not, the villagers can pop out, repair the town center back up, no problems.
Oh, the micro just trying to keep Clasry alive. I'm not seeing anything crazy here. No insane micro just yet. And here's
Yeah,
that.
and there's the villagers coming out. There's still 25 seconds left on this Ancestors. The town center does a lot of damage when you garrison this many citizens into it as well, so he's taking a lot. But while this is going on, gold mine is getting secured. That's going to be huge. There is a lot of idle time here for VortiX as well being forced. So
Yeah, and no golden come, right?
yeah,
No golden.
even if he doesn't get the town center, he's going to now have to go for a really, really big push and get that gold star underway. But there's still a little bit of gold left for VortiX in his main base.
Yeah, we do see the Axeman just to deal with the hero merms. Not too much surprising here.
Yeah, you have to be careful not to overcommit too much on that. We are seeing camel riders. The reason I say that is Thea's on the way for VortiX, which means one thing: cheap Contarius. And you don't want Axeman to be dealing with cavalry. You want those spearmen or those camel riders. And I think Grass knows that in the back of his head.
Yeah, surely, right? But we'll see it. The Migdol's on the gold on the right, so that's pretty far away from the gold on the left here, which is the natural expansion route for VortiX in the near future. But speaking of which, VortiX does have to make a move pretty soon. Like, that gold is quite low, and the army is here. Macro falling apart a bit here. Some idle citizens just sleeping on the job. Gonna get caught out. Wake up.
We'll work when we do. We'll work when we want to work. All right.
Oh, and here's the bird. Decent amount of damage can be dealt. The 3 Hesperides trees coming out as well.
Defalion Bird is one of those myth units that I think a lot of people undervalued, especially once you get a couple of them out. You can raid with them, you can pick off myth units with them, you can sit them at the back of your army so the enemy range units can't hit them, and once they fall you can take out a whole bunch of them. It can be really, really useful. But there's not a crazy amount of favor in the bank for VortiX, so he's probably going to be thinking more along the lines of just making heroes for the time being. But we'll see if he's going to get some more oracles going anytime soon, as Grass is pushing around with those Migdols trying to secure as many gold mines as he can.
Yeah, and this is going to be really nice and forward. This also will kind of take that kind of natural third TC for VortiX, which might make this mid game very, very awkward as we start to look into TCs in the late game, right? Like, where are you going to go?
Yeah.
And on the back of this, Grass has just been kind of quietly winning the water pretty fully, right? There's a couple idle fishing boats, but not too much value to be had there. And,
and
we talked about
it's kind of a big deal, Winston. Like, when you're in the heroic age, having water versus your opponent not having water, you get that first scene upgrade. It's a huge boost to your economy. Like 18 fishing ships getting an extra 40%, 35%, 40% boost.
Oh.
That's huge.
Especially when we weren't really watching the water too fully, but it didn't look like Grass had to invest all that much, right? The fear with water is that you end up paying way more than it ever really pays back in the short term, right? And you kind of lose the land, but it seemed like Grass just made a few units, right? And
yeah, but we're having a big fight happen right now, and VortiX is not controlling those birds all too well. He runs straight into the priests on the back. The Dryads in this fight going to get slapped down as well, and it looks as if all of those Contarius here, they aren't doing what they really need to be doing in this fight, and this is going to be a challenge for VortiX right now. Maybe he's going to win this fight, but then there's going to be some sort of a transition into some different units to clean up those Contarius for Grass to push back in here and maybe get some sort of a gold staff, but VortiX still alive for now.
Yeah, that fight honestly wasn't that great for Grass. Like, he may have gotten decent value, but now on the field, what matters? And look at the shift in military value. Suddenly, out of nowhere, VortiX has the numbers, and that's those Thea upgrades coming in clutch here. We might see some more heroes as well on the field soon. And man, these Contarius heroes can just be so strong. There it is, a few more getting called in. This is going to start to become really, really problematic for Grass if he doesn't find an immediate solution, right? To the Catapeltis coming in, the Arcus as well, just going to help deal with those camels.
Well, we do see Spearmen, we do see Camel Riders, but more importantly, we're seeing that Osiris come through. Grass is still one town center. He hasn't had to build the town center to have that kind of villager lead, so to speak. It's not a villager lead, but like 74 pop to 44 plus however many fishing ships that Grass has got. It's pretty close, in all honesty, in terms of income. But with VortiX getting those raids in, this is going to be what he needs to get some map control back, get some momentum back, and punish Grass going to the Mythic Age at this point.
Yeah, and Osiris has to be scared at a map like this, right? It's not as choke pointy as before, right? We saw that last game where Osiris was kind of able to hold these choke points, really lock them down. But with Contarius on kind of this open area in the middle, you could find these surprising flanks out of nowhere, just like on the gold here. And Osiris getting caught by this many Contarius could become problematic. Now we do
VortiX is just doing whatever he wants right now. He's literally just running around to gold mines, cleaning villages up. What's Grass doing? He's not defending those positions at all. There's no walls up. There's no Migdols on those gold mines. Generally, you just garrison the villages into the Migdol and you kind of save. You can move units over and defend, and it's totally fine here. But Grass just went from like 45-ish villages down to 30.
Yeah. And
That's
he still has
huge.
a lot of fish on the back of that, but like we talked about, like the fish kind of like stop being this amazing economic solution for you, right? It's early game tempo. It's not like mid game scaling, right? And this is where it could get really awkward for Grass, as he's gonna stall out a bit here. I think if his army gets cleaned up, he can't really afford to remax, right?
No, but he's just about to hit this Osiris. There are Arcus, there are Contarius. Both those units pretty good at dealing with the Son of Osiris, but if you can get the Son of Osiris in his position where it can't get attacked, like kind of just wedging units all around it, then you're in for a good spot here. And these raids are they're unrelenting from VortiX. And Grass isn't paying any attention. He's focusing fully on this army at the moment.
Osiris there, though, going to be in a perfect position. Does get a choke point. There's no Contarius for the flank. The Arcus just going to be trying to deal with the front line as efficiently as possible, ignoring the Osiris for now, but down goes the army of VortiX on this side. raids.
I
are
mean, that
so
Son of
huge.
Osiris literally
22.
carried that fight so hard. He gets a bunch of minions right as well. And he's got 72 favor in the bank. So that he's got some room to make some more mummies if he wants to. Mummy plus Son of Osiris, that is a brutal combo because they work together to get those minions out. And now he's marching onto the gold mine.
The gold.
Grass needs
They
to get
die
some
really
economic
fast.
damage done.
They die really fast to the SOO, but we'll see. Here's the camel's well positioned here for this Contarius raid.
He's finally decided to actually defend against these raids coming through. VortiX has had a lot of success with these so far, but
Another fight.
one fight coming in. There's no real
More
good. Well,
minions.
the only answer for the Arcus at the moment is the Son of Osiris. Those Chariot Archers, they're a little bit less DPS than the Arcus, population-wise, but with that Son of Osiris mixed in and the mummies, it's enough to kind of push forward. But VortiX's economy is just so good at the moment that you've got to respect it.
Yeah,
You've got to
I think
respect the spam that's coming through.
And what he's doing, I think, is really smart. Just trading the army when the economy of grass is so weak. You have to keep in mind with those Contarius raids, like VortiX saw how many vills grass had. Like I think he's aware that this is a very small actual villager economy. And so just trading out the army when you can, as long as the trades aren't too bad against the SOO, eventually there'll be nothing left to defend the SOO, right? And we'll see.
Totally.
We're going to have another fight here, and there's very little defense there on the left.
Well, we'll see the raid getting dealt with there. Grass back in yet again. Son of Osiris still sitting with a lot of HP. VortiX not focusing it down is going to give Grass the advantage here. He's getting a couple of those minions out to help as well from that one mummy that hasn't been touched. The village is yet again pushed off the gold mine. VortiX has got 32 gold in the bank, Winston. Even with the, what is this, like a 70 villager lead, maybe like a 50 villager lead with the fishing ships also included. It's, what are you going to do? You got to trade, and then maybe you can get an army back out again, but he still has to deal with the Son of Osiris somehow in this game.
Things are really awkward here, actually. And Osiris kind of out of position, going to take a lot of arrows to the face while back here. A lot of damage on the SOO. Oh boy.
That's exactly what VortiX needs right now. The Son of Osiris now down to just a tiny bit of HP left. Retreating back. Grass is 120 population in the bank right now. He needs the Son of Osiris to make anything happen. And VortiX now, he is going to be completely fine moving forward.
Down he goes. Dead. What? He lives. He lives. He's like, I'm leaving. I'm going to go retire seaside, he says. Good luck, boys.
Grass has got
125
125 favor in the bank. Make some mummies. This is what he makes something now. He's got some Scorpion Man. Okay.
He's got the units protecting the SOO. Once again, the front line going to go down. Maybe the Arcus to be the only thing standing, but they're trying to dive for the shot. One more arrow. Oh, 11 HP, and he walks away. Meanwhile, a little Carnivora in the back there. Going to start slapping away at the mummy. The mummy producing so much value in these fights with the minions and the SOO, but no longer. And the Scorpion Man going to be the unit of choice. Kind of interesting. But he's going to get a big shot off in the middle here with the poison.
I mean, I keep watching this, and I'm like, Grass, you're seeing the results of this mummy right before your eyes. Wait, did he click Ancestors? No. He's seeing the results of this one mummy right before his eyes, and that's why he's managing to win these fights. Get some more mummies into this army, and then you're going to be having a better time of it. They're doing so much damage.
Just can afford them really well here, but once again, the trade's coming in. There's a lot of minions still in that fight, providing a ton of value.
But now, I mean, gold is still really low for VortiX. He's spamming the units out. He wants to go to the Mythic Age. You see him pre-queuing it up. Pre-queuing it doesn't do anything if you don't have the resources coming in.
We'll see how this goes. Backing up. This is a really tense moment because the players are just so stretched for resources to actually make this function.
I mean, well, you look at one player is stretched for resources. The other player is spending all of his resources. You see the production queue, but he's got a very small amount of gold remaining. And that second gold mine on the right side of the map, there's a Migdol on it. There's no other gold mines to the left. Grass doesn't need to care about that left town center that he's got there. He can just sack that, stay on the right side of the map. And if he can just win one more fight here, then he's going to be in a good spot to win this game. We'll see another Migdol stronghold going up here because Grass knows.
There's a lot of units here still. Oh boy, this is gonna be wild. The units just diving in. The Pharaoh on the back, gonna try and empower the Migdol to safety, using that armament well. But so many citizens getting pulled to the front here. Gold being the one thing that VortiX desperately needs. Pulling the boys. They've become siege units in this desperate. And the monkeys are back.
The monkeys are back. Can they
They're
carry
here.
you?
They're gonna save the day. They're like, hey, I'm going, boys.
The
So
population
like, Pharaoh,
is...
no Pharaoh, no problem. They're gonna get the killing blow on the Pharaoh. Monkeys with the value. Oh man.
Monkeys are everything.
And down goes the Migdols, and it just looks like Grass is running out of gas, as they say. Even a monument gonna be built on the front here. It's enough. I don't know. With this Migdol going down, though, it's a huge investment in that defense for Grass. The gold is back in possession of VortiX, and it seems like now his economy can just fly away, fly away. What a game!
Yeah, I mean, Grass had his opportunity here. He had that Son of Osiris in that one misstep. I mean, that makes things really, really challenging when your big, huge players tech and you lost that big unit that was going to be winning in all the fights in this one. And now VortiX with the gold mine back, he's got himself 190 pop. Grass 119. He's got 2 chariots in that production queue. He is struggling for resources, and he's about to get pushed off this gold mine as well.
Yeah, that's a rip. I mean, we talked about it a bit, but the raids, I feel like, going 1 TC Vast Mythic, you idle your TC so much, right? And then he had basically no villagers, and then the ones that he did have were spread out on multiple gold, super greedy, right? And Osiris wasn't even near there when he did eventually call him, and so he had no vills. And like, what are you gonna do? He's gonna pull the boys, try and just fight with them. This is the last desperate stand. I mean, the vills and body bags could be enough though.
Even if he wins the fight, he's down by over 50 vills, and they're all gone. You lose the gold, you lose the game in this situation. The Spearmen are queued up, Scorpion Man's queued up, but in the end, now VortiX is going to be on 3 town centers. He's going to be getting himself that fortified town center. He's going to go up to 230 population, and Grass has got nothing remaining.
Yeah, this is crazy. And the Contarious Mass is there, and another Migdol going to go down. And I'm kind of surprised Grass is still trying here, but he's living on some sort of dream. VortiX, though, really came out with a punch here in this series, right? Like, super potent here. These strats are good. The economy, the macro, the micro, just all there. He's such a complete player in every RTS.
I mean, it's what happens when you spend the time like honing the craft to that level. It's just you get the mechanics down, you get the strategy down, and then it's all about decision making in the moment because you don't have to worry about anything else. And in this one, VortiX, he just knew what to do: get the raids, take some small skirmishes, not commit too much, and then the longer the game goes, the more that economy props VortiX up there. And it all culminates in that one moment where Grass, I don't know if he was just not paying attention, but his Son of Osiris got absolutely mowed down by 20 Arcus for 3 too many shots or something, 3 too many seconds, and he just loses that position and loses any hope of getting that gold star that he so desperately wanted.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Because you micro it so well for so long, right? But that game just gets messy, things get hard, and suddenly the Arcus are hitting, and like, what do you do, right? Like, it's like, do I fight? Do I run? It's hard to read in those situations. You know, your economy is maybe a little bit behind at that point. I mean, we talked about at the very start, like, is water that worth it? Did he maybe invest too much time and energy into that? I'm not sure that was really his issue there. I think it was more like the way the fights went and maybe the raids.
If you look at the graph there, pre those raids in the resources, pre-Mythic Age coming through, Grass was in front. And this is Egyptian. Egyptian has no business being in front of Gaia on this all resources collected graph.
Yeah, and winning the water was huge, right? But I mean, for a bit, right? Just for a bit.
Just for a bit. Just for a bit.
Just for a wee little bit.
It's 2-0 right now for VortiX. He has all the momentum going for him. We're going to be moving in to the next map, Marsh. It's an interesting matchup. Uranus versus Loki. Loki for an eternity has been known as the god which dominates Marsh. It's got tons of food, allows you to mass those Herser. But with Retold comes Oceanus, comes Bite of the Shark, comes Uranus Murmillo, which mow down those Herser. So now the Loki player has really got to figure out how he's going to deal with that unit and how he's going to be able to make this map work in his favor. Can Grass recover and get a reverse sweep here? One more win for VortiX, Winston, and he goes on. What do you reckon?
The momentum just isn't really in his favor, right, Boyd? It's just not quite there, right?
No.
He's trying, he's doing things, but it's just not really panning out in these games. His strategy, his timings, like twice he's relied. He's just trying to get this to work, and it just feels like these mythic times just feel a little late compared to where they need to be, or just something needs to kind of come together, right? The fights just haven't been perfect. It seems tricky for Grass. VortiX is just playing super clean, and Uranus feels like a major god where VortiX can really, flex his muscles here. There's so much potential on Uranus. We just saw a bit of that on Gaia, but with Uranus, it's even like amped up to 10, right? You have these options for sky passages to make these crazy plays, and we've seen players just get better and better with sky passages as the meta on Retold has evolved. So I think we're going to see a pretty dominant performance here from VortiX. That's my little assessment here, but I'm hopeful that I'm incorrect and we get the reverse sweep, just because I always love a game 5.
Yeah, I mean, VortiX is also one of those players that's just hyper aggressive, right? So when you've got the momentum and you go into that aggressive play and your opponent's just kind of in their head about, well, this didn't work, I got to abandon all strategy and go into something completely random here. That extra little bit of aggression can really throw the player off their last life. But if Grass can just compose himself, he knows Uranus. He's in his heart and soul, he's an Uranus player from way back when. So he knows the god. He knows what Uranus can do. He knows the extent that Uranus can do things. So maybe he can find a little bit of metagaming going on in this one. I know there's some crazy Heimdall ideas with Safeguard and Rigstula, the more standard meta of going for that Force Seti and making the healing spring, taking some slight skirmishes, keeping all your Herser alive. Could be the way to go as well, but
that
he's
could
got to
maybe
compose
surprise
himself.
VortiX, I guess. But what you said with Heimdall, like maybe, right? Like the way you can play it is you kind of fake the rush. You fake your opponent out. You force them into something really defensive. They just think, oh, it's Heimdall. He's going to come forward. He's going to attack, and you just hold everything, and you just try and get Rigstula on the back, get a second TC, and suddenly you're miles ahead economically. But I don't know, man. I feel like you're really banking on Oceanus not scouting you, and I think that's like really tricky to bank on, right? Like it's a Galadria, and you're Norse.
It's going to be everywhere.
You can't stop it from flying around, right? So it's just going to get that information. But we'll see how this pans out. I'm excited.
Yeah, looks like we're going to be getting this next game on the road right now. We've got in the top side of the map, the blue color. We have ourselves VortiX looking to finish this series off, and his opponent today clinging to life. He does have the losers bracket if he does end up falling here, but he's not going to be wanting to enter there. In the red color, playing as Loki, it's Grass.
Yeah, and we'll see how this pans out. I'm super pumped. Oh man, this is such a crazy matchup too. It can be really wild in the right situations. It can lead to fireworks just because you can get into these situations where both players get really like APM stressed. I feel like is something that can happen here, where it's just there's so much going on all around the map. Whereas in game 1 it was very centered, right? We were very focused on just one location, one position, one fight on Watering Hole. It's more like Midgard, right? Where this is where I think VortiX is going to be like just a bit stronger. I don't know. It just seems like that's just where he's so good, right? Is when and he's the king of hybrid on EV4 as well, right? It's a very similar feeling there, where the more chaotic a game is, the more comfortable VortiX is. So it's going to be tricky if you're Grass.
But I like chaotic games. I don't even mind. Let's go there. Make it happen. Make all this. We want action. Put the units all over the place. Get the villagers into weird positions. Allow it to happen. Look, here's the thing, though. If you know that your opponent is that way inclined, they like the chaos, they like those multi-raids, they like the like trying to out APM you. There's players in Age of Mythology who have been low APM players and had success for a really long time. And part of the success, or part of the way that they have success, is by using walls well, positioning their army in places that it's not going to get caught out, not going for any crazy ideas. I don't know if Grass is that sort of player, but he's got to be thinking he's at least get one win in this one. Let's not go out in a clean sweep. Let's get one win. Yeah. He's playing against the god he knows how to beat because he knows that god better than most players do. So we'll see what he's going to come up with here, especially with Loki. It's a very different god to Legacy, right? Like in Legacy, you basically just went mass Hersa against everything and prayed. In Retold, you get a little bit more. So you can go for something a little bit different, or you can still go for those mass Hersa. What have you experimented with, Winston?
I don't actually play too much Loki myself. I tend to avoid
Loki. Can't help me then. Me either.
No. I play Freyr and Odin the most, right? Of the Norse roster. It's interesting because if you ask me that about like other games, right, other RTS, it's like, oh no, I always play everything. But in AOM, it's hard to play every god. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but I find it hard to play every god and like really feel comfortable every game, right? So
yeah,
Loki's just one of those ones where I let the others become the masters, and I steal build orders once it's a little bit more refined.
Yeah, Age of Mythology is an incredibly deep game. Like every single god is different. Even if they look similar, even if they play similar, they're still different, and you have to kind of know all of that stuff. And I mean, that's props to these top level players who have dedicated that time to kind of learning and shaping all of the stuff for us to kind of know about. As VortiX's sneaky sky passage over here does get spotted immediately by Grass, but just because it gets spotted doesn't really change a whole lot. And you still got to take it out. It's got a decent amount of HP, and there's going to be units coming through that sky passage to deal with it very, very shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's where that spy, that archaic god power can just be so good with Loki, right? Like you just have this info, and you're going to be able to, if it's on the right Vil, right, which it might be here, it's on a Huntville. If this stays a Huntville, if VortiX doesn't do any like shuffles, right, then you might be able to spot this where this hunt is, and maybe even with the sky passage catch out of position, right? But it's going to be tricky here. We're going to see quite a few Hearse here as the opening, as one does. Some gatherers going forward for the middle hunt, and we do see the spied upon Vil, so a little bit of information. I'm going to know that there's 3 Vils there for now, but it's not going to be all that meaningful. Like you said, it doesn't change too much that you know that it's there, right? It's how you're going to deal with it, which is the real question, right?
You're almost a little bit upset to see the villager out on that spot because you don't know what your opponent's doing in their base. You're a little bit upset about it, but at least you know what's going on that left side and you can deal with it. But these Terma, they're already on the way. They're already pushing in. Troll might go down. The Troll does go down there. And honestly, Grass can't really take these fights at the moment. Those Terma are going to kite back. Galadriel's going to heal back up. I'm pretty sure VortiX here is using that burst heal manually, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. And he's going to snipe down a Berserk as well. This is exactly the start that VortiX wanted in this game. He is putting the pressure on, and Grass is feeling it here.
Yeah, so far just Terma still. The raiding cav are on the field though now. Still going to be tricky, right? You're going to have to min-max this healing spring, right? It's one of the things that's just so important about this matchup, right? It's just making sure you min-max your healing spring. It's what makes Freyr so difficult in this game, in this style of game, right? It's what's so hard is you just don't have any source of healing, right?
Yeah. Well, when you get not in the early game for sure.
Not in classical, right? And it's just super tricky. Oh man.
Well, the big thing here for Grass is he's got Hunt all over the map, so he doesn't really need to be taking these fights. The big counter to Terma is simply put building, positioning, and walls. And right now, Grass has done neither of those well, in my estimation. A lot of holes. Doesn't get the villager pick, but he's going to keep putting pressure on. He's going to control these Terma like his life depends on it for the entirety of this game. Carnivore coming down, stealing one of those raiding cavalry. And Grass got to get out of there.
Yeah, you just can't take the fight while the Hersiers are busy trying to build another Great Hall. Good micro there, trying to keep everything alive. You know, this might be the kind of game that kind of wakes Grass up a bit and gets him to focus, you know?
Yeah. I mean, this is the level.
It's just going so poorly for him. Maybe it just, oh no, maybe it's having the opposite effect, right? He's just struggling so much with the micro. VortiX just so solid here.
And VortiX is also making the correct assumption, the correct decision right now. Instead of just going mass Terma, which is going to lose to mass raiding cavalry, it's time to get some counter units out. Catapulties absolutely dominate those raiding cavalry.
Oh,
But
to the hunt,
there
to the
is-
hunt.
We do see the raid coming through. It's not really, I mean, you get a little bit of damage done here. Don't get me wrong. Sky Pass just gets taken out, but VortiX just simply retreats back into his main base. He can jump onto the ferries. He's got other places to go. He's got another Sky Patch down the east of the map, and he is
kind of on
completely
the
fine here.
middle. Yeah. Looks like he's on the hunt on the right side now, but oh, now the Terma on the dwarves. One goes down already, a second likely to follow. Just such good micro from VortiX here. Taking advantage of these little mistakes, but now the raiding cav are going to have an opportunity to do something. At least catch oracles, right?
They know where the villagers are, right? They're spied. So he's heading there. He's going to push them off that position, and at the very least here, VortiX will have to go back to his base. He's not going to have citizens all over the map, but Graz has sustained some pretty heavy damage here.
We could see a
I think this
shockwave here, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think this Sky Passage is going down. He's got to leave.
Not enough Caddis for VortiX to consider. He can save it for a better position in time, but nice micro there from Grass to get away from that. Only losing a little bit of HP. Now that situation kind of getting very technical, right? It's like, this is what we're talking about. Like, you have to focus on 2 spots at once already, and the game is just starting to heat up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're kind of looking at VortiX's economy. He's got a lot of wood in the bank. I don't know if he's thinking about going for a second town center at this point or not, but he's got to be getting those resources spent, because it is giving Grass a little bit of hope in this game, just to like put some pressure back on, cause some idle time. Running these raiding cavalry through, it doesn't matter if he doesn't get any villager kills. All he wants is the villagers to not gather for a little bit, and that's damage done. And it's distracting VortiX from what's important, which is getting villager kills, putting pressure on. And maybe if Grass can, while doing all of this, get some walls up and get himself in a nice defensive position, he's going to be able to hit that heroic age where he gets that flaming weapons, and then you can just march into VortiX's base, click flaming weapons, and then running away from that through the sky passages, you got nowhere to go. So that's what Grass is playing towards, it seems.
Yeah, he's going to be playing for it, but is it going to be like enough and in time? I'm just not sure.
I mean, at the moment, Grass is on that second gold mine already. It's out in the open. If VortiX spots that, Grass is going to be in for a very, very challenging time right now. And those Terma, they spot the units here. And they're going to keep, they're just going to throw some javelins and run away. And they're going to continue to do that.
Yep. And Broggy on the way. So it's going to be a bit of a dream here. Hoping for flaming weapons to turn the stakes, but oh boy. Some dwarves going to just be fighting with their little daggers to go down. So again, these raids just keep adding up, right? You can see now such a significant economy lead.
Yeah, I mean, this raid does do some damage, but this does allow, as VortiX's catapulties aren't here, it does allow a little bit of chase down, so he does get a trade back. And while picking off a dwarf is great, it's going to give him those extra resources in the future. Picking off a military unit now gives Grass that little bit of immediate kind of utility, so to speak. You can get a couple more of those and force VortiX back into his base, then he can get those villager kills back later with the flaming weapons. But he does need to ensure that he gets a great fight right now, because he is definitely in a difficult position right now.
But it's going to be so tricky, right? Like,
yeah,
VortiX has Shockwave to kind of enhance the retreat.
Yeah.
And he can just sort of run all the way back to his base. That's why it's so nice when you're playing with Broggy. You want to be like punching with the back against the wall, then you cast Flaming, right? Because then you're going to get the max
right.
damage from it. But if you could just retreat across the map, you lose 20, 25 seconds on the cast. But that is a lot of Hearse here, and we're going to get us around potentially. But is it a little bit too late?
There's something very scary coming, Winston, and that's Hyperion is on the way.
Yeah,
VortiX is
Chaos.
putting pressure on me, though. Chaos, when used on flaming weapons, that's double damage, but it's double damage to yourself.
But the Catapulties are kind of maybe in a tough spot. We could see the flaming weapons soon. I'm just not sure he's going to need it just yet. He still has Shockwave in the bank.
It's a really, really good split from Grass. He's managed to get the Hearser to chase down the Catapulties, Terma getting chased down by the raiding cavalry, but I don't think VortiX cares. He's just trying to buy time so he can have that answer to flaming weapons with Chaos. So he can get a try and pick up the ball as he's coming through here. He's not going to manage to do so, but does. Draugr spawn, not the one you really want at the moment.
Yeah,
you really
right.
want to have those Valkyries.
It could have been anything. It could have been a rock
Battlebore
giant.
or Frost Giant, Mountain Giant, literally anything else. Ivory, it's all better.
But none of the Hearse are here, so the units are going to get shockwaved in suddenly. What's going to be coming of this fight? We're going to have to see the flaming weapons, right? Not using it. Holding it.
You can't click it. You can't click flaming weapons right now because Chaos is going to be too much of a hard
your army's
counter.
at least split, right? Like
That's true.
I guess you're just not going to get value on the right side. Maybe that's where you run into issues. Maybe you have to split and use flaming. Like I don't know.
Maybe.
This is where it's really tricky. I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, there's another world where you just say, hey, I don't need to click anything. I'm totally fine here. I've got my gold income coming through. I've pushed you back into your base. Your unit quality isn't that great right now. I got all these Hearser. I'm just going to build up to 175 population of Hearser, and then when we fight, I'm just going to get myth units up the wazoo. And then what are you going to do as a Rano? You see the flaming weapons coming down.
Now, right? This is what we were talking about. He split up his army really intelligently. There's kind of raids everywhere. There's a bit of a grouping going on here, so we might see the chaos there. Yeah, right on the center.
Chaos down, but there's some more reinforcements coming through. Those are Hearser. Battle Ball coming in is absolutely gigantic. Going to be headbutting those Terma all around. Those Hearser are going to clean up all of the Terma on the back, but is there enough here for Blast? Now Giant is gigantic right now. VortiX in full retreat. He's got no gold income. His sky passages are all cleaned up. His army is all cleaned up. And this is the fight which Grass needed. Wow. And VortiX taps out immediately there, Winston. GG. Yeah. That was it. That was what he was going for. He makes it happen.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. I loved what he did there. He didn't immediately cast it like you were saying. You had to hold it, you had to hold it. And he kind of got his units really spread out, attacking a lot of different things. And it's like, okay, now if any of these pockets gets chaosed, it's not the end of the world if I lose all these units, right? And just that patience there showed a mastery, showed some strength, showed Grass feeling himself there. So let's see if this can translate into some more game wins because, you know, this is one relatively tough game. It seemed like the pressure was adding up, but he built up to his timing and used it well. Can he do that 2 more times, dare I say?
Well, he's pierced the armor now. He knows that VortiX is mortal. He knows he knows he's at the level that he can get wins here. But how deep are these guys? Are these players, these professional Age of Mythology players, gold pools at the moment is the big question. And can he play at this level again? He took that pressure beautifully. It was like, even with all the momentum, even with all of that like aggression to kick the game off, Grass just kind of was saying, all right, doesn't matter. Lose a dwarf here, no problem. Lose a dwarf there, no problem. Gets his own pressure. Don't get any citizen kills, but at least I'm slowing stuff. And he plays to his win condition beautifully. So, I mean, there is some momentum now back in Grass's hands. Can he get that next win? That's the big question moving forward here.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. It'll be fun. I can't wait. I almost want to hop right into this next game, but we can think about this for a second longer, right? Like, it seemed like VortiX really just had map, but maybe one of his big problems was a little bit late on the Hyperion, right? Maybe there was some slip-ups on the macro. Maybe the raids did more damage than it kind of looked like at the time, pushing him off of Hunt at critical moments, because it just sort of seemed like never really having that answer to the Herseer, right? In the front line, right? And when that big fight did come in, I mean, you were talking about he's just going to keep building up to that 175 pop, just try and get those Herseers maxed and then take the fight. And you kind of have to expect that if you're VortiX, but
Yeah.
the game was messy, and maybe all that attention placed on the micro, trying to kill those, one or two dwarves here and there, maybe that kind of led to some issues on the back end of that. Maybe Hyperion should have just been a little bit earlier so that he still had tempo. Because we talked about it. You don't want to be in the position where you're in your own base casting flaming weapons. You want to be punching
Yes.
the opponent so that they have nowhere to run, right? So
That's
that they
right.
have to fight.
Exactly.
And that's what he got.
Yeah.
That's kind of what Grass got. And based on the flow of that game, it didn't quite look like that would be what Grass would get. But in the end, he did get that perfect usage, even dealing with the mitigation with chaos, which you have to take into account. So everything kind of panned out
yeah.
there well. So I'm kind of wondering if either VortiX pushed his pressure too far, or maybe there's a macro slip up, or maybe Grass just had it, had his number there.
I think honestly, Winston, it kind of all came down to that one fight on Grass's gold mine, where Grass was able to split his army, or VortiX split his army up first, right, into Catapulti Terma, and Grass was able to then make the correct decision to go, all right, we'll send my raiding cavalry after the Terma, I'll send my Hussar after the Catapultis, and well, you got nowhere to go but back home. And now I'm in your base, and like, it's over. And I mean, I expect the Chaos to do a lot more in that situation. Grass just plays it perfectly. But we've got ourselves right now. This is a matchup that,
Oh boy,
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is one of the most challenging matchups for Poseidon right now. I've seen Mr. win this one a few times, but he wins it because he's the Mr. Grass is with the Aces team. He's got the Mister's playbook to some degree because he gets to practice against him. But will he be able to play Poseidon at the level that Mister can, and play it against VortiX, who arguably is maybe the best Thor player currently playing Retold from what I've seen on the ladder?
Yeah.
It's going to be an exciting one. We're on the map Ghost Lake. There are a lot of very, very important features in terms of where gold is, where hunt spawns, that dictates how this game's going to go, or how this map's going to go. It could be a 1 gold mine spawn. It could be a 2 gold mine spawn. What are you hoping for right now? If I say Thor's favored and you're a Poseidon player, what are you hoping for this map to spawn to give you the best opportunity to win? Do you want more gold? Do you want less gold? What are you thinking?
I don't know. I don't think it matters. I think Thor can just Thor always has more, right? That's kind of the thing, right? Thor always has the extra gold mine, right? But if you have 2, at least you can kind of play in your base longer and try and just apply pressure. So maybe that's what the hope is, just because I don't know about you, but I just feel more comfortable when I have 2 gold mines. So it's like that would just be better, even though I know my opponent's also going to feel more comfortable. At least I can kind of keep the game streamlined if I need to. But that's just more of a player mentality in terms of the raw balance and what's actually better. I'm not really sure. I think it's just going to comes down to what happens in the game, right? If you have a back gold with the wood line kind of walling you in, and you have just that perfect base layout as either of these gods, I feel like it gets really hard to do anything meaningful. And that's where I would just kind of favor Thor because, it's Thor, right?
There is one thing up the back sleeve of Poseidon, which I'm seeing slightly hinted to in the Twitch chat right now. Poseidon gets 0.4 speed, I believe, on all of his myth units. And he does get access to Ares. And if it's a 2 gold mine spawn, there's going to be no need for him to leave his base. If the Thor player, VortiX, goes for that build order, which gives him the Dwarven Armory, gives him the 4 armory upgrades to get 4 extra dwarves and all the advantages that come with that, that is a slow opening, which gives you time to set up those Cyclops, or at least the start of the Cyclops. Yeah. And you can kind of sit and turtle until you just get this death ball that Thor just doesn't have an answer to until much later in the game. So maybe that's an idea here. Maybe it's an idea here for Grass. The other alternative is Hippias Center, which we have seen being very strong for a long time. But that can get very messy very quickly in terms of the micro, especially when you're up against someone as strong as VortiX. So I'm not sure what Grass is going to be thinking.
I just love ceasefire, so I think I would just personally go, it'd be a Centaur, right? I feel like it plays more into what Poseidon is great with, right? I mean, obviously the Cyclops play is crazy, and you can hope for maybe some timing with Pestilence, but is it going to be enough, especially if it's a really turtley base, and you just risk Thor going up, and then to Heroic, and then you don't have Ceasefire? Like, then what, right? It's back against the wall, then what do you do?
Well, we're about to find out here, Winston. Spawning in the bottom of the map. He's on his, what I would consider VortiX's like most picked god right now. He is on that Thor, and he is definitely going for that Dwarven Armory opening. Grass, on the other hand, I think he's dropped that that lure down, and that indicates to me, as Poseidon, he's going to be going for a very, very quick advance right now and looking to put some early pressure onto
Centaur.
VortiX. Yeah.
Definitely going to be Hermes. I feel like I like what you're thinking with the Cyclops. Like, I just think it's a bit risky, right? To hope for one of those kind of Gambit timings. I just don't know. I don't know if it pans out here. A lot of goats. Gotta love those goats on Ghost Lake. It should be called Goats Lake.
It should be called Goats Lake because this is where all the goats spawn. If you guys want free goats, you've been putting money and putting bids into the goat market and not getting it, it's because you haven't gone into the center of the Goats Lake. That's where it is.
The Goats Lake, yeah.
The Goats Lake.
Oh man.
Or petition to change the name. We'll
yeah, I think we should. I don't know.
Nonetheless, what we do see, however, though, Winston, is it's one gold mine.
Yeah.
One gold mine, Goats Lake. And that means one thing. VortiX, going full dwarf like he is right now, or nearly full dwarf, he's going to run out of that first gold mine very, very quickly. His 2 gold mines are on the right side of the map, or on the east side of the map, southeast side of the map. And they're far from his base. So and this is, I'm going to say all in quotation marks, because this is very, very difficult to make it happen, but all he has to do is get a big win of a fight somewhere between 8 and 10 minutes, and VortiX is going to fall flat in this game, not be able to get gold. So he's got to play for that timing here. See if he's going to make it happen. Centaur are the keys to success, I would say, in this matchup, if not going for the Cyclops. Centaurs, control them well, pick off any enemy Hersa, allow the Centaur to kill everything else off. We'll see how it's going to go, but VortiX is going to be very, very comfortable right now. With everything else going on.
It feels so hard to get value, especially against Thor, who can turtle for so long, right? One of the main values, of course, of all those dwarves is that your natural food just lasts so long in your base, right? So if needed, those goats can give you a lot of value long term. But kind of looking at the layout, are there that many goats?
Well, to me, I could be wrong about this, but it kind of looks like our main man Grass is he's going to be very happily sitting in his base for the entirety of this game right now. 17 goats? Are you kidding me?
Wait, but like also, VortiX has none. Like, am I crazy, or did he just? Like what?
I could be wrong.
Do you think he didn't punch him?
I think someone got his goat stolen from him.
That might be a problem, right? That might become an issue, right? Like that might be an issue. I'm no expert, but hey, just me saying this. I think this is a problem, but we'll see. We'll see how it pans out.
We've already got Grass through to the classical age. He's already got that Centaur moving across the map. He's scouting out with the Tuskbots, checking everything out. The base of VortiX is very defensive. This Centaur probably not going to get a whole amount of damage. The villagers are under the town center. The gold villagers behind a temple, behind a house. Great building positioning here from VortiX. There's no way to get any value right now.
Sneak right into that house? Well, no, not with the Hersier there. Oh, he's just what? Oh, that's so much damage with the snare. And he's gonna stop the turn, just take so much damage there. Oof. No. That's a big oof.
Yeah. You're not looking for, I don't think it's possible to get damage with that Centaur early against a good play. You're not looking for that. You're just looking to put pressure on and make your opponent just aware that you're there. Force sort of suboptimal building positioning, force the ability to come up a little bit later. Because the key to success is that gold mine on the bottom side of the map. You're not going to be able to kill your opponent to the start here.
There's no goats.
There's no goats.
There's no goats.
There's no goats nearby. We need a campaign mission where someone says that there's no goats nearby. So there's no gold mines nearby. No, just me. Okay.
Perfect. The Valk actually might get the hit here. Gonna have to retreat though, probably. Atlanta hot on the heels. Gonna be getting some damage in. The Hippias with the snare gonna mean quite a lot of damage.
Once you get the Atalanta onto the Valkyrie, she can chase that one down completely. She's got enough speed, and we are seeing that.
Though? Not quite enough.
This is a very big amount of effort to chase this Valkyrie down at the moment.
You can't catch me. Oh, in a way, the Valkyrie gets. I mean, maybe that could be meaningful, right? Gives you access to healing still, so you can pull this hurt Berserk if you need. But fighting under the Centaur arrow volley gonna be tricky. This Berserk though could get pulled.
This is a good fight for Grass. He's managed to pick off a couple of units here. Atalanta's still alive. The Hippias are now through to chase down that lone Herso there. That one's probably not going to get back home as Grass is trying to get a bit of a surround. They're not quite able to do so. Can die for the tower. Does manage to do so. And, well, I mean, this is as good as it's going to get for Grass to start this game off. He's really pressured VortiX going forward here. But VortiX has still got all those armor upgrade advantage here. He's getting himself watchtowers. His gold mine will be expiring in the next minute or so. That's how fast it expires when you go for these builds. And Grass sees it. He's going to be putting a little bit of pressure on trying to take down a house or two. That's going to be great.
Yeah. We do have that Dwarven mine on the back. Like, well, not on the back, like, still available, right? So that will be the natural follow-up. But like you're saying, that'll run out really quickly.
Yeah, the Dwarven mine in the classical age is about 1,000... I want to say it's 1,500 gold. So with 7-8 dwarves mining that one out, that's gone in a minute and a half roughly. So it's not a lot of time here, but VortiX he's making the best of it. He's sent those raiding cavalry into the main base of Grass. Got to be careful here not to lose any units because you need everything alive. The house positioning for Grass is nice, but he's got to get that wall set up, so he's going to be very, very safe here. Plus, is that a granary? Man, that's greedy. I don't think you need to leave your base. You got 17 goats. What are you doing out of your base?
I mean, only one village will go down. It's really not so bad, right? Like, and now you pretty much secured.
You've got 17 goats.
Yeah, but you want to let them fatten. The goats aren't fat yet.
Trust me when I say, by the time you're finished with, say, 5 of those goats, the rest of them are going to be at like 250 food. Just get husbandry. Get on. You're fine. It's fine.
But why? You can be greedy.
Why? You could be greedy. That's true. Being greedy is greedy. But we're
gonna have a fight here in the center. As well, unless there's a chance that Grass doesn't know where this new position is on the map with all these gatherers. But if he does, and he just runs right there,
he knows. He's going straight to that gold mine. But his villagers at the top, like, they're just gonna get killed. The raiding cavalry coming in. Grass, greed is greedy. Fundamentals number 4. Greed is greedy.
But there's a fight on the south as well. Oh, in that little choke point, the arrow volley's coming down, but is it going to be enough? The 2 longhouses kind of creating a little gap, but the Herstiers finding their way around. The Centaurs on the back have to retreat. And it looks like there's going to be enough here for Grass to win this, I think. Well, obviously, but is it going to be clean enough?
Winning this fight is going to be big because all those villagers are out on that food. Remember, VortiX doesn't have any food in his main base, so he really has to be out here to grab that stuff. Okay. Plus, in the main base right now, Grass is still getting raided. He's losing. And the dwarves is losing everything.
The dwarves are like, we don't give a crap that this is a war zone. We got work to do, boys.
I need gold.
They're going to join. Oh, and he just goes for the upgrade to win the fight. This is a huge sacrifice in that economy just to retreat from the fight.
Well, he's already picked off like 10 villagers, so why not convert a couple into berserks to try and keep himself going in this one? But the Centaur, they're still alive. They're still doing great damage here. 1 Herser only is not going to be enough. And while Grass has lost a lot of economy, he is completely fine right now, militarily speaking. And he just needs to keep applying the pressure and hold off of that gold for the time being. There's still Dwarven Gold Mine. VortiX being a bit greedy by not clicking it.
That's what I was going to say. Like, isn't it kind of crazy not to just use that so you can play? Am I wild in thinking that? I feel like you kind of needed to use that, but he's still holding it.
Got the market. He can do a little bit of trading. that's about it. That's about the extent of it, I think. But
Oh, here come the boys. We got a train at the wharves crossing the map. Oh, I
we want
love
that
it.
gold mine. I don't want to click. I'm not clicking Dwarven gold mine on this one because I mean, if he doesn't, and he gets a big I don't think he can. I don't
boss?
think he can do this.
I don't think this looks too good. Boss, why are we out here?
The one
Oh,
thing
man.
that VortiX is doing great is ensuring that he's not allowing all of those special abilities from the Centaur to come down. But medium Hippias is now through. The Centaur are just running around. The Hippias are getting a lot of damage while this is going on. And all those main units in the middle are falling here. It's looking good for Grass so far.
It's just kind of weird for VortiX to just sort of like, kind of so stubbornly go this way, but I guess there's no gold on the left. You brought it up at the start. And now even more conversions come in, but the Hippias are here. There's nothing to fight them. The dwarves are scattering in fear. This
Yeah,
looks like it's just over.
The resource differential is really, really big. But a lot of that is in those Centaur. Hersa can just get a couple of whacks of a little bit of missed micro from Grass. He's going to be really big. And then there goes one Centaur. Might not be enough.
But it
isn't enough. And Grass, he levels the series 2-2, and this changes everything. Now, I mean, the momentum we're talking about, that just goes straight back over to Grass's side. And now VortiX has got to be worried about getting reverse swept, which feels a lot worse than anything else, wouldn't you say?
That was a wild game. I'm not really sure how I feel about that. Like, I kind of wonder, like, it seemed like VortiX, like, with each engagement was taking better and better trades. And it's interesting. We talked about 2 gold mine, 1 gold mine. I think that was pretty nice proof that if you play right, you want it to be a 1 gold mine game for percent, right? Because, I mean, we could say that just cast Dwarven Mine in your base and get more units out before you move out. But by the same token, VortiX would have also had more units because you're still delaying that move out. So it's Grass would have more units because the move out is delayed, so you have more units then. And it just seems like would Dwarven Mine even have been enough, right? I mean, maybe with the counter raids it would have, right? That's kind of where
you think about it, right? What happened in that Gaia versus Isis game? VortiX went, he raided, he got the economic advantage, and then he delayed and he delayed and he delayed. This is exactly the same situation for VortiX. He went out, he raided, he got a couple of villager kills. All he had to do is sit there. Even an extra minute of villager gather time would have been, if he picked off 10 villagers, that would have been 600 resources, more advantage that would have had, right? Or less resources that his opponent would have had in that next position. And that could have been the difference between him winning the fight and losing the fight, and in turn winning the game, losing the game.
Yeah. Really interesting stuff there, that game. Like, very technical when you really break it down. Like, just these very small decisions making such a big impact. But now we move on to our game 5 here. And we have Anatolia.
And
Zeus versus Kronos.
We've only seen one water map between these two players, and it was a tough one. It's tough to say who's got the more experience on these water maps, but it did look a little shaky for Grass on the mid guard. But now he's got Kronos. And Kronos...
Oh, I thought you meant on the water. Right, okay, my bad. No, makes sense. Yeah, the whole game plan. The follow-up to winning water seems shaky for sure, right?
Exactly.
But winning the water was really clean, right? That's where I would, just from my history knowing VortiX as a player, like, that's where you would think he would have an advantage, but it didn't really pan out there. But we'll see. Yeah. Maybe it was tactical, giving up the water like that. You never really know.
Yeah, maybe.
It's usually a strategy, right?
I have to ask him for sure. Mm-hmm. But the big difference moving into this next game, there's no comfort when playing against Kronos. Because how do you... Well, I mean, obviously you can practice against Kronos and you can get comfortable with it, but most people, in my experience, they get... A lot of times in tournaments, you get surprised. A Kronos player comes in, deconstructs your dock, and your build order just goes, hang on, it's not working. I'm supposed to have 4-minute 30 advance time, and for some reason I'm advancing at 5:15, and then why are there 5 Prometheans killing me? What's how I resign?
Right? No, it gets crazy, right? Kronos, the deconstruction, it's really just a massive middle finger to any build order, right?
That's
And
right.
it feels like super disruptive. And it's funny when you're playing Chronos, at least when I am, I don't always like recognize how good it was to use it or those great moments. But these top level players, they know precisely when to use it. They practice. They say, okay, I want to use it on this building every time in this matchup on this map, right? And so I think we'll see good usage here to, like you said, disrupt that dock, really make things awkward, make the build just kind of ugly. It's even bad. It's even best to use it, I think, when there's one fishing boat already out, right? Because
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
then it's just idle. Then it doesn't get that immediate value, right? But yeah,
Yeah.
we'll
Totally.
see.
Well, we've also got the conclusion of the Magic versus Shelty series. Magic taking that one confidently in 3 games. Congratulations to him. I'm sure he's going to be feeling great about that. But his opponent is yet to be decided right now. We've got to wait on this this final game. I'm sure he's going to be keenly watching it, figuring out if he needs to take on Grass or VortiX moving forward. But whoever it's going to be an absolutely insane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Magic at the top of his bracket there. I think he's gotta feel confident, beating Shelty that comfortably. That's kind of more at the expected result probably, but against VortiX or Grass after seeing the play here, it might be kind of tricky, right? You kind of have to think about this, strategically. Like, what am I going to do? What am I going to draft? Because at this point, you still don't know who's going to win, right? So we're seeing very different drafts here, very different prioritizations. So maybe you have to kind of look at some of these games and say, okay, what do I need to prepare for? What do I need to maybe ban in the early game? Probably the same stuff as we normally see, but we'll see. Maybe not as scared of Thor if VortiX wins, right? Seeing Grass
True.
creating that play pattern that can work, right?
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
People,
Who's to say?
we'll go on a slight tangent down this whole like
Oh yeah.
balance thing, right? Balance, meta, and everything. It's all just a construct made by our current knowledge
It's a
of the way
mirage.
things happen, right? Maybe there's something in right now that no one knows about, and it's just absolutely broken, and it'll just pop up at one point about how did we miss that you can just send how did we miss that this unit exists and can just do this thing? Like
Mhm.
that's gonna happen at some point. So maybe and these players, these are the ones when you're hiding these behind the scenes, that they're the players to kind of come up with this stuff. And also you have the other players who come up with this stuff are the ones trying to take them down from and be like, how can I can't beat them by playing their games. Let me try and find a different strategy that they're not aware of. So there's a lot of room for exploration still in this game. And we're
We'll
going to be
see.
seeing
Yeah,
that
I mean,
explored moving into this next one, Winston. Zeus versus Cronus on Anatolia. I must say, I haven't seen this one a whole lot.
I have to think about the last time I played this matchup on this map, and it probably was Legacy, right?
Yeah,
Like I
that's
don't
right.
think I've played it on Retold. It's not the most common matchup on this map. It's not the most common map even these days, right? So at least I don't play it that much, at least not willingly, right? So it's just
Yeah.
one of those things, right? In terms of the philosophy side of things, though, you asked an important question. Is balance real, or is it just a human
Yes.
construct? Is it just part of our is it a human invention and therefore worth investigating? Is there truth behind the science? Let's find out in this game
Well,
5.
that's right. We're about to find out at the top of the map. We've got both players vying for not their tournament life. They can go down to the losers bracket and still end up winning this this Genesis tournament here.
Mhm.
But keeping that line alive is going to be a priority. In the top of the map in the blue color playing as Zeus, it's VortiX. In the bottom of the map in the red color playing is Kronos. It's Grass.
Let's
Oh,
see
it's
it,
exciting.
then.
It's exciting. Both players going for the same water here to kick this one off is kind of a big deal. We've got Kronos. He's going to want this. He wants you on the same side as him so he can get that pressure happening and get a big advantage cooking from it. If you go onto the other side, not able to get as much going. This is going to be a good thing here for Grass.
Yeah, we'll see though. We'll see when this deconstruct comes out, right? We talked about at the start, like how does this plan out? How does it play? And even Bolt, right, for Zeus, not always the best against the Prometheans, right?
No.
So we'll see how this plays because like you said, if your build order gets disrupted, how good are you at adapting? I have a feeling that VortiX isn't going to be too bothered, right? I don't think we're going to see like a Titanic, right? Like, sure, his build order might get a little scuffed, but I don't think it's going to be to the state where we just have a total breakdown, right? So that's not going to happen here. That's not what we're saying. But just that little delay at the right time can really matter, and we don't see the oracles in position just yet to do like a really early deconstruction. It is hard to always guarantee on Anatolia, right? You'd have to kind of walk them early, but that can give up goats. So we'll see if he does move forward now, trying to look for it.
This is interesting.
Quite.
Maybe there's a world here where maybe
bit of a
Grass is
temple.
thinking about the future in this
Yeah.
matchup. Like the established meta is, like we said, you get that early deconstruction and you try and mess up the build order, right?
Mhm.
If your opponent's predicting that, they might do something different to kind of play around it. But then if you don't deconstruct it, then they're played around nothing, and then the deconstruction comes a little bit later. So there are some weird sort of metagaming ideas here, and it looks like Grass is going for it. I don't think that VortiX is affected by it in the slightest, though, because he hasn't got a second dock down. He hasn't done anything weird here. But the deconstruction is still on the table at any point in this game.
Yeah, but like, and you see, I think it's really smart here, right? VortiX left the Ville there. He didn't
Yeah.
walk it back. He invested in the storehouse on the coast. If it does get deconstructed, at least the Ville is there to immediately replace. But we'll see if that even happens. I mean, I find it hard to deconstruct on a water map just because the timings are so late generally that it's like hard to know if you're going to even get like a super meaningful deconstruct on like a temple,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
am I really going to even delay that myth unit? Do I know when to use it here, right? It can be tricky, but we'll see.
And
We'll see. I like
sometimes,
this thing could just be saved for like the right fight, the right moment. Maybe when you have Navy there, you deconstruct the dock. The Vills were the fishing ships were looking for safety in, right? Suddenly they get ejected. You don't have that static defense. That could be a better use case, right?
exactly. We haven't talked about it yet, but Anatolia, all the gold's in the center of the map. You get 2 gold mines to kick you off, but then after that, you got to get into that center. And what we see normally is someone puts a fortress down, someone puts a palace down. And what's great at taking those out? Well, timing with a whole bunch of units and a deconstruction where your opponent feels safe, it's not going to be safe. So, yeah, this could be the idea here from Grass. He's also going Prometheus. He's going to be getting those 2 Prometheans out. Like we said, you can't use bolts on these because you're just going to be left with 2 Promethean offsprings anyways.
Yeah,
We might have to see VortiX holding on to that one for a little bit later. Nonetheless,
that's one
Hermes
of
is
those
on the way.
interactions that you love, right? It's just like, oh yeah, like this one god power that usually is super good against that classical myth unit, just like kind of useless against this one god for such an interesting reason, right? It's that nitty gritty depth that mythology gives, and we'll see that forward dock there for VortiX going to be kind of making everything kind of cozy. Having the more forward dock can give you way more space to work with. Gives you those defensive arrows in the right case. Gives you more production. We do see the heroize the oracle moving forward. Deconstruct on that forward dock. We just talked about how useful it is, but I'm not sure I love that.
It makes perfect sense. He's got the Prometheans there.
And now
Where
we can go for this one.
where is VortiX going to be able to build that dock now? He's only got 1. So a handful of ships come forward, and you're just not going to be able to get it up. So long as Grass has got full line of sight on this shoreline, he should be able to deny any dock on this left side. And Grass is going to get the entirety of this water for the cost of a handful of ships.
Yeah, interesting.
We'll see if we can actually
VortiX-
convert right now.
Is VortiX just giving it? I think he might just be completely seeding water. Or no. He's got a
built
seed ship coming.
Well, there's getting 1 siege ship out, but there's going to be 2 siege bareems coming very, very quickly here. There's 2 hero. I haven't seen hero oracles in forever. They're back.
Yeah, it was an interesting use case. But I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like he might just be able to take this out. No, Hercules. He beat the hero oracles.
Yeah, he's got a big club. He's gonna
It
get
is a
him.
big club. Bonk, bonk, he says. Think the defense might be here?
Still have to really trying to get that dock back up. The problem with only having the 1 dock is that the production isn't there, so even if you got all the resources, it's not going to matter.
Hold on.
You're going to get sniped down as well, but those Prometheans are also retreating away, and it does look like VortiX is holding the water for the time being. But what is Grass doing behind this? Has he got a barracks up? Has he got anything to follow up on this one? It looks like he doesn't. So how does he break? Oh, he's got a counter barracks. There we go. So he's got a little bit of something cooking here. But I like what VortiX is doing. He's delaying nicely. Can he get over and get that dock back up? Maybe he can just go down to the bottom of the map and just be getting fishing ships down while he's forcing so many boats out here. Just take the other side of the water, no problems.
Oh my gosh, these Prometheans are endless, just desperately trying to deal damage. No response on the citizens, actually. They're just tanking the damage, and it looks like the Navy might start to fall.
Yes, but the Valor on the citizen in the main base, that's enough to force the center back. Great use there. He waited till it had no HP, get the Valor in, back up to full HP, and get some good damage done onto the Santara of VortiX.
Hercules on a sliver of health. Is it going to be enough? The Bryrene going to get the shot, misses. No.
They're so inaccurate. They've just been having too much fun on board.
Baby.
Too much fun on board. That's what it is, you know.
Yeah, too much fun. Yeah, that's that rum getting passed around.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, but like we talked about before, winning or losing the water isn't the biggest deal. It's more about, was it worth the investment in the end, right? And at this stage, I would say Grass has definitely invested more into trying to win the water. And I think with very little, VortiX has honestly done quite a lot. At the end of the day, he's still fishing. Even those forward spots are still getting fished. And we see some time shifting. Oh, time shifting in manner for some safety.
Second town
What got
center.
deconstructed? Is it another dock?
The dock? Did he take the dock? Oh, he took the... Yes, he took the dock out that just went back up there. Ceasefire to keep the villager alive. How long does a dock take to complete? Let's see what. Yeah, how's the information? 20 seconds? Is it 20? 30 seconds.
27. So there's actually a moment here for this vill to go down. And it looks like that Terma
it's
might.
Very low HP as well. This if Grass,
nope.
It's not gonna.
He's just gonna yoink the relic. No. Hello. Maybe the relic's not that valuable.
You have to attack the villages. I mean, you're getting he gets a decent amount of damage done to the dock, but the villagers can just repair it back up. And there's the heroic age. I totally missed that one. That means there's going to be a huge skylar here on the water, and this unit is, let's just say it can get out of hand really, really quickly.
Yeah, because as you know, it gets more damage as it deals more damage, and if you don't have the answers, heroic fleet though is coming in for Grass, which is the correct response. You have to get damage on your ships against these Scylla's. Skylers.
You don't want to
hit already. A third, another Scylla gets trained.
I mean, he's got 2 town centers. To be honest, I don't actually know if Grass needs to care right now about this water. He's got 2 town centers. Should get to the heroic age and start grabbing that center map control, because VortiX has to go up there, kill all the fishing ships. He's then got to get the fishing ship upgrade. He's got to get himself all these military buildings down. He's got to get into the center of the map and get those gold mines secured. Whereas Grass is going to have a whole swath of advantage just from having the town center already up. But we'll see how his micro is going to go here.
The dinosaur fish moving forward. We have a heroic fleet. It is in. It gives your units just a bit of damage here, but is it going to be enough against this many? It doesn't look like he has the numbers, and this free damage just adds up, and now they can become siege weapons onto these docks. But
yeah, the docks get taken down so
really
quickly.
That important right now? I mean, it will win the water in the end here, I think, unless there's something crazy. We did have the regular Hydra finding some citizen. Another citizen walking by sees the dinosaur and goes, "Oh no."
Grass is now going up through Hyperion. He's losing a citizen is not ideal at the moment. He's really in a tough position. And there is this unit composition that you can go for Greek, which is incredibly tough for Atlantean players to deal with, and that is Hoplite Peltat. Why is that so potently strong? Well, the answer is Peltas kill off the Caraballister, kill off the Terma, kill off the Arcus, and you don't have a great answer for the Hoplites with the rest of the units that you've got. But that's not the end of this, because VortiX is putting the pressure onto the front right now. This town center is going to go down really quick. Hoplites are siege weapons. They're doing 50% bonus damage on this. Plus, there's a Hydra there. There will be a Chaos available, and Grass might have to drop that down to keep this town center alive.
Yeah, but it's not going to feel good to use it that way, but he's going to have to probably. We'll see. Or maybe he just drops it. I'm not sure. Tries to do some jukes for the repairs. Not going to use Chaos there. The Arcus is going to be the answer.
Satyr's coming
Satyr's
through. There is
well.
still that bolt remaining. You can kill off one of those now. So saving for this. Jason inbound. There's the Chaos. Village is trying to get that repair back up. Bronze is down to keep the units alive. I love that usage there. I haven't actually seen that one before.
On so few units, I don't know. It's like 5 units.
I like it.
Right? I don't know. I mean, it will help kill the TC. I just don't know if it was even needed. But we'll see. The hero Arcus, talking about a position. This game is getting very technical, very messy for both players. The Citizens starting to take damage. Really going down fast. The TC has gone down now. The Vils completely exposed. There's a lot of barracks here, but is it going to be useful? The Arcus count going to be quite high pretty soon.
Yeah, the Arcus are coming out. They're a little bit too slow. You do see the Satyrs coming through, and those are going to be a big help. The heroes aren't really in this main base, but VortiX doesn't care. He's killing Citizen. He's got the fish, like we've already winning that top side. He's got the bottom side already fished up. The economy of VortiX is in an incredible state right now as well, and he's just going to have the stronger units, basically equal villages at the moment as well on the land. So it's just all advantage, all VortiX, all the way, and he is going to be very happy about this position, Winston.
The Grass stopped queuing Vils for a while there. During that pressure,
Yeah.
I think he was just all in on military and just stopped training. So that's given, even though he had good damage, it gave VortiX a bit of a chance to maybe catch up a bit in the economy. I'm not fully sure. It's going to be tricky.
Sometimes, this happened in another game, and I tried to make it. I tried to say that it wasn't a mistake. Well, there's positions where it wasn't a mistake. That was definitely a mistake in that other game. But there are definitely positions where turning villager auto queue off can be the right call. For example, right now, if you can get forward and kill off an entire army by being able to just spend all the current resources you've got, you can get a gold starve and you can find a win. But I don't know. It might be too little too late to even start thinking about that. Citizens have started up again for Grass, but how does he get that unit composition out? Capacitor out, Peltaster starting. What do you build as Kronos right now?
I don't know. I mean, Arcus in the end will feel okay. At least you can kite, right? You can try and take ranged battles, but as long as you have some sort of front line, it might work. That's kind of your best bet for now, at least short term, until maybe you try and get Cantarius going, but you definitely don't have the economy here for Cantarius without Thea, right? So everything's super awkward for Kronos in this situation, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And the Satyrs are caught out on the back, so forced to take the engagement. There's not too many Peltas, so the Arcus might have some chance to reign supreme, but not when their range is just diminished because there's units right in front of them. Hercules leading the charge, the Satyrs on the run, and the Arcus as well. Oh, everything is getting awkward now.
Well, yeah, you've got to have a front line. Arcus are 20 ranged archer unit, which basically means they're amazing if no one's touching them. But as soon as they start getting poked by a hoplite, archers beat infantry, but one-on-one, infantry beat archers for reasons of balance, integrity, and all the other good things. So you've got to get that meat shield in to allow those Arcus to really get done what they need to get done.
Yeah, we'll see how this pans out, right? Because the Peltas mass, like you mentioned before, starting to get larger and larger, and that will be that range counter. But do you see the Cantarius on the field now? So Cantarius Arcus with the Satyr for the splash damage, going to be the attempt here for Grass, but I'm not sure. VortiX just seems to have the numbers. He has the economy, he has the position, he has everything going for him. All that we'll need to see now is that follow-up, because, you know, that initial TC placement for Grass got punished really quickly. We'll see if VortiX is able to do the same on his side, right? Build his own TC at some point, because he's at that 175 pop, right? He's gonna have to start to do something if he wants to keep scaling, or just go think about that mythic. Not sure.
I'm not sure he even needs the town center. He just needs a fortress, secure the gold, ensure that he's got that, and then he can go for that lightning storm. And then what?
Yeah.
If he gets that out, doesn't matter how many units that Grass has, because he's going to run out of gold. He's going to need to be in the center of the map, and lightning storm is going to kill everything off. But the safe play, always the safe play, is just when you're ahead, just get yourself a little bit more in front, get the town center, get the tech. You're going to be fine.
Well, it always feels good in this kind of a position, right? Because you're just popped, right? Like,
Yeah.
You want to spend your resources, and like Mythic takes a long time to come in. And if your opponent, like right now, your advantage is that you have more resources and a bigger army. But if you keep waiting like this, if you're not able to immediately find that damage, your opponent has a chance to hit that 175 pop. But is it going to be there in time? No. TC comes up just in time. Oh, and now maybe a surround here. Oh, well, this is a crazy fight. Grass maybe just feeling like he has no hope. Nothing left in the tank. Trying to use Valor here, but the Fader's on the back. Not really getting that big splash attack that they need. And the high pass was just dealing so much damage. VortiX takes the win. And with that, the series. Boy, what are your thoughts here?
I mean, it was just a amazing defense. Like,
Yeah.
I love the idea from Grass. Deconstruction, when you hit the classical age, you got 2 Prometheans to scout the water, deny any sort of second docks, but in the end, for whatever reason, Grass just couldn't stop VortiX on the water there. And as soon as that heroic age comes through, you got to be thinking, well, I'm not heroic age. I don't have my mythic age myth unit. Yeah, you can make some archer ships out and you can try and take out the Skylar, but when there's too many of them, it's not possible. And I don't think Grass made the right read there. I think once the heroic age comes in, he's got to be pushing onto the land. You know, your opponent spends all of that gold, all that favor on Skylar. You just got to say, all right, hands off on that. Let me put everything onto the land and try and make something happen. He didn't do that and pays the price with VortiX just getting all the water, all the economy, all the military coming through at the right time, in the right point in the game, and converts.
And I think what really mattered there was when Grass was going for that attack with that forward pressure, the timing, right? Trying to use the deconstruct, he invested a lot into those Prometheans, right? He invested a lot he heraldized oracles, not normal units, just oracles for this like really crazy timing. And it seemed like Hercules was just like enough generally, right? It didn't require much more other than just the starting heroes to defend that, right? And I think that's where you kind of have to start to go, ooh, like investing so much into that attack to not even immediately win water, just kind of is like, okay, you invested a lot, right? You invested a lot into that to not win the water right away. The game kind of ends there. The desperate second TC to try and hope you have enough time, but no. We saw the bronze. Like when bronze gets cast on 5 hoplites just to keep them alive during chaos, and it's not like a horrible play at the time, that's when you know things are kind of when you're pretty behind, right? Or I guess from Vortex's point of view, you're pretty ahead if you feel like you can use bronze there, right? And that's like a winning move, right?
Part of me feels like it's sometimes you're making decisions in the heat of the battle, right? You're just making a decision because of whatever. But other times it's like you've made a pre-decision going into the game. Like you're playing Zeus, your opponent's playing Cronus, you know that chaos is coming, and you go, no matter what happens here, I'm just gonna click bronze as the answer here against chaos. Or I'm gonna use ceasefire if I have it. And he didn't have ceasefire, so he's like, all right, I'm gonna just trade 1 for 1, get the god powers off the table, and then just win with my superior army control or whatever's going on here. But nonetheless, VortiX goes on. Gonna have to face Magic. Gonna be a big, difficult matchup to come up. But we're gonna be moving into another matchup, which I'm very excited about. But before we do that, we're gonna be taking a short break here. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll get the next one going very, very shortly.
Off of this, man. I think this is too greedy.
There's so many throwing axemen right now from Coffee. He does have the hook to help, but he's so far behind now in terms of military.
Oh yeah, it's looking like he's in a really nice position here, but we didn't see Heroic come in.
Heroic? I was too busy watching the villagers run to the gold mine.
We completely missed Heroic coming in. Okay, that's something, but I don't know if it's enough to bring Red back into this game, man. What do you think,
I mean,
Yoda?
it's 56 military to 69, and while Coffee still is ahead, let's keep in perspective here, he has Heroic Age Myth unit now, as well as probably heavy infantry coming in. The one nice thing here, obviously, is the Giants will actually taunt and force everything to fight them, so that's nice.
Oh, it's almost like a mini chaos to counter flaming weapons. That's a good point. He's just
They're
fighting
soaking up all
straight
the
up,
damage.
dude.
And those are heavy axemen now, right? For K1?
It looks like it, yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Has he survived flaming weapons? He lost a bunch of rock
And
giants,
look
but
at that.
still.
He pulled the rock giant back for another taunt there. Look at that.
Man, here's the flaming weapons, Yoda.
Yeah, heal and bronze versus flaming weapons. I think it's what's the damage versus the armor and flaming weapons in bronze? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head. All I know is that everything is dying. Kind of for both players. It's not too bad.
Well, Coffee's got a lot.
Yes, he just has too much spam, man.
It's
If
too
only.
much. Focusing the non-hero units. Here's the thing: if they hit the non-hero unit, they'll actually that one did finally. But notice how the rest are not using their abilities at all because they're focusing the hero units instead of the regular ones.
It's so true, and that could have been super useful because of that little choke point.
Yep.
You know, we got the hot
Also, getting the
gates going
board
on here.
behind to those to the archers would be nice. But yep. Gotta keep the Cyclops away from the Goaty.
Indeed, the Goaty is such a good play because they are sniping the Cyclops.
This is really good micro here. Notice how he's using the Tox to kill the Goaty so the Cyclops can stay alive and kill everything else. It's so smart. Getting rid of the heroes.
Exactly. Still, the Cyclops are just about dead. There's one, another dead. There's only one and a half left over just about.
Insane.
And Goaty on the Cyclops. Bunch of
Jarls
Jarls.
out. Yep.
Are they heavy Jarls? Great Jarls just yet? I'm not sure.
I can't tell.
It's hard to tell.
View. That's his regular.
They're only well, they're medium. They're medium. Dude, it looks like Avli is cleaning this up. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Avli is butchering this right now. This is not like the last game at all.
Not at all.
Zeus is just pushing forward. He doesn't even care.
Dude, he just leaves his gold completely exposed. Mr. Boat gonna lose bills here. More bills. How many dead bodies? And a shockwave.
Wow. The curse too.
There's a curse, but the damage is
he's
done.
just attacking, by the way.
They both lost a whole lot of units,
That would
but
be a
that
nice fortress
benefit.
if it goes up.
If it goes up.
Oh my god. Oh. That's so rough.
Hello. Welcome. We are back. We just had an insane first set, and we're here for another one. We got Pegasus against Recon. Recon, who came a little short in the grand finals at Red Bull Wololo, looking to make his way back to the grand finals here, right? So we'll see if he's able to do so against Pegasus. Pegasus has been playing super well recently, and we have our first game on Blue Lagoon. We got Zeus for Pegasus and Aranos for Recon. Boy, what are you thinking about this draft when you look at it? I see a lot of great gods for Pegasus.
I mean, what I'm thinking about right now is Pegasus didn't compete in Red Bull Wololo. This is his first S tier for Retold. And Pegasus, he is a mechanical god when it comes to Age of Mythology. He's always been one of those players who's just on that level. He's comparable to VortiX in my opinion in terms of just what he's able to do with his APM and what he's been able to do with those units. But Recon, he's like that slow, methodical player. He can play an aggressive game if he needs to, but he likes to play that, at least it seems like it. He likes to play that slow game, take it, take the punches as they come, just make sure that he's got all of those weaknesses addressed before he makes his big move. Draft-wise, it kind of looks like he's playing into that. He's got the defense from Hades. He's got Isis, another kind of, I mean, it's kind of a timing attack god, but Isis can also be played in a defensive way. Aranos gets those sky passages to lock everything down. To me, it does seem like he's going in a direction to play maybe into his strengths and away from Pegasus's strengths here. But Pegasus's draft looks scary. To not go too much into it, he is a Zeus main at his core, and he gets his Zeus and he picks it straight away and he gets it against Aranos. Aranos is a different beast in Retold, but Pegasus knows this matchup inside and out. Winston.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would expect so as well, right? And then on the back of that, Freyr, Thor, Gaia, and Ra, like, I feel like those are some of the best eco civs right now in the game, right? And that's going to be really interesting onto some of these maps, right? We have Alfheim already on the map. We have Marsh. So things where this might play, Karlaga as well. You could see some of these gods as well. Tundra, though, like, we'll see what he's going to end up playing there. I mean, that's where maybe Recon could use Odin and feel very comfortable. So we'll see. I'm not exactly sure how this draft is going to pan out, but oh boy, I'm sure we're going to get some fireworks.
Yeah, I don't even know what I pick right now. When I look at the drafts, I like to go in and try and, if I was these players, who would I pick on what map? You've got Marsh, this one huge hunt map. What, do you go Thor? Do you go Freyr? You see your opponent's got Loki, and maybe you don't go in for North there because Loki's there, so I go Ra. You got Alfheim. What do I go Freyr there? Do I go Ra? If I'm Recon, what do I pick? Isis, I guess. So you got Tundra, obviously Odin's the god there, but I want to counter the Odin, so do I have to save my Ra for Tundra here so I can have like that answer that we've seen Ra win and lose on that map in this first round in different matchups. So there's so much kind of maybe too much thought process to like kind of come up with something, and in the end you just throw your arms up in the air and just go, all right, I'm just gonna pick this god, let's see what happens.
Yeah, right. At some point, you have to do it, especially in these like in a larger series like a Bow 5, or kind of like where there's. It's just like I feel like a Bow 5 is just the perfect amount where it's just like there's too many options, in my opinion. But I definitely know that when you're really thinking about it, when you really sit down and really try and math it out, there can be ways to gain advantages in the draft, and we'll see if Recon's practice against the Mista pays off here. But Pegasus on his iconic Zeus, right? We'll see if it is what it is. We got Blue Lagoon.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to be getting going very, very shortly. It's all going to come down to, can you restrict the Sky Passage usage?
Yeah.
You don't have to get too aggressive. You can play a slow game here with Zeus and find a win, but you do need to restrict that Sky. Those villagers getting all over the map, you can't have that one. All right, we're going to be getting this game going very, very well right away as we see the Zeus in the left side of the map. Pegasus piloting this one. He's already starting off with a little bit of early game hurting. Doesn't go the best for him, though, as the giraffes are kind of dying all over the place. Recon on the right side of the map. He's not going to need to do any of that. He's got no drop-off problems. He's got those citizens, and he has played as Arados.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like you said, there's the opportunity for Sky Passages with the Muranos to try and be really greedy on these aggressive or oddly placed hunts. There does seem to be not a ton of hunt on the south side of this map, right? Like looking at the mini map, it's mostly in the middle here. So we'll see how that pans out. Got lots of options. I have to ask, do you ever bolt the Caladria? Do you ever do it?
Or
do you never do it?
So bad, doesn't it?
Feels so bad. But like, I'm just saying.
Yes, no, I know exactly what you mean. Let me go on my quick rant right now. The most frustrating thing in the game is playing against Uranus right now from as Greek. Why? Because you get two heroes in the classical age to deal with those Caladria, and a player who controls the Caladria at a high level, you can't touch them. They just dodge the arrows. They just dodge, and then they retreat back, and they come back, kill a unit. You target them down immediately. They dodge, and then you cry when you just can't kill anything. Anyways, that's my rant over. Hope you enjoyed it. So maybe, yes, I'm going to start bolting them from now on.
I feel like if you just bolt it immediately, you just like buy yourself a moment to like think without getting raided, especially if it's paired with Terma. It's just like, we saw it in the VortiX grass game, right? It's just like, it's in your face the whole time. I know it's not a good value play. I know there's better ways to use bolt, but like just my mental is just so much cleaner and sounder with the Caladria off the board for just like a little bit of time, right? Just get rid of it.
That's all you need.
For a few moments, please.
But I want to point out one thing right now.
Yeah.
We are seeing Athena, and there's two villagers on the temple right now for Pegasus. Are we going to see some Minotaur action coming forward? I hope so. One of the best things about mythology is the mythology, and get those Minotaurs out and start causing some havoc. Oceanus for Pegasus, for Recon, excuse me, and I mean, there's no surprises. He wants those, and he's going to make those Caladria. Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah, it feels tricky. I mean, there are two. Like, he's still sticking with the two. He did build a house, right? But still two vills gathering favor. So we'll see what that ends up being an investment into. I think you might be right. At least another one, right? Surely. And the upgrade, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot to grab. But the thing is, Minotaurs cost gold, so you can build
Let's
them up
go.
to this. You can build them up to this mass, and if you just rush straight for the mass, then as long as you save Bolt, not for a Caladria, but for the heroes that get converted here,
maybe.
this is a great way to go to kick the game off with. But also, I'm not seeing a military building coming through here. Pegasus is already putting pressure onto Recon, but Recon's going to be here with the Caladria to heal this one up. It was a pretty quick advance time from Pegasus, so he can't really do a whole lot with his resources at the moment. They're tied up with those Minotaurs, but the Minotaurs rushing straight into Recon's base. He's got no answer for them just yet, and we do see the bolt of the Caladria!
He just wants to get rid of it. I'm telling you, you just want it off the board. You don't want it in your face. You don't want it doing stuff. And I think it's going to be really hard now because if you're in the position of Recon, do you just train another one? Like, it's so valuable here. Do you just outright train another Caladria?
He gets the Caladria, he gets the Hero Mamillo out, and this Hero Mamillo is... It's going to last for a while here.
And now there's no bolt.
He's also got there's no bolt anymore. And that Minotaur... No. There's 2 Minotaurs, though, running around. You've only got 1 Mamillo hero. Pegasus, he is going for broke right now with this aggression. He's also getting Labyrinth of Minos out, or wants to get it out as fast as he possibly can. That's going to make those Minotaurs incredibly tough to deal with. There's also a Restoration if he wants to use it. I'm sure he's looking to do that. And he's still getting value from... There's so many idle citizens, Winston.
I mean, this seems like it's working at least in the short term, right? It's these Minotaurs have definitely paid for their value, and on the back side of this, what are we seeing?
I don't know, but the villagers just haven't been gathering. Recon's got no resources. What? Surely Pegasus is happy right now. He's about to
now
get
we just get a
himself
comfortable transition, right? Like,
Yep.
I think that's... Oh, the Minotaur is actually going to get away.
I love Labyrinth of Minos. This technology is so fun. Look at him. He's just running. It's just...
Shuffle.
He's going to get caught.
Maybe. I love the lean. It's like a power stance, right? Oh.
Is there... Oh, he's not going to get out. I was like... I thought for a moment there, is there a world where Pegasus gets Apollo and just leaves that Minotaur
Heals
in
it.
his base and then heals it back up to full HP with Temple of Healing? Alas.
So hoplites. Resto's down.
Hoplites.
Your aggression is kind of over.
Yep.
The god powers are still available for Recon. You did force a retraining. You forced a lot of idle time, a lot of damage. But there's no second TC on the back of this from Pegasus yet, right? Obviously, right? He couldn't afford it. He's making hoplites into Murmillo, right? It's okay. He's on berries. Like, what's the play here for Pegasus at this point? What's your follow up?
He's got the Minotaur upgrade. So whatever follow up it is going to be more Minotaur. You put that many resources into an upgrade, you're gonna get more. But Recon, he's got the Caladria. He's gonna be slowing those hoplites out. You can't really leave your base right now with those units out because the Murmillo are just gonna chase them down, hunt them down, and any little bits of loss here, that's a big deal. I think one thing I'm surprised, in a way here, I'm a little bit surprised that Recon, even though he had all those idle citizens, he didn't lose any. Pegasus was able to get a
great
single villager kill.
Yeah,
not a single villager kill.
He opted into manors, he opted into outposts. He was able to keep everything like kind of flowing. It like obviously not working optimally, but your opponent did kind of all in for that rush. You go all in on the gold. You have way too many on gold. You're not really macroing into ecotechs. It's just this big upgrade, and you use Resto and Bolt for that attack. For what, right? Like, in the end, are you ahead in resources here? Like, it's equal.
Oh, it's somewhat clear. There we sit the most annoying thing in the world. God, Caladria.
There's
But-
two Caladria, all right.
What Recon's doing, and I love this, is he's heroizing nearly every single one of his Murmillo. You get so much favor playing as Rhinos because you get that little bit of extra line of sight on your units, and that applies onto those oracles to get them a little bit more favor income. And what he's doing is every single Murmillo that comes out, that's a hero Murmillo. And not only does this answer the Minotaurs, but it also gives those Murmillo more opportunity to stay alive, more HP. You can see a Minotaur getting sniped down here with the pacify from those Caladria, and the Caladria can just heal them back up, burst heal when needed, and Pegasus, how does he deal with this? He just needs a ton of hoplites out.
Ooh, the shockwave right on top of the Carnivora again. Oh boy. This just isn't looking good for Pegasus now.
This
is
so
gonna be
much
so many
damage coming
units
onto
lost.
Pegasus's units. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. And I mean, beyond that, Pegasus is also stuck in his base now as well. So he's going to be running out of food really soon. He does have a couple of goats left in his main base, a couple of chickens there, but that's about it. So what is he going to do? Start farming?
More favor. It's a lot on favor. Oh man. Oh, the hunt hasn't been spotted. Recon migrating up there. Gonna be taking a look. There are 3 Minotaurs on the field and plenty of hoplites now. Vills on the giraffes gonna stick their ground. Oh, there's
You look
very
at the
little
army of
opportunity here.
Pegasus as well. Half of them are like 1 HP.
Yeah. Several units could go down pretty easily. Recon maybe just waiting to take the next fight. He has been using all of his favor. He's getting medium now and Bite of the Shark, so these Murmelows suddenly going to be quite strong. This could be a surprise.
And Pegasus, I don't think he's really reacted to this in the slide. He's got 11 villages on favor, 10 villages on favor. So he's still wanting to. I don't know. Is he saving up for another restoration?
He's
gotta
got to
be what he's
feel like
doing.
he has to, right?
Yeah, if you can't build Minotaurs, just get restorations. That's the aim of the game.
Yeah, I mean, like as quickly as you can get it right.
Yeah.
Because if Recon is able to afford another shockwave, your army's probably going to die next time, right?
Totally.
We'll see. I mean, Recon playing pretty greedy, going for the Hyperion, right?
Yeah.
Already.
I mean, this is straight out of the Mr. book, the Mr. playbook. It's like when you get ahead, get some tech, get a town center, do something. Don't stop building military because you know your opponent's on the back foot, and you can kind of force them to sit there with just a handful of units because they have to be worried if you got more stuff coming through. But looks like Pegasus is sniffing this out, and he is pushing across the map. He does have a scary army, and he's got that restoration in the bank. So any sort of chaos getting dropped down, there's an answer for it. But it looks like Pegasus is actually going to be running straight for that town center, straight for the main base. Restoration town center takedown is on the menu here, and it is scary for Recon.
He does just now have enough for shockwave, so he could buy enough time. Because Hyperion 75%.
Well, we see the citizens coming in to repair this one back up. Carnivora is coming down. Where is the restoration? There's that restoration unit's going to be coming through. Can he stop the Hyperion is the big question. It looks like the answer is no, Winston.
Yeah, here comes Hyperion, and maybe we'll see an instant chaos. We do indeed. And with Resto no longer on the field, it looks like all the units are going to start getting cleaned up. So many free hits for the Murmelo, Bite of the Shark, the damage starting to come down. But the hoplites, they hold their ground. They're still alive. A fresh wave of reinforcements comes in. The Minotaurs are still on the field as well. So much damage comes in. Oh,
Pegasus, he's still sitting underneath this town center fire. For the longest time there, the Minotaur is actually tanking it, but now hoplites are tanking it. Jason's going down. The rest of the units are falling. Population is dropping drastically here for Pegasus. It does not look like this is working out for him. And now Recon's in the heroic age. Recon's got himself a whole amazing amount of value from that fight. He's got the Satyr to come through. He's got heavy upgrades to come through. He's got the Arcus to use as well to move forward. I think Pegasus has got idle villages as well. There's 0 villages on gold at the moment, 0 on wood, or 1 on wood. He's finally moving on to that next gold line, but this is very, very challenging for Pegasus, and he's got to leave his base going for hunt. Raids are going to start coming through very, very shortly.
Yeah, if those get spotted by some oracles or something, this could get really, really ugly. There are 5 oracles on the map, right? So things could get messy quick. We'll see. I mean, Pegasus has split his economy up on 2 sides, right? He's got the gold on the very far corner, and then the hunt on the very other corner. This is, oof. This could get ugly quick.
But, Recon, he's a calculated player. He's not going to do anything too crazy here to try and end the game. He knows he's in front. So how is he going to be able to, what is the correct play to safely get this game into a position which is unlosable? Is that just spam units, get your upgrades, wait for that next chaos? Maybe get yourself out another couple of oracles onto the map so that you get even more favor to get more satyrs or more more god power usage. He's getting that Sons of the Sun technology, which turns all his oracles into heroes.
Such a good
That's
tech,
going to be
by
a
the way.
big help. That's an amazing technology.
It's so strong. I used to think it was weak, and then I got it a few times, and I was like, oh wait, never mind. I think I understand. This is a very, very good tech. But here are the heavy Murmelows now, dealing so much damage. Just a cheeky little raid there. A couple vills go down, and I think these Murmelows should be able to get away with clever usage of the Caladria Pacify and heals. Yeah.
I mean, it honestly, so far, it just looks like Pegasus has got one unit comp in mind and one unit comp only. It's Hoplites are good,
Live or die.
Minotaurs are good. Let me just get both of those. And he's also, if you see in the kind of favor category right now, he is 10 favor away from
Are we
having
ready
another
for round 3?
restoration.
Boy, are you ready
Round
for
three.
a third round of the same exact thing? Although this time, I don't think Recon's going to give it to him. His army is so much larger. I don't think you're even going to get to the TC this time if the fight comes in. Now, Recon doesn't have enough favor for any sort of shenanigans with the recast of Chaos. Can't even afford the second cast of Shockwave, but pretty quickly he should. Looks like he's just prioritizing heroic units.
He doesn't need to have any god powers, you know? Like, Uranus is so good because all of his god powers are amazing. Shockwave, Carnivora, Curse. But if you've got access to Satyr, man, and your opponent's only got 1 or 2 heroes, those Satyr can just clean everything up. So he doesn't need him. He just needs those Satyr, and that's going to be enough.
Yeah, and those range shares take such a long time to get to now, right? With the heroic age, so and I don't think we're gonna see heroic anytime soon from Pegasus.
No,
I think he is
no,
all in on the classical. If this push fails, which I'm almost confident it will. Yeah, how do you even find value here?
Those Caladria are just they're slowing the army down. You can't push into this. Loses another hoplite. He's got to turn onto that. He's trying to sneak around and get something happening. Recon's on 2 town centers already building a second town. What?
Disaster in the economy.
What? I guess they're going for the giraffes.
Well, not anymore. And their Recon gets the first game in this set. We got a bow 5 on our hands.
Oh, I mean,
but I don't know. That game looked just like the strategy just wasn't there. The early classical age rush. Sorry, what like? I'm just not 100% sure that was all worth it. Right? It was a lot of fireworks, a lot of damage, but was it even damage? Right? Citizens are so tanky. The Caladria was retrained after the bolt. Right? So a couple of those burst heals keeping units alive. There's so many spots for the citizens to hop into. And we saw Recon masterfully jumping into manors, jumping into outposts, jumping into the TC just to keep everyone alive at least, right?
Yeah.
I just don't know if it was worth it all. I mean, there was an
if you take a look at the this is how you work out if something was worth it or not, right? This graph we're looking at right now, all resources collected. You see Pegasus is in front on the resources from that, but it doesn't last. It doesn't last. So it's like you're probably not playing for an 8-minute advantage in this matchup because the gold mine, your opponent's still in their main base. Plus, it's Uranus. He's got sky passages. You're playing for a significant amount of damage from that attack, and not being able to kill any citizens, or just credit where credit's due from Recon defending it beautifully, means that Pegasus is just playing a very, very difficult game behind all of that.
Yeah, and like you said, I think there was some idle time after that third fight. You can see that was unforced idle time. You can see it around 11 minutes on that graph right there. That is not forced, right? That was just idle on the back of the fight with no pressure, right? So that's really tricky. I mean, that could have just been the migration time, but it's a long time to get to the gold on the right. That is.
I'm pretty
But we've
sure
all been
there is
there,
actually a stat.
Same
We could
card.
take a look at the timeline and look at idle villages, and you'll see. I think there is an idle villager. There you go. There it is.
Oh boy.
Big boy.
I mean, at that point the game is probably over, right? Like the fight didn't work. If the fight doesn't work there, he's either going to win or lose with what he had, right? It was very unlikely that you somehow get into an even state after Chaos gets cast, right? So yeah, makes sense to just focus on the micro, try to win it with what you got. And we have the Norse matchup on Marsh. Loki.
Okay. This is, funnily enough, this is a matchup that I know Recon, he doesn't like the Norse mirror. I've
Mhm.
I've heard him say this, so I'm really interested. I'm surprised actually a little bit that he's opting into this because you kind of know your opponent's picking Norse on Marsh if you've got some sort of knowledge of history. Marsh has always been a Norse favored map because there's just so much hunt there, and Norse players enjoy the hunt more so than most other pantheons.
Mhm.
But yeah, Recon not liking this matchup, but he's got the Loki. So in terms of who gets to control the pace, well, the Loki player gets to control the pace. So Recon's going to have that going for him. But Thor has got those early upgrades, and that kind of counters out the Loki bonus of bonus damage, if you know what I mean. So
Yeah.
it's you kind of equal in military, but Thor is in front on economy. So you have to find the advantage elsewhere here with Loki. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it.
I mean, that bonus damage modifier is like huge, right? It's
Yes.
really, really potent. It goes a long, long way. So we'll see. I don't know. In a lot of these situations, it can be really meaningful. Um, it kind of invalidates some options for Thor sometimes.
Yep.
You really do. Like you said, you really have to leverage the economy, I feel like. But we'll see if that's going to be enough here. Oh boy,
Well, I
Marsh.
mean, it's all one thing's for certain. The Norse mirror always messy. Players that you say, okay, it's time to fight. Both players have got speed on their hands, but you get into a position, you just have to take a fight, and it can be all over in an instant. I've seen games finish in the Norse mirror as fast as 5 minutes. So
Mhm.
yeah, I'm
What
not
do you-
saying that's going to happen in this one, but it's chaos at its highest.
What do you think about Marsh though as a map? Like, do you like Marsh after all these years?
I
Uh,
I don't like how green it is. Is that a comment that's kind of on the
what
fence enough?
are you insulting Shrek right now?
No, no,
Just Marsh. Okay, so
just
it's not okay. You don't like how green really? So it's like an aesthetic issue you have with it, not like a
I'm
game.
just trying. I'm trying to keep it. I don't know. I've got
No, I'm just
opinions on.
surprised.
I've got
Exactly.
opinions on how much hunt a map should have on it, and the ridiculous levels of hunt that Marsh has
Yeah.
is kind of there's a lot. There's a lot of hunt here.
That's
Farms
it.
don't exist on Marsh. If you build farms on Marsh, may as well hit that resign button.
Fair enough. You heard it here first, boys. Oh man. And then we have
What about
Tundra.
you? What's your favorite map? Go on. We're talking about Marsh. I mean, it's not that I actually like Marsh
As a
to some
kid,
degree,
I loved
but yeah.
Marsh the most, and to a
Yep.
degree, it's sticking, right?
Yep.
I like Tundra as well, though. I like Marsh and Tundra.
Tundra's a fun one because you get just
It's really
I
open.
mean, I'm dying, can't breathe.
Whoa.
You get you get a ton. You get a ton of hunt just in your main base, which is just
Yeah,
you just don't
it's fun.
you just get to enjoy it.
You have lots of options, right? I feel like that's what makes it fun, right? It's
Yeah.
like there's not just one way to play, although it is a very aggressive map generally, but like I feel like you can mess with the formula more there. Whereas like a map like Alfheim, it feels like it's a lot at times more rigid in how it ends up panning out. But that's just me. That's just me.
Nonetheless, we're going to be getting this game going very, very shortly here. And we're going to see all the chaos unfold as in the right side of the map, the blue color playing as Loki. It's Recon. And the Pegasus abuser, who's not going to be able to use Pegasus in this game. He's playing as Thor. He's in the red color as his opponent. Currently down in this series. Going to be looking to level it. But building that Dwarven Armory up to kick this one off. This has been the stock standard for Thor for the past couple of weeks now, Winston. Has it been out for long enough now that people are just kind of used to the power that it gives and they're playing around it now? Or is it just getting out this 4 villager advantage in the early game just still proving too much? What do you think at the moment?
I think it's still too strong. Obviously, right? Like it's crazy. It's generating so many resources. Every game you look at, I mean, there are a couple downsides, right? Like you are
Yep.
using up a lot of your natural gold really early, right?
Yep.
Which it used to be an advantage of Thor long term was that you had like gold, but now like you kind of like use it really
That's
quick.
right.
And like your safety is kind of like false in a sense, but I don't know if it's really like that big of a deal, right? Like you just have so many resources, you have so many options. I think it's really opened Thor up in terms of like opportunity to play cool ideas, and that's what I love about it. But you know, I think it's still just a bit good, maybe.
Yeah, you talk about the gold
Balance the
issues, but
construct,
it's
right?
that's right. That's right. Well, there's weaknesses to everything, right?
Yeah.
So you're okay, yeah, you get all this stuff, but you have to leave your base, get a gold mine earlier than I do, which means I get to put pressure onto you. You can't do a return raid onto me, and you can try and make something happen where that's concerned. But it's not just that, right? You also get a very, very big disadvantage of not being able to scout for the early stages of the game. And we did see that happen in a game already today, where one player got 17 hurtables to 0. Now getting 0 hurtables is a mistake. You should always have a couple because they spawn with them. But nonetheless, we're going to be seeing something similar here for Recon. He's already scouting around with that Berserk. He's already casted his God Power Spy into the main base of Pegasus. So he knows what's coming, and he's going to be able to make a decision on it. Now, we can talk about crazy ideas of going Heimdall here, but you don't even need to do that. If your opponent's being greedy here, quote unquote greedy by going for a Dwarven army, it does give you some time to be a little greedy yourself. You can say, all right, well, maybe I can get myself some economic upgrades. Maybe I can grab that town center completely safe because I know my opponent's not going to be attacking me for an extra minute or so. So there are some options here for Recon. See what he's going to pick. He's getting his temple up, and you're going to be seeing those classical ages coming through really, really soon.
I have a very serious question.
Okay.
There were for a moment 7 dwarves. There are now 8 on gold.
Yep.
Snow White had 7 dwarves. What is the name of the dwarf that got spied on here? Who's that? Is that? Do you
Sleepy.
think it's Dopey or Bashful? Maybe. Sneezy,
He's sleepy. He was caught sleeping on the job. That's why
Is
he's
that
got this
happy or
spot.
grumpy? He's being spied on. Is he dark?
spied.
No, I think he might be grumpy.
Well, I'd be grumpy if I was being spied on. So
Well, one of
There's
them
that.
left. Now there's only 6 dwarves on the gold.
maybe that dwarf was grumpy.
Are you sure?
I-
Yeah, he was so grumpy. Or no, now he's sleepy. Maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah, he was,
Time will
he's
tell. Right.
He's working hard.
You have to watch the rest of the movie for that one.
That's true. That's true. We're gonna wait for the remake.
Dopey for sure. Interesting. Okay. All right.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, no surprises in God picks, right? Well, actually, a tiny surprise from Pegasus's side. Pegasus' side? I'm not sure. From Pegasus' side, going through Freya here. Normally, we see in this matchup 4 SETI from the Thor, so that you can get out the defensive resources in Healing Spring, in the Troll, and all the other good stuff that comes from that. But going through Freya, this gives a little bit of offensive power, which maybe Recon's not going to be ready for. He's going to see the Freya, so he's going to know what's coming. He's going to know the Valkyrie's coming, but it might not be what he's planning for, or what he's planned for.
I find this really interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I don't know if you're going to get a lot of value out of a melee myth unit, right? So it's like, if it does come to it, I don't see you getting, 3 or 4 Valks with the upgrade, right? Like, I just don't see that really panning out, right? These Hersia from Loki just deal so much damage, right? So you don't want to get into to melee range, right? You have to be ranged, generally. So we'll see if that plays. I mean, we're going to get a little bit of a rush here. Probably going to immediately cast fire, as players tend to. Just bait it out, get a little poke damage here and there. Nothing too crazy.
There is one interesting idea for Pegasus from going through Freya, which is there is access to unique upgrade to Freya, which gives, I think it's 15% extra HP
On heroes, yeah.
on heroes. It says Rumnir, right? So this one, I think it's in the Great Hall.
It's not the great.
It's going to be enough to give him like the survivability to take down all the myth units which Recon's going to be spawning with his own army.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be the idea here from Pegasus.
Yeah, RC. And we also have Thundering Hose on the table, right? Like, it becomes an option, right? Like, I don't know if you want to rush it just yet, right? It's a big favor investment, and do you want that now? Or do you risk another Valk? I don't know, just because then they heal each other. Like, the gameplay around having 2 Valks is, like, it feels like exponential growth. Feels like you can't lose.
Yeah.
Even though you can. It just feels good, right? It's one of those feels good plays. But we'll see what that favor goes into. Usually early on in these Norse games, you have to really think about how you're going to spend your favor because it can swing really quickly. And if you spend it on the wrong thing, you can be stuck without a critical tool. But we'll see.
One thing that's
Oh.
really odd right now is how passive Recon's playing. Pegasus is
I mean,
kind of
is that odd? It's Recon.
I mean, it's odd for not odd for Recon, but odd for Loki.
Odd for
Loki, he wants to be aggressive, and he's the one on the defensive right now in a big way.
It's about what time. He has more units. He's just waiting for the right moment, right? Like
Yeah.
the biggest thing here is you can't let the Valkyrie get damaged, right? So it's like
True.
you can't just go out on the map and like be, oh, I'm Loki, I have to play aggressive. You could lose Vils here, for example, right? So you have to play with your units at home until you're walled. Once you wall, or at least make safe some of your economy, you can go. And here we see a bit of idle mismanagement. And we see the Valk just running through. Plenty of RC here. The military, slight advantage for Recon if they were to take a fight.
Yeah, what's that? One thing that I learned early on, I always forget it, but every time I see players make these sorts of like slight idle villager mistakes, it's like, okay, every time I move my military, I got to check the idle bar. Every time I make a move on my military, because that's the thing you're going to be doing the most of. So every time I make a click, eyes bounce to that my idle military spot. Okay, nothing's there. Great, we're good. Oh, there's something there. All right, let's move my military back and sort it out.
Oh, big
So we're
fight.
gonna see a big fight coming through. Pegasus has been caught out. Forest Fire coming down. Throwing Axeman. Gonna be getting some good damage. The micro starting from Recon. Troll in the back. Not gonna be doing a whole lot there, but it looks as if Recon has really caught Pegasus out in this one. Winston, I don't think that this is what Pegasus was looking for in the slice. I respawn as well.
Move speed on the back so we can run down the remaining Axemen. What a wipe. This is where Loki really shines, right? It's when you have those units attacking the appropriate one. The throwing Axemen just winning the fights for Loki is just so huge, right? And now we see the Dwarven Mine defensively, the Forest Fire. He was trying to just find some damage with it, but got none. And now the military count 60-2 in terms of pop. So I don't know. The Goldvilles have to run. Lumpy over there has still been spotted, so he has to go back to the Dwarven Mine. Oh no. Oh,
that
no.
was as Mister of a fight I've ever seen from anyone else. He's just like, okay, I've decided. Rico's just coming in and saying, all right, I'm just gonna channel my inner the Mister, move out onto the map. My enemy army is just gonna die. We're just gonna take a fight, and he's just gonna die. I'm gonna have all my units after the end of it. All of my enemies are just gonna be dead. You've seen it time and time again from the Mister, but Recon's shown that he can do it as well. And Pegasus, I mean, what can he do now? He's got to get himself back up something like 15, like 30 military units. He needs like 30 military units now to be back in this game.
Yeah, and now because that fight was so good for Recon, you can see that favor difference, right? And even still, getting some value out of these Hersiers with favor. We're gonna see something crazy if our heroic does come into play. Although I don't think it's necessary, right? I don't think it's 100% necessary for Recon to go heroic here, but it would kind of be the safe play is to go heroic and just try something, right? Wait for that timing. We do have Thor going up with Scotty. Frost's gonna be useful against some potential flaming weapons, maybe. But I don't know.
Well, you don't have to go Bragi. The order is really good. If you see your opponent hit Skadi as the Loki player, you can just cancel Bragi and go Njord, and then Frost hits. No worries. My tree still exists after the Frost ends, and it's totally fine. But
we also see answers to that, right? Like, you don't even need to, right? Like, we saw it in the earlier game with Grass, right? Like, localized counters to global buffs can be countered by spreading, right? So you could just have the RC on the back and the Hersiers on the front, and it's like, okay, what are you going to Frost, right? And I think Recon's in a position where it doesn't really matter. If only a third of his army gets frosted, he's still going to win the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe half of his army getting frosted, maybe 3/4 of his army getting frosted might be enough because of flaming weapons. And
I mean, I think maybe the whole army could get frosted, right? He could lose the entire duration, as long as it doesn't get cheesy and he doesn't get like perfectly walled in into like some AOE stuff. But I doubt it, right? It's just not going to happen.
There's the ultra safe way to go right now for Recon would just be grab town centers, just grab the center town centers, push that economy up, and just sit back and say, great, now what are you going to do? The big advantage which Thor has in this matchup is that early game. You get the 4-villager lead with the Dwarven Armory. That's kind of it. Sure, you get dwarves, you get the Dwarven Gold Mine, which is pretty big, but in terms of sort of tangible military edges, that's all of that edge is gone for Pegasus. It's all on the Recon side of things. So Recon doesn't have to do anything here. He can just sit back and just wait for Pegasus to kind of want to leave if he wants to play the safe route. But I mean, the fun route is for him to just go for the jugular and go for a kill here.
Oh, he needed another one. He needed another mine at home, which is obviously a strength for Thor, but now down to 5 favor. This next fight could be really one-sided, right? We're going to get some key upgrades. I don't know if we're going to get more battle board, but I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Do you even want to get battle board when your opponent's gone through Skadi though? Because you got Frost Giants, and the Frost Giants you just freeze the battle board, and then they've got Frost Giants in the fight, and you don't have any myth units. Is it better? It's a genuine question. I actually don't know the answer. Is it?
Well,
do you reckon it's
can
better
have more. You can have like 4
just
battle board right now. Right?
Yeah, but let me finish the point. Do you reckon it would be better to just get a whole bunch of trolls, which can obviously snipe down the Frost Giants before they even get close to them? Just brain just ticking right now.
No, it makes sense. I think that makes sense. And people kind of forget that like the myth units scale per age, right?
Yep.
So those trolls are like really good and they're really cost effective later on, right? Especially with the upgrade. I know Mista is a huge fan of always training enough trolls in heroic, right? He says it's as good as a boar, right? Is what his claim is. I don't know how 100% if I agree, but I mean it's Mista, so I don't know if I can disagree and be right about it, right? So we'll see how that
sometimes you have to. Sometimes you can question anything. Like that doesn't mean that. Yeah. I think Mister gets a little bit more credit than the average Joe does when he says something like that.
All right, we got the throwing axeman mask coming forward.
The throwing axemen have got themselves that burning pitch upgrade applied to them now, so they are going to be removing buildings.
The army gonna need the frost here probably, right?
Well, these pretty cavalry aren't upgraded.
Wait, are those?
Don't think so.
I don't think that's medium, but I don't think it's gonna matter in a second. The battle board are just gonna toss them all with like a little shockwave for free, and everything goes down.
Yeah, we see this time. Everyone loves their Archibalds, and it's not going to be enough here as Recon gets the second fight, the second win of that fight, and Pegasus has to tap out. It's 2-0, Winston.
Look at that fight. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, that fight.
Did Recon even lose a unit in this game? Are we kidding? This was so dominant.
I actually kind of want to see the KD. Can we look at that? Like, how many units did?
I think it's
it might be under like 20.
Military.
24. Okay, you got 24.
It's admirable effort considering it seemed like Recon just wiped the army like twice over.
Yeah.
And you can see the economic edge that you get from Thor here in this graph. But in the end, it doesn't make up for the fact that you still have to take good fights. You still have to micro well. You're still fighting against someone whose military is effectively equal to yours without having those upgrades, just because of that bonus damage that is applied. So if he's microing, he's going to be getting the same amount of sort of damage output as you. And yeah, just getting caught out once and it's over. That's the Norse war. That's how Norse works. You got to be taking the fights perfectly. And I guess in that moment, Pegasus didn't. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board here. Next game, gonna be waiting to see what the gods are gonna be, which gods are gonna be picked here. But Kurlauga's the map. Pegasus, he's got a reset here. He's lost on his main god Zeus. He's lost on the god which most people say is one of the strongest right now. He does have a couple of really strong gods remaining in his pool, but so too does Recon. What would you go in this next? Well, we've got to see Sky versus Hades. So we don't get to guess.
Versus Hades, yeah.
Yeah, that's where you're going to go.
Big brain. Big brain.
The big brain.
That's me. Look at that prediction skill. I don't hear any clapping, boy. What's going on?
This is why they pay you the big bucks.
Yeah. Just kidding. Oh man, yeah. Kurlauga is an interesting map, right? Oh, we're diving right in. Oh, I thought that was the game. Oh, I got so baited. Oh no.
Oh, well, we are seeing that the other series here, Redo versus Player, very, very close. I mean, honestly, I'm excited about seeing those two players playing Redo. And just to slide aside, Redo, he is one of the top players of kind of old. He's one of those guys that whenever he showed up, he was kind of, Age of Mythology, kind of a smaller game. You'd play, and then some top players would play, and they'd stop, and then they'd play, and then they'd stop. And every time Redo came in, it's kind of like the aura around this guy was kind of a little bit like, "Ooh, this guy's so good." And player as well, similar kind of vibe. They just come in and they just dominate when they want to play. And right now, it's like the most kind of the deepest talent around Age of Mythology. I feel like every player in this tournament has got some sort of a case to like get deep, make a deep run in this tournament.
Yeah.
And we are seeing a lot of these series go on the distance. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm excited. Hopefully, Pegasus can kind of get his self into gear right now, because
Yeah.
I mean, he's staring down the barrel of having to play a best of 3, which you want to avoid if you can.
Yeah, right. This is our final best of 5 of the day. After this series, we're going to go into 2 more best of 3s after this, but that will be in the loser bracket, which we'll take a look at once we get there. For the time being, though, we have Recon versus Pegasus. The best of 5. I mean, Recon just looks so in control. It's kind of reminding me of that Road to Red Bull qualifiers where, I mean, honestly, him and Mystic kind of looked untouchable until that set against VortiX, right, for Recon in the qualifiers, right? On the final day, we saw some of the cracks in Recon's armor there, and we're trying to see. Do you think Pegasus can do it? Do you think he can take 3 games?
Well, if I just look at the god pool, I think that every single one of these gods has got the potential to win the other gods. But
Right.
just in terms of god strength, that's not enough. You're not going to get a win here just based on sort of strategy you prepared, or a sort of a like strong unit. You've got to do something smart in the game to get an advantage, and then you have to hold that advantage and convert it, and you have to do that 3 times in a row against Recon. That's going to be talent. That's going to be challenging.
Yeah, like you're saying, I could see. I just disagree on one point. I could see Gaia winning here on Karlager, potentially, right? It could happen. Hades is quite strong, but Gaia has a lot of play. We'll see if Pegasus is doing some of these kind of like interesting build orders that Gaia has on these maps. We saw VortiX kind of take a look into one of them, but not really have that solid build order that we're seeing some players come out with recently, with the Gaia changes in the guild. But Raw and Alfheim feels like, okay, you can maybe beat Isis there, but Prayer on Tundra against Odin, I'm gonna say it, that feels dicey to me. Unless you're even thinking of a swap to Raw on Tundra. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not picking. I'm picking Alfheim with Freya there. Reason being is this is the Mister's pick, and if I'm following what anybody does, I'm going, okay. If Mister thinks that this god is good on Alfheim, I'm picking him on Alfheim. That's what's happening.
Enough, fair enough. And that was an explosive game too. That was a really fun game. But interesting. But didn't he win a qualifier game with Isis on Alfheim?
Yes,
Yeah,
but he didn't play against Freya.
True.
But then again, Mister can win with anything, can't he?
I don't think it's too worthwhile looking into what Mista wins with and what he picks sometimes. It's not necessarily translatable to the plebeians, everyone rank 2 and below.
That's true. Nonetheless, we might be getting this game on the road very, very shortly. Gaia versus Hades on Kurlauga. Getting into it. It's match point for Recon, but Pegasus, he is going to have to do the impossible here. Reverse sweep is what he's going to have to aim for. He's playing as Gaia in the top of the map and Recon in the blue color with the Hades here. It's Kurlauga, it's water, it's hybrid, it's shallows. Winston, this is my favorite water map.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I find it stressful. I don't know. And maybe that's the good part, right? But
that's the good part for me.
I think it's one of those maps where, to me at least, the biggest value in the water, and this is going to sound dumb, is just that the free myth units on the water can be useful at times, right? especially the ones that can get a little bit of range in Mythic, right? Like suddenly you just have this weird option, right?
True.
I know that it's obviously useful for the for the archaic age. You need it in the build order. You need to play, right? But like that's where I think it gets the most interesting is in those interactions and how like uncomfortable the water can make you feel. But to be honest, it doesn't always pan out that way. This is a very aggressive map. You see a lot of raiding. You see a lot of mobility a lot of times. But these two civs are going to be pretty solid at playing more turtle style. So this might be a bit of a slower pace game. We might see some second TC, but it's really exposed, these TCs you build. So
Yeah.
it's tricky. It's just a hard map to play. Feels very technical. Feels like you need to have a strategy and a build down pat in order to play it effectively, which is why I don't feel comfortable playing it a lot because that is not my forte. I'm a wing it and see what happens kind of player, right?
Yeah.
I lose to timings. I feel like on maps like this.
Yeah, it's so true. For anybody wanting to get into mythology and learn these water maps, some of it comes down to the fact that you can avoid playing the water to some degree. All you have to do is get yourself a dock, get yourself a couple of fishing ships out, and then you can play all onto the land on a map like Kurlauga. That's why it's so good for me. Is I don't have to worry about doing a really technical, huge fish boom. I can just get a handful of fishing ships out, get a decent advance time. We're talking like 4 minutes, 30 seconds into the game, 4 minutes, 45 seconds into the game. And then I can just build my units like I'm playing normally, but I have a little bit more fishing economy to work with. So while you can take it the really technical route, there is somewhat of a simple way to go if you want to put the effort into just learning that tiny little change in your build order to get out those fishing ships.
Yeah, what are you thinking of in terms of TC play? Do you think we just see TC from both players or no?
Well, it's challenging, right? It all comes down to where the gold mines are spawning. For Recon, he's got a nice gold mine behind his town center, but it is close to the water, and Pegasus is there. He's got that dock, so Pegasus can get some ships in. He can get some units around. He can, if he's got full control of that bottom lake there, he can kind of circle around and play around that gold mine of Recons behind the town center. But I mean, what other options you really have with Hades? You do have Ares. We haven't seen the Cyclops yet. We did see Cyclops in the qualifiers.
You're really trying to make this happen.
I mean,
I'll go Slake.
let's just ask Soup. He tells you. Ask Soup. He showed how good those are. Those Cyclops are.
I'm not saying it's not going to happen.
I want to see him.
I think that's what I'm waiting to hear. Right? It's less of it's possible. It's more I want it. Let's just be honest.
Let me want something. Let my wants be. Let my desires.
Fair enough, but I mean, if it was me, I would go Ares right now. That's all I'm saying. I would do it. I would do it. And it's Athena.
Oh, I'm gonna cry. That's fine. We see, funnily enough, Pegasus has gone Leto here, not Oceanus. This is a bit of a rare god.
It's super awkward.
It's not like it's bad, right? It's just awkward. You're absolutely right when you say that.
It's awkward, right? Like the god tech where you get you can see how much Leto I actually play. The god tech where you get armor on your unit on your
Feistus Revenge.
Yes, that one. That tech, fantastic. And I think it carries the god really hard.
Yeah.
The automatons I feel like I get mixed value with. Now against Greek you can do a bit better, right? Because you have like so much. There's only so many heroes, right? So it's like there's opportunity to really get value out of mass automaton because that's really where they shine. They're really good defensively, right? Because if you win the fight, you just get to rebuild your myth mass. So there's a lot of opportunity here for it to be really good. But I feel like what makes it really awkward is Spider Layer feels so hard to get value out of, right? It feels so hard to get value out of. It's so cheap to recast. Have you played with it much? Like you can get. You just keep casting it. It's like it's just free, basically, to a degree.
I played
to get value out of.
I played a free for all, where an opposing player went Leto, and he literally spent the entire game putting spider layers around his town center where his king was sitting in, and I went to try and kill it, and I lost all my army. So there's your use case.
Recon, in a stunning twist, has trained a Pegasus. Just letting you know.
Pegasus
before
or
Pegasus got a chance.
Why do
to
you
be
think Pegasus has called himself Pegasus?
That's what I'm saying. It's a twist. It's like finally
You know?
we see a Pegasus, but who did it? Recon did it first. Just saying. Oh, but
That's
there's
right.
Terminus on the field, so Pegasus got to watch out.
I mean, all of this talk of
Uh-oh. He's like, no, only I can have this unit.
he's dancing with it. He's dancing with it. Get him out of there. I mean, it's funny. We see, like you're saying, Leto, automatons, like they can be good, but the reason for this one is the tech giving you the bonus pierce armor, and I think the reason Pegasus is going for this is just he knows he's playing against Hades, and he knows he needs that extra pierce armor to deal with the Toxotes and all the damage that can come through with those.
Here, for example, once he has the tech, it could come into play.
Yep.
And there it is.
Well, I'm wrong. Volcanic Forge. Oh, I got it mixed up.
That's what I'm saying. It's a hard tech to remember the name. Who plays Leto? Bro, I'm just saying. I didn't remember the name, so I just believed you when you said it.
I thought it was. I'm a rookie.
I'm
a rookie. Someone, fire me. It's over.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's a hard tech to remember, but it's a very good, very, very good tech, right? It makes Leto, like, potentially very strong, like you're saying, against these defenses, but the Turbo looking to take some value. They're going to be some... Wait. That's a ballsy spot. I love it. Right? So now it's just saying, chase me. Chase me. Chase me.
The danger about this is
that's one.
Well, your opponent knows where they are, but it turns out that Recon does manage to get one hoplite kill there. Bit of the dancing happening from Pegasus. He's got to really focus on this, which does really stop him from being able to do a whole lot of other stuff. But it looks like he's trying to get to the heroic age at the moment.
Yeah, really? I mean, honestly, I'm super impressed with what Pegasus has been able to put together here. Like, this is Gaia's economy, obviously, doing tons of work. This is a huge tournament mass, lots of value, and the Hoplite's going to be kind of weak in this position. We're even seeing Crenellations teched in, so needs to find some option against these cavalry units just poking his main gold.
6 automatons queued up for Pegasus. I was like, okay, well, what are we going to see? Maybe I thought maybe he, with saving all that favor up, maybe go through Rhea, and then you can get a huge amount of like behemoth push while also getting that Orichalcum mail tech to get even more stuff. But there is the option. This is kind of wild.
Because the automatons, they're going to get shadow tech, right? When they go heroic. Like, you don't often see someone do fast heroic into automatons, right? But like, let's see how strong these guys become, right? Like, this might be really solid. And look at Spider. You can cast it again already. It's so cheap. It's so available, right? I mean, obviously the first couple casts are free, right? But after that, I think it's only up by like 10 favor per cast. I actually forget the number, but it's 15 or lower. And there it is, the recast. It's just gonna keep camping the gold.
Well, of course, why not? I mean, you can't leave if you wanna come and face these Terror and chase them out. This is so. I feel Recon right now. This is such a tough position to play.
He goes.
Just poke in, poke back, poke in, poke back, and it just keeps on going on and on and on and on.
Yep, it's constant micro. You have to be paying attention. But Pegasus with a huge lead now economically with Gaia.
Now the automatons are out. I was about to suggest that there's a world where you actually drop a second temple in order to train those automatons out onto the map.
I know. I love that he hasn't showed them as well, by the way. Like, he's not showing the automaton switch. The curse comes out immediately. Good value there. A couple. Oh! The spiders get in their value.
that was 5 units. That was a classic. I can't get words out at the moment. That was a classical Age God Power. He got 5 kills. Curse heroic Age God Power. But automatons are out. They're going to be able to join into this fight. There is an Ajax, which will clean them up pretty quickly, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
One isn't enough. We're seeing the Achilles get trained, though, as soon as those automatons get shown. And that's kind of the weird, where the timing is awkward. Like, you almost want to be diving with them at that time. But it's interesting. Automaton's actually a very good defensive unit. If you lose them all in your opponent's base, what does it really do? Look at that. 3 favor. I knew it was low. Look at that cost.
So
does he have the recast? I think he might have the recast relic.
Yeah, you can use it. Oh, no, I think it's just 3. It's 3.
It's just 3. It's just cheap.
That's what it is.
It's just that cheap. That's all I'm saying. You could just keep throwing it. He should just throw it down. It's free. He has 3 favor. He could do it right now. Think about that. Think about it.
Yeah, but where do you want to put it? I think you want to start thinking about putting it onto the gold mine, because that's where the next big fight, where you want to take the next big fight if you're the Gaia player, is on your opponent's gold mine, if it's at all possible. Or maybe you need to think about defending your own gold mine.
Yeah. Then we're getting the trees built up as well.
Yeah, these Hesperids trees are. Oh, is that what I think it is? Are we gonna see the Argo?
You think we're gonna get the Argo? Oh yeah, we're getting the Argo.
This is the rarest unit in the game. You never see this. I've seen it once before so far. One time in the couple of months that Retold's been out.
I played against it yesterday. Not even kidding.
There you go. That's one time for both of us. That's it.
It was on Anatolia. I was in a Poseidon mirror, and my Scylla got taken out by an Argonaut.
And the sneak from Recon as the Argo coming through. Look at this damage it does. That is a sad read, Winston, as he gets taken. I love it. Let's go, the Argo.
Wait, it's on the wrong side to deal with the automaton. Oh, it's actually kind of smart against the automatons as well, right? Because he's gone for this play.
If he gets value out of the Argo on automatons, I mean, that's going to make my life.
We'll see how this goes, though. The curse, not an option. We do still have Resto. We should be using the spiders off cooldown, would be my only critique. The rest of this chef's kiss. That is a lot of units, and they're going to trade pretty well against the hoplites overall, but the stun comes out, the front line. Is it going to be enough? Does he just have enough mass to deal with Resto here?
Yeah, these automatons tank for so long, Winston. They're so cheap, and they're worth so much more than a hoplite in these fights. You see the Achilles get taken down. There's no Ajax left in this fight. Those Terma, they might not be doing a whole lot to the hoplites here, but Town Center gets completed, and Recon retreats back. Does Pegasus have the time right now to take his automatons and repair back up those dead automatons there? It looks like he's not going to go for it. Instead, he's going for the gold mine.
He doesn't have any crush damage, so the TC is just going to have to be there. Meanwhile, the gold going to get starved out. Have to find
and he knows where the other gold mine is. You can see it down the southeast of the map. He finds those villages over there. Because his Oracle is in that corner. He's known about it this whole time. Recon, he's in a difficult position right now. He's going to have 0 gold. You even see some automatons getting repaired back up underneath the town center. I love it.
Here comes the tree. Here's the crush damage he was missing. He's remaxed these, and now he's going to go for the repairs under the TC. Just try and make this happen, Captain. The Archists have retreated back to here. The Shades, the memory of what once was the army, but the hoplites have been hiding away, waiting for the opportune moment. And now we see the fight. Achilles going to try and deal with all these myth units, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The Archists trying to get their value. Actually, it might be enough for Recon here.
And now we've got the scary units coming, Winston. Peltas, Hoplite Peltas. We've seen it before. We're going to see it again, and it's going to keep happening to these Atlantean players. It's such a tough unit composition to deal with here. And now we're seeing Pegasus trying to take in the Clontarius. He has a lot of units queued up for him. You can see his economy is absolutely stonking, but he's got to buy his time to get all these units out.
Which should be okay in terms of at least having some mobility in these fights, because right now it's just static, and like you said, you do not have the stats here. And it kind of looked like for a moment Pegasus had that glimpse, but maybe overextending a bit under the TC, thinking all the army was dead. But honestly, great play from Recon to hide those hoplites in the TC and pop out with that surprise. Decent damage on the back there. The population looking so good for Recon. The Scylla looks like it got a lot of value on the North Pond.
And this is the game plan, right, for Hades. The game plan is just kind of survive. And if you get the gold mine, you get everything sorted out, your army just gets so strong. Pegasus is trying to make a raid happen here. He's going to lose all of those Terma, though. That being said, the Terma are kind of a waste of population right now for him. He needs to get into those premium units. The Clontarius, the Arcus, get out some Stymphalian birds. He's only got 3 oracles out on the map at the moment. That's not going to be enough at all.
He needs spider lair. He needs to cast it now.
More spider lair.
No, I'm just kidding, obviously. And now the Cantarius reveal going to be quite strong here. Does have those cheaper Cantarius with there. Just going to be pushing forward.
He hasn't got the tech. He hasn't got the tech in just yet for the cheap Cantarius.
Oh, he doesn't.
He's got
have
it
Silent
pre-queued.
Secret yet.
He wants
Still
it.
doesn't have Silent Secret. Okay. I guess he doesn't have the favor, like you said, right? That's what you're just talking about.
Yeah. And now Recon's on the retreat, but it still kind of looks like he's got population. So where are the rest of his military units?
They were at the fortress in the south, and now they're going to be meeting up here. And that's too many units. You have to retreat from this fight. If you're Pegasus, and retreat he does, and this is where it starts to get weird, right? What's your follow-up here?
Well, I mean,
I've seen
Recon take Poseidon into the deep late game as Gaia, because what happens is you get access to round about an effective maybe like 15 to 30 population, depending on how you calculate how much a Dryad is worth, right? So that gets you that bonus over your opponent in the kind of late game to hold. But in order to get there, that's the challenge right now, because this army of Recon is strong.
Yeah, it is quite strong. Meanwhile, the TC will get spotted on the right. Finally, the Scylla going down. The Hero Arcus are there. We did see a big Cantarius loop as well, idling some of the golds here. But the hoplites are hot on the heels, so we're going to have to get that raid value in order to do much.
And right now it looks like it's 3 town centers coming up for both, or the 3rd town center coming up for both of the players on both of the corners of the map, both being spotted by each other here. These Cantarius, they're looking for raids, but he's not going to be able to get them. He's just got to keep running around and distracting and trying to get tech coming out, trying to get himself the population. But we already see Artemis coming through for Recon. And
Argo, no!
Argo got value. I'm happy. Got a Dryad.
The Argo, no.
You can rebuild him. He's kind of cheap. We're seeing him being rebuilt.
He's kind of cheap.
200 wood for favor. That's only a touch more than a trireme, right? Like 150 resource versus 240-ish. You get a hero unit on the water. Not bad. Good value.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm gonna agree. It's good value. It's good value.
But yeah, this is the thing, right? Earthquake comes through, and then what? Gold mines are kind of running thin as well. We didn't talk about it, but there was only 3 large gold mines a player on this map, and the map is tiny. So trade route from the top corner down to the bottom town center, it's not going to get you that much gold. It's a really thin map.
Yeah. And the players have been relying on fish, so their food eco going into Mythic here isn't like incredible, right? Like we don't have massive farm setups at this stage still, where we're hearing the sound come in as those farms are being built, and that will be necessary though. In order to go Mythic and make caravans, you need a lot of resources, right? It's an expensive transition. Yeah. So both players probably going to be looking into solutions that don't have it going late just yet. It's interesting, still having Poseidon's Secret queued up, but not having enough resources is so painful. It's a very relatable problem that Pegasus is having there.
Yeah. It's just the other thing is that with Pegasus here, I'm surprised to see him not go into this. He's trying to advance to the next stage, but he's run out of gold, or he's idled gold villages somewhere, I'm not sure. And now he's clicked up. Now he's going through Atlas. This implode coming, if he can get it off, can really shift this game. So Recon's got to be careful. He drops the earthquake in.
How is it? How's the damage? Oh, we were not prepared. We were not prepared.
No, sir.
No. Everything dies.
There are literally attacks going on all over the map, but Recon doesn't care. He sees the main base. He sees how much resource damage he can actually get done here by killing off all those citizens as well. I think the Atlas was denied as well. So Pegasus has to restart that one. It's going to be a whole 2 minutes before he gets anything there. And Pegasus is in complete scramble mode right now as Recon. He's got
Recon
full
hits
control. He's got
trees.
both of the Hesperus trees as well.
That's crazy. That's such a big swing here. And now Recon's just in such a powerful, potent position. Look at the pop, 232 to 137. It looks like Pegasus's hopes here kind of collapsing.
Yeah,
But what
Recon
can
is
he
just
do?
playing. He's just playing out of his mind. What can you do when you're playing against someone who's playing at this high of a level? Like, there's no chinks in the armor. He's just defending everything that Pegasus throws at him. There's one last hope for Recon. Sorry, for Pegasus in this game. It's implode, killing off the entire army twice over.
Yeah. And we're not even going to get to it. We're not even
No.
going to get to it because he queued up
Pegasus
Hyperion
says-
and it got canceled again, I think, by the TC.
Yeah.
Going down and, oh my gosh, what a game. Boy, what a set. Recon
What a set.
looking
I mean,
indestructible, right?
It's just a masterclass. It's just this is what you expect from the semi-finalist of Red Bull. This is just how this game is played at the top level. And Pegasus here, I think he put up a good fight, but he just could not quite get Recon enough on the back foot here in this game to convert with those terms. He's using them beautifully, but it just didn't end up. Yeah, didn't end up converting, and now he has to go and find his way through the losers bracket.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, and it's just one of those things. It felt like every little detail for Recon kind of panned out, even though that early game for Pegasus was really solid, right? We saw the Terma attack, we saw the spider layer going down and getting value, right? It was really cool. It just didn't quite pan out.
Well, we've got some choices here, Winston. I'm not sure which one you're feeling like doing. The Redo versus Player game is currently in game 4, and Shelty and Grass in the losers bracket currently in the drafting stage. I'm kind of excited to see some Redo player action. What are you feeling?
Sure, let's do it.
Make it happen. We're gonna jump in to a cheeky little
The game 4 situation.
Redo player situation here.
Yeah.
These guys are some good players. These guys are some of the best. Redo's actually been ranked 1 on the leaderboard for several times over, consistently going up, getting knocked down, going back up, getting knocked down. You know, he's got that level, but he is looking like he is currently in that 1 to 2 position. He's got to win this next game. I don't know what's happened so far. I don't know what the draft's been, but this is going to be this is going to be an important game. Obviously, an important game for him to win. Otherwise, he might find himself having to play one of these players who's already been playing very, very well, but hasn't quite been able to make it happen thus far. If Redo loses, does he play against Pegasus? Or does he play against? I'm not sure.
We'd have to see the lower bracket to know.
Yeah.
I don't know. And let's see. We got Redo. And he's going to be playing versus Pegasus. We just got confirmation there, so we'll see how that pans out. Recon, though, must be feeling good, right? On to the quarterfinals. Oh, and here's that lower bracket. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, this is that's going to be spicy. I mean, Pegasus is going to be feeling like, well, now he gets to now because, funnily enough, and this might not be a good thing. It might be a good thing. I don't know, but in losing 3-0 in this sort of a format, if the other players they have a long series, you get the rest. You get to watch them play. You get to see how they play. You get to learn a whole bunch about it while that's going on. So, while it's not going to feel great for Pegasus, he can take a little bit of solace in that fact that he's got that extra little bit of a break before he has to play.
Yeah, it's a little break. Yeah, and we are going to hop down. So we're gonna see the end of this winners bracket, like the main bracket, right? We're gonna watch the end of the series here between Player and Redo, and then after this, we will go back down to the losers bracket as the schedule is. So a slight deviation from the main schedule, but this should be fine. We're gonna see some cool games. We're gonna see the end of this exciting series, and hopefully, it's all quite well and good, and we are in. So this is game 4 between Redo and Player.
Indeed, we are in, and we are saying, oh, I like this is a spicy one, Winston. We've got in the blue color playing as Gaia, it is Redo, and his opponent is playing Loki. And his name is Player. He's not Player 2, he's not Player 1, he is Player. Let's get that sorted right from the get-go. It's made my life challenging for many, many years. There's another player called Army Corps, and I'd be like, Army Corps' army is just too much. Can we just get some normal names?
In AV1, we had a player called Say My Name for quite a while.
Oh
That's
no.
Say my name all the time, right? Say my name. Say my name, right? It's funny. It's funny.
I like it. I like it.
Oh,
but
man.
look, let me tell you, why is this one interesting? Well, for the longest time in Age Mythology, in Age Mythology Legacy, Gaia versus Loki was somewhere in the vicinity of like an 80-20 matchup for Loki because Gaia didn't have the tools to deal with the flaming weapons, the mid units damage, and all of the general
We know what you're gonna say.
stuff.
Now we have
It can
Spider
throw.
Layer to save us, right? Now Gaia can just go Spider Layer and it wins the game, right? That's where you were leading. So this is going to be a Leto game from Redo, correct?
So I'm not sure if you're aware or not, but Spider Layer doesn't work on heroes. So unfortunately, that's not where we're going.
Yeah.
I'm going down the route of Oceanus.
Yeah.
As much as I want Leto to be a god pick in this match, I don't think it is.
Yeah, it's not the best here. But we'll see. You can always be surprised. Boy, you can
I'll
always
hold out hope, just like I'm waiting to see those Cyclops
You're
cleaning
gonna
up
get a
an entire
Cyclops. I
army.
promise. Someone will train a Cyclops today, just for you. And if not, we can have a game at the end, and we'll just make a Cyclops and we'll put it on screen.
Okay, well, we'll make that happen. Thank you.
Okay, we'll make it happen.
This makes me much more happy.
Oh, perfect. As our archaic age unfolds, we do have the temples going up. Nothing crazy here, like you're saying. It used to be a very one-sided matchup, but now Gaia, with crazy economy, right, has lots of options. It feels like so.
It's not just crazy economy. It's more favor.
Too.
It's better technologies, and like we're saying, you can't really go Leto because of the Herser. Your opponent can just go mass Herser against you, so it doesn't feels bad. But you can go Oceanus now, and you can get Bite of the Shark. You can get Murmillos. Great relics on the map. Harmonia's necklace there. I have all. Oh, that's a beautiful one there as well with the Carabalsa getting extra 5%. Actually, almost makes them worth training.
Yeah, right.
That's my favorite.
Almost.
That's one of my favorite relics right there. Pandora's box, minus 20% favor on the myth units. Oof.
Yeah, not the biggest deal with Oceanus, right? Because you don't spam Caladria. Like it helps, but
or maybe you do.
It could help a lot on Loki's side of things. More troll.
No. Like
or do you make 10 Caladria? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you make 4 or 5, and then you just patrol. Like you make only Murmillo, and then you patrol the Caladria over the enemy throwing axemen, and then your opponent attack moves, and then the Caladria get focused. But because they're patrolling, dodging, they don't die, and then you lose all the DPS from the throwing axemen. Murmillo kill everything.
Yeah.
This is my 1200 elo tactics, ladies and gentlemen. Players at this level are going to be microed properly.
You say that, but like I'm telling you, it's hard. It is hard.
It is hard.
When you just want to attack move, especially when it's like you have a lot of throwing axemen. Oh my gosh, already catching an oracle, but you just want to attack move because you have. It's annoying. Okay, the Caladria is annoying. You just wish you had 5 bolts. If your opponent makes 5 Caladria.
That's what you want.
I still think it's crazy that I was like just kind of nonchalantly asking, like, do you bolt the Caladria out of spite? And we immediately saw that happen in the earlier series. I'm just saying that made me kind of happy, but also sad.
So far, Redo is actually getting beaten up. He's lost an Oracle. He's been pushed back into his main base. Hasn't lost anything significant. Losing an Oracle isn't the end of the world. You don't want it to happen, but if it does, you're still like, it's fine. I'll just build some more later. It's going to be fine. But players got to be feeling pretty comfortable right now to kick this game off. We're going to be seeing the Militerma coming through for Redo, and just the Herser coming in for player at the moment. The question is it viable to go Mass Herser in this matchup? We have seen Mass Herser working so far in this tournament, but
I think it is.
I was under the impression that it was somewhat of a lost art, you know, well, not even a lost art, maybe a dead art, as it's kind of too easy to counter in Retold. But maybe, just maybe, in this matchup, the Mass Herser aren't a terrible idea.
I think it can work because you kind of force, like, it once you get enough of them, your opponent either has Mass Murmelo to deal with it, or they add in some Cairo Ballista, right? And I think it's always a win if your opponent is forced to make a couple Cairo Ballista in Classical, right? I think that's just a good thing for you, generally. Like, obviously, the fight can go really poorly for you if they're able to use them well, but I feel like it kind of puts the ball in the Loki player's court to play around that, right? Whereas like Cairo Ballista feel like a very rigid unit to play with, right? Like you're trying to micro them, they feel really clunky and awkward, and they can work really well, but it's kind of situational. They can do very little damage if they hit the wrong target, so it's like very micro intensive. You can kind of block the shots with the Terma, for example, and like it's just sort of all over the place. And it feels good to have your opponent in that position where they have to be the ones to make it and use it. Although if you only go Hersiers, it's a problem. You have to mix in the RC, right?
Totally. I kind of think about, I love these houses here from player, just as an aside, but the Cairo Ballista is kind of like when you build it, you almost resign yourself to saying, all right, this unit is just going to sit in my base. Because if I run out of my base, my opponent, my Norse opponent, is just going to come in with the RC, like you say, and it's just going to snipe it, and I'm going to cry.
Yeah, but with good micro, like honestly, the Terma Harass isn't so bad when you have Healing Spring.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not necessarily always fun to play against, but like you have that healing. We saw that last game where Hades doesn't have any access to healing, right? Outside of the resto later, right? But like that's a big commitment. Here, it's like you can kind of constantly pull back and get some healing in. Are those two Vills? Idle. That's sad. They're just ZZing on the bush.
Yeah, I mean, everyone needs a break from time to time.
Oh, that was Sleepy. He was hiding in the bush.
Yeah.
There's one dwarf. He snuck into the gatherer area.
Look, here's the big thing, Winston.
You know what it is. We're having some fun with it, right?
That's right. When you're playing the matchup as guy, you can't let the Loki player just do whatever they want. And I love that Redo is getting active with these units. You almost want to avoid the enemy military with it, and you just want to go after villagers. Because if you fight a Norse player, you see citizens going down here, his player is reacting beautifully. But if you actually have to fight this army, then that's where the favor starts coming in. And we're going to start seeing those mid units come in as well.
Trolley's going to get the throw. Bonk, bonk. And down goes some more units there on the back of this. That's really rough for a player, but he did get a lot of idle time. Or sorry, he did get a lot of idle time into player's economy, Redo did, right? On his own attack there. And while he's just going to leave the troll behind, as it's just going to get mopped up pretty quickly here by the hero Murmelos. And the Hersier, they get away with it scot-free.
And losing 2 villagers here for Gaia isn't the end of the world. But he didn't get... It hurts. He didn't get any real revenge raid on the player turning around here. He doesn't want to take this fight at the moment. He's got Healing Spring. Get back, get those Hersa. He's got more reinforcements coming now, but maybe he wants to take the fight.
The block comes in and another troll gets spawned. It's just Troll City, the Carnivora in the back, going to get immediately focused down. And now the Murmelo trying to get the surround. The Terma have taken care of a lot of the action, but the fight with the Hersier against the Murmelo, it's just there. We've got a Draugr coming in. The special goes off on all the Terma. It doesn't do the most damage to the Terma because they are so high ranged armor, but the Hersiers win the day on the front, spawning several myth units for free, getting to use that Loki bonus. Yeah. Now we have the Caladria Mass going to be...
I mean, it's just, you have to be prepared. You know you're playing against Loki. Just make yourself like 5-6 heroes. That's you have to do that in advance when you're about to take a fight, or even before is totally fine as well. Because those myth unit spawns are coming, and if you don't take them out straight away, then that's one. They're still going to be there at the end of the fight, but they're just adding to the firepower that Loki's already got.
At a certain point,
And-
do you think we see any Kyber Ballista, or just no, too slow for this kind of play?
Well,
Because it would counter
guess-
everything. Right? There's, like,
yeah, I think I would build Kyber Ballista, but I don't know if it's the right play. Do you know what I mean?
no, that's what
Like,
that's
if-
what I was talking about before, right? I don't know.
Yeah. I what I want here, in all honesty, as the Gaia players, I want to have the mobility to be able to put pressure on and run the Loki player around. So if flaming weapons comes up and retreat away and all the other good stuff. The Miller, with that Bite of the Shark tech, they can beat these Ursa. They are absolutely mowing down. Another troll here. I think player should be getting himself
The
that
upgrade.
troll tech. Get Hammer Troll. He's
It's
got
so
enough.
good.
He's
Yeah,
got 126 flame. He can drop another healing spring if he wants.
a little redundant, right?
I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying he can.
could.
That's how much
Okay,
favor he's
he
got.
could. He could. Oh man. I mean, I guess he's saving it for Battle Boar, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or some Battle Boar and text, right? I don't think it's gonna be like a second flaming weapons stockpile, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there's not enough room at the inn. Another bill goes down. And smart play there from player, just playing. I would say quite patient with Loki here. Like, he's taking good engagements only, but still found value out of his units.
Mm.
Which is usually hard to do, right? Generally, you have to be quite aggressive to get that value, but Redo kind of losing some of these engagements. 155 favor in the bank is a lot of favor. That's like a lot of favor.
It is. One thing, little known fact about favor gather rate for Norse, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the more favor you have,
Yes.
the less you gain from fighting.
Yeah, so the whole, like, there's sort of like plateaus that you hit, right? Where you get your first like 100 favor, for example, is like much easier to get than the next 100 and then the next 100, right? It's like, I don't remember the exact numbers that were landed on. But yeah, there is sort of like a fall off on that to a degree.
Yeah.
But still, that's a lot of favor. I guess he hasn't spent any, right? Maybe a little bit on the first tier tech, right? The speed. But
Yeah, he's got the speed tag, he's
That's
got
quite
ice in the
cheap.
forest. That's it. And now
Yeah.
it's going to be nothing but battle. He should just get another couple temples. But good raids here. Players gotten a lot of citizen kills. Reader's trying to get the revenge raids on. He does push the villagers off of the gold mine, but I don't know how much it's going to matter because player, he's already at full pop for the time being. So this gold income stopping now for a touch doesn't really change anything for Reader moving forward.
yeah, we're not seeing a lot of those techs right away. But that's the only thing, right? Even some herdmen getting mixed in. I mean, they are quite strong with Loki, right? When the Valkyrie spawns in.
That's the one you want. Whenever you're chasing an army around, you want the Valkyrie spawn because it's gonna be joining the fight and not slowing you down.
Oh, some engagement in the center of the map as well. Some of these Ursas may be caught out, but I don't know if they lose this. With flaming weapons on the back, you're going to have to just retreat if you're Redo. And, oh man, losing two fights split across the map. Now, this one, oh, there's one. The Frost Giant spawns in. Now, you do have all this time to run back, right? And half the army is in player's base.
I mean, honestly, I don't know how much I liked it. Like, sure,
That was
he
pretty
gets a
early.
little bit. He's got the advantage still. Don't get me wrong, but in terms of like some decisive flaming weapons here, I think Redo escaping with half of his army here is kind of a win in the kind of situation that he's in at the moment.
Question. Yeah. Does it matter when you can recast it off cooldown because you have 250 favor almost?
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right. That's something I haven't
rock
considered. There's a rock
giant.
giant there as well. That's disgusting.
But Flaming Weapons ends, and so now Redo's going to try to take the fight, but he's still down in age, down in upgrades. The Valkyrie spawns in, the board from the side. Everything's going to get collapsed on, and even though Flaming Weapons isn't in, I think the fight over time here is going to be good enough for player.
there's going to be more reinforcements. It's 156 population. As you were seeing for like a solid 30 seconds there, the population wasn't moving for player because the myth units were just spawning back immediately here. Throw actually going to come through and clean up the rest of those Murmillo, and in that moment, Redo calls a GG. Player takes the dub, and I think that's him taking the series, right?
Yes, indeed. It is him taking the series. He wins it 3-1 against Redo, which means now I think we're going to go watch Redo's loser bracket game, correct? Or are we watching the other one first? I forget the exact schedule here, but we're going to have now 2 lower bracket best of 3s to cap off the night.
Yes.
So this is not any player eliminated. We do have the loser bracket mechanics of a tournament. I forget the word. Rule set.
We're going to be.
You know what I mean?
We're going to be
Format.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Shelty versus Grass first.
Shelty versus
They
Grass.
played first. They go their rest. They play. So this makes some sense. And then we're going to be seeing Redo versus Pegasus coming up. Now,
Okay.
there is a big difference between a best of 5 in this format and a best of 3. In a best of 5, you need like 12 gods that you need to be comfortable playing. In a best of 3, you kind of only need
A few.
like 4 or 5 in all honesty to get through it.
Mm-hmm.
So these players are going to be able to, moving into this best of 3, if they're uncomfortable with something, they're going to be able to cover that weakness to some degree. So we've got Shelty. He's a player who, for the longest time, in any sort of game, has been, I don't know, he's been a player who's just like really good with every single god. Grass, on the other hand, he's been building his god pool up. But we're not going to be watching it straight away. We're going to have a short break, and then we'll get the games going in a hot minute.
All right. I can't wait to see you guys on the other side of it.
Off of this, man. I think this is too greedy.
There's so many throwing axemen right now from Coffee. He does have the hook for the help, but he's so far behind now in terms of military.
Oh yeah, it's looking like he's in a really nice position here, but we didn't see Heroic come
he got
in.
to Heroic? I was too busy watching the villagers run to the gold mine.
We completely missed Heroic coming in. Okay, that's something, but I don't know if it's enough to bring Red back into this game, man. What do you think,
I mean,
Yoda?
it's 56 military to 69, and while Coffee still is ahead, let's keep in perspective here, he has Heroic Age Myth unit now, as well as probably heavy infantry coming in. The one nice thing here, obviously, is the Giants will actually taunt and force everything to fight them, so that's nice.
Oh, it's almost like a mini chaos to counter flaming weapons. That's a good point. He's just
They're
fighting
soaking
this
up all
straight
the
up,
damage.
dude.
And those are heavy axemen now, right, for K1?
It looks like it, yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Has he survived flaming weapons? He lost a bunch of rock
And
giants,
look
but
at that, he
still.
pulled the rock giant back for another taunt there. Look at that.
Man, here's the flaming weapons, Yoda.
Yep, heal and bronze versus flaming weapons. I think it's what's the damage versus the armor and flaming weapons in bronze? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, all I know is that everything is dying. Kind of for both players, it's not too bad.
Well, Coffee's got a lot.
He just has too much spam, man.
It's
If
too
only.
much. Focusing the non-hero units. Here's the thing: if they hit the non-hero unit, they'll actually that one did finally. But notice how the rest are not using their abilities at all because they're focusing the hero units instead of the regular ones.
It's so true, and that could have been super useful because of that little choke point.
Yep.
You know, we got the hot
Also, getting the
gates
board
going on here.
behind to those to the archers would be nice. But yep. Gotta keep the Cyclops away from the Goaty.
Indeed, the Goaty is such a good play because they are sniping the Cyclops.
This is really good, Mike. Notice how he's using the Tox to kill the Goaty, so the Cyclops can stay alive and kill everything else. It's so smart. Getting rid of the heroes.
Exactly. Still, the Cyclops are just about dead. There's another dead. There's only one and a half left over just about.
Insane.
Man, Goaty on the Cyclops. Bunch of Jarls.
Out. Yep.
Are they heavy Jarls? Great Jarls just yet? I'm not sure.
I can't tell.
It's hard to tell.
View. That's his regular.
They're only they're medium. They're medium. Dude, it looks like Avli is cleaning this up. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Avli is butchering this army now. This is not like the last game at all.
Not at all.
Caduceus is just pushing forward. He doesn't even care.
Dude, He just leaves his gold completely exposed. Mr. Boat gonna lose Bills here. More Bills. How many dead bodies? And a shockwave.
Wow. The curse, too.
There's a curse, but the damage
He's
is done.
just attacking, by the way.
They both lost a whole lot of units,
That'll
but
be a
that
nice Mortis
benefit.
if it goes up.
If it goes up,
Oh, my God. Oh, that's so rough. Oh, that's it. No, that's it. 110 military to 32. I mean,
Oh, the big foothold in the center. Who's gonna have the bigger foot in the middle?
he needs to keep building. I think to finish that hill fort would be so helpful.
I agree. One unit to try and get that hill fort up.
Yeah,
would
just
be
have
nice.
something build it. He's got one goatee on
Yes.
it right now. I see it.
There's a whole bunch of goatee there in the middle, man. That could be really nice.
4
Get
seconds
potential
left out in
unit
the
spawn.
frost. 108 military to 71. And he's summoning in units on the fly.
An Abilene series that, wow, that is a hilarious,
That might be one of the
hilarious
funniest
wall.
things I've seen so far. No, that is the funniest thing I've seen today.
You have got to be kidding me. Why is he's heroizing
He's
the
gonna
Oracle
hero it to get out of there. Oh my God.
and get out of there? You have got to be kidding me.
The only funnier thing than that would have been bring down like one villager in a cart and knock the trees down to get out instead. That'd be
Before Thea, before Stimpbirds, here we go. There it is. Lightning weapons is in.
too. Oh, nice.
First Valk spawn, man, and he's trying to go into this little nook. What is this? What? What?
He's
What
trying to
is
get as
this?
much splash damage as he can. It's over. Getting into the actual fight there. Using the villager butter knives to take on the battle boar. Okay. Locking him in, blocking him. The building.
Wow.
Oh my
Fighting
God.
under tower
Still
fire as
28
well.
seconds of bronze. Still 20 seconds of bronze left. Yeah, VortiX has to go home. That's it. He ain't winning that fight. And are those Pudodomos coming out?
But what is
Yeah, he's
happening
getting
here?
hurt back at
VortiX is
home a
going
lot.
into the middle of the base. What is happening here?
There
Is
are
he sacking
towers
his
here
base?
too. He's going for the main. He's going. Look how many centaurs are there though. The amount of DPS coming down from the AOE from all those arrows. The volley. Look how many. Oh my God, the raiding cav are getting slapped.
So are the Bills, though, at the same time. So are the Bills.
Look at the build
On
count for
both
both
sides.
players. It's the exact same. 38 to 37. They're both mutual destruction right now. He can't gold mine right here. He has no income for gold at all.
Indeed.
135 favor. He is not doing anything with it. He's saving it up, which is insane.
Probably
I
is
mean, the
saving
payoff
for...
if he gets there, but
Yes. Lightning weapons finish. We got villagers coming in. Grass and Groom is feeling nervous.
No.
That's 10 bills down the
52 bills
drain.
to 39. Yep. There's no way.
Here we go. Let's
That's a lot of AOE.
Attack.
That's a lot of. Now just I'd walk away and just do it again. Wait for my special ability to come back. He's going with the butter knife toward the. Oh my God, the stronghold. He's butter knifing it down.
Is he gonna get it though?
I have no. No, he changed his
No!
mind. He's bringing him back into the fight. Oh, the centaurs are getting melted by the Oh wow.
Or is
Little-
fire. There goes
Interesting, I
one.
suppose.
Watch it. Are you kidding me? What is this fight right
He's got
here?
his CRS. He's trying to surround his own Wadjet, by the way, with his own action, which is smart. But I think the Cav is getting on top of the action, which obviously don't do well at all, versus
Yeah.
the raiding Cav. The raiding Cav just slaughtering the action. And there's a Sphinx, but there's a Killers right now. Nice AoE on Hippus, though. Centaur goes down. What the? No. No.
Did
that
he
has to be
just
a
miss?
That's gotta be a. There's no way.
Bring your
And by the way,
popcorn.
Ricky
We're
was
bringing the
maxed out.
butter.
He wasn't 100. There it is, an actual heal.
Finally. Very nice. Bills are going down, but still. Very nice. Resto gets used. There's bills going down for both players. Padromos.
Yeah.
But is the
Honestly,
Migdal gonna go down?
I don't know. You're done. Okay, so wait. So why did redo full send here? Is it the last gold mine on the map?
Somebody's got to get a game in and push here, man.
Oh, earthquake!
There we
Earthquake!
go.
Earthquake! Oh, and a curse! He earthquake and cursed him.
Good call, Vodka. Going for that TC. Stops all those farmers. It
Why is he? I don't know. He stopped. He has the resources. What just happened? Why did he stop building military?
Oh, that was cool.
Yeah, that was sick.
Brutal, man, brutal. Where's some heroes when you need them? How do we finish this game? I think that maybe this Titan for Redo can maybe give him the game. Maybe. He has enough resources in the bank. He's got a decent amount of units.
It's gonna be almost half HP by the time this Titan dies.
Exactly. And Raw
And there it goes. And here comes a big slam. Oh man.
Get knocked off of these berries is gonna hurt, that's for sure though.
Oh, he did something in the
Let's go, pig!
Gonna get like 2 kills.
Hey, bud, on
And
top
chase
of
down
that,
those throws. Oh, there we go! Damage, actually. That was actually about as good as it's gonna get before his fire.
it's not bad. Better than we thought. Better than I thought, at
As good
least.
as it gets for a forest fire. And by the way, in this situation, you actually want your Valkyries to be in the front to take the damage because there's no Histone here. Well, there's one now, but because they can actually
Look at
take
the
a lot of
military
damage.
numbers, man.
Yeah,
Look at the military
he's
numbers.
actually doing it. Redo is doing it.
He sneaks in some
That
Herdman.
forest
Look at the
fire.
Herdman.
And we are back, going to be bringing you the third of the losers bracket right now. Shelty versus Grass. Both these players having that big battle to get through the first round and not quite being able to make it happen. However, the differences are Shelty not yet having a win under his belt and Grass getting right to that 5th game from memory. Grass is going to be feeling good going into this one, but Shelty, I mean, he's going to be feeling a little bit shaky. He hasn't got that win yet. He hasn't found his feet in this tournament, so to speak. What do you reckon, Winston? Can Shelty make that happen soon, or is it all Grass all the way?
It depends on Grass's motivation level right now, right? Like VortiX just kind of it was tough, you know? Like it was a fun series, right? But VortiX just seems so in control at times, right? And mental is an important part of the game, right? And so the hope here for Grass is that he's confident enough to dive into this game and be clean, right? If I feel like if he gets a little shaky here, I mean, Shelty might have some opportunity, right? But I think if Grass is like on point, playing confident, understands like how to close games, how to win games, how to play smart, I think it could be really tricky. We're going into Ghost Lake, as we called it Goat Lake before, Uranus versus Freyr. What are your thoughts there?
I'm gobsmacked that we're seeing Freya getting picked at all, to be honest.
In a bow
Like,
free.
Yeah, against like as a first pick from Grass. Like, what? What's he scared of? I guess I think. No, I don't know. I don't know what he's scared. I can't see a god that I would pick this god into. For me personally on this map. So
Poseidon too, right? Like,
yeah, honestly, if this is me, I'm thinking Hades on Ghost Lake is a perfectly fine into Uranus, perfectly fine into Odin, perfectly fine into Set, perfectly fine into Kronos. So it gives you that first game leg up, knowing that your god is good against or decent against, winnable against everything. But Freyr, I don't even know if he wins on this map against anything. The problem on Ghost Lake, as is often the case, is if you get that one gold mine spawn, the second gold mine's really far away from your base.
yeah.
Uranus is a perfect god for this map because you don't have to worry about that. You send one villager over, drop a sky passage, and you're already there.
Yeah.
So I'm liking Shelty here. Shelty also, for the history of Shelty, he is a Norse specialist, but he's a random god expert as well. And inside of that random god expert, he has a tendency in tournament to lean in onto the Atlanteans a little bit if he's got the choice. And he gets the Uranus, so he's gonna feel at home with this god. And he knows the Norse really well. And he's gonna know this Freyr god as well. So this is looking really good for me, for Shelty to me.
Yeah, this should be exciting. And we'll see what that spawn ends up looking like if it's 1 or 2 golds. I feel like if it's 2 golds, though, I think Freyr has some opportunity. So maybe a little bit of lottery here. But yeah, like we saw in some previous games, you know, if you have 2 golds, a lot's open. Like it kind of opens some doors for some different styles, right? And I'd be curious to see how that pans out, right? Aranos, though, it's just so brutal. We've been seeing a lot of Aranos today and a lot in this tournament, right? Just that map control is so powerful. And I think it's like one of those gods where I don't think many people would say Aranos is the number one god. But when there's
Yeah.
two bans, Aranos is like almost in everybody's top 5. So he's going to
Totally.
be quite frequently seen, I think, in these games where he's not number 1, but still top 5, right? Yeah, so we got Aranos, Poseidon potentially for having, I guess, Loki on Marsh, and then Poseidon on Savannah is the plan from Grass, I'm guessing. Maybe.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it could honestly. I just love Grass's
Other
god.
3 gods.
All the other gods are like just those look all amazing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, we'll see what Grass can do. I'm a believer. I'm gonna be a convert on this one. Freya versus Uranus. Goat Lake is the map. Grab those goats. Get the 2 gold mines. Enjoy the beauty of playing a really defensive game here against Uranus and just trying to survive and get to that power spike that comes with playing this economic powerhouse. We're going to be getting that game going right away, jumping into it. Here we go. Spawning in the right side of the map in the red color with the economic powerhouse Norse god Freyr. It is Grass. And on the left side of the map in the blue color, his opponent in the blue color. It is Shelty as Aranos.
Yeah, Shelty Aranos. Looking forward to this. Usually the Oracles have such a good chance at getting so many goats. They're so good at getting goats, especially if you kind of know the general vicinity of where to walk. You just have 3 effectively, right? And it should be pretty good here, but Grass doing a wide pattern here.
Yeah, Grass gets a little, I would say maybe a little unlucky with his pattern. Only really 1 Oracle walking straight through to the center here. Shelty not focusing hugely into that Goat Lake area there. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Aranos, Atlantean, they've got the scouting advantage in a game of Age of Mythology Retold. The only real way to combat that as Norse is to buy a Berserk straight away. And Norse players don't really want to do that. It's a big hit to the economy to do that. It's not just the 50 food, 30 gold upfront cost. It's also the 9 seconds of idle time in your talent center to some degree, which that is a tangible loss of resources as well. Nonetheless, we are seeing Grass opening with Pickaxe, getting those cheap upgrades. You thought Gaia got cheap upgrades at 40% off. Try 50% off, and you're playing Freya.
Yeah, it's really nice. It feels really smooth to play Freyr a lot of the times.
Yeah.
Like you hit these really awkward timings at the start of an age where you have to kind of click everything. It's like Deli and AoE4. You have to kind of play the piano. You have to kind of get a lot of text, but with the pre-queue system, you can just sort of get a lot of things like ready to go. And then as soon as you have more resources, you can kind of do another wave of pre-queue, I find. And I think like Freyr feels really good a lot of the time with any map really. So I'm not super surprised to see it here. I think there's a lot of potential in the Civ. A little tricky, I think, on this map, but we did get a second gold spawn right in the map, in the base. So
yeah.
Kind of got what Grass was looking for, I think, I would say. Yeah. So this is going to pan into the Freyr favor.
Yeah, it was a bit of a roll of the dice. I don't know exactly what the percentages is on gold mine spawn on Ghost Lake. It might be a 50-50. It might be like a 25-75. I haven't looked into it. But yeah, 2 gold mines, two. This is going to be what he needs because it's going to give him the time. He can put a wall up on the top gold mine that one out. He can put the Ulla hill fort down the bottom if he wants to, and then defend that there. And he's not gonna be able to get touched by the Uranus, and that could give him the amount of time he needs to then move out and get the next gold mine and slowly start pushing his weight around with the tech advantage, having all of the cheaper upgrades and things like that. But Oceanus coming through for Shelty, Ulla coming through for Grass. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit. Recently, I've been getting really hype on Prometheus with Uranus, just on the fact that you can get like 2-3 oracles coming out in the while you're advancing to the classical age, and then you can kind of just spam Prometheans nonstop.
It's awesome.
And they're pretty strong. They're not they're not weak, and you get the alluvial clay upgrade for them, and then they get even stronger. Yum yum yum.
Yeah, no, it's really solid. I definitely like when I play Aronas, I like to add an extra 2 oracles no matter what I'm doing.
Yeah.
It's good insight. Like you have so much vision with them, right? And then it also
Yeah.
just gives you a bunch of favor. Before you know it, you have a ton. So when you go heroic, you have a lot of options. You already have a bank, maybe. It's not the most efficient play, but it's really fun, right? Being able to recast Shockwave as well. Just having that in your belt, you feel less like inclined to save it right away. But we're gonna see some Caladria, so no huge surprises there. That is the general meta, and we do see the
no
fortress
surprises.
right in the
Immediate
base, super
Asgard.
safe.
Yeah, exactly. Immediate Asgardian Bastion, protecting that bottom gold mine. Watchtowers coming through, buildings coming up. You already know Grass. He is saying, "I'm going to stay in my base. Let me be as safe as I possibly can." You're not going to be able to stop this hill fort, but honestly, do you care if you're Shelty about this one coming through? Probably not. As long as it's in the base, it's not giving him something that he shouldn't have access to. So this just means there's not going to be any crazy dives possible. But that's not going to happen anyways with Watchtowers coming up. So good start for both players here. It makes a lot of sense. We'll see what Shelty can come up with here. He's already gotten that spam happening and he's going to be looking for those raids very, very quickly.
Yeah, and as usual, Freyr is a bit slow to get going because you need to build so many production buildings. Like if you want to get medium infantry, which is your bonus, you want to click it, you need to have like essentially a second longhouse just idled for a while, right?
Yeah.
It kind of slows everything down, but once you get going, then you have the second production building freed up, or the third one usually. And you just sort of have this huge tempo to work with. So we'll see how this pans out. The Asgardian Fortress right in the center of our screen. You see the bits floating down.
Built it up, get it finished. There's a nice little raid.
A shockwave just to kill Vills.
You say just to kill Vills. Picking off, I was kind of expecting to see maybe 2 villager kills. He gets 1. I think he was getting that one without the shockwave, but it's the mental. You just use your god power on that.
About sending a message.
That's right. That's right. I'm here to play, man. Your villages aren't safe.
Yeah. Someone's baiting at the Gulumbursti. I mean, obviously you don't want to cast it here. That would not be valuable, but like, that's the situation, right? And now we have the food is kind of forward here. The golds are nice and safe, but the food is kind of forward. So maybe going to need an early transition to goats if these chickens start getting harassed, which it looks like they will do.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the second time I think I've seen Grass. Like, I'm not quite sure he's fully focusing on building positioning as much as he needs to be. Like, you should be able to have your... There we go. That's what we're talking about. You should be able to have your food protected here with 2 buildings, basically. 2 buildings, a house, and a temple.
Gold, right? Everything else was on the north for the gold and the wood.
So he's got that protected up the top, but yeah, not enough of those buildings letting Shelty get in and cause some problems in the early stages of the game here. Sniping.
Yeah, maybe the hill fort could have been a little more forward, but it's a little bit risky, right? You don't want that to get denied. That's the worst feeling.
No. Nonetheless, Grass is jockeying around, and Shelty is having his way in this early game. He's popping in, got those Terma out to snipe, throw an axe, but it's so fragile at this stage of the game because he doesn't have any raiding cavalry out just yet. He can make it the Huskal and the raiding cavalry now to deal with those Terma, but even then, Huskal moving on 5.0 speed, I think, versus those Terma 5.5 speed. You're never going to catch up to them if your opponent is controlling them well enough.
Starting to look a little interesting. The Terma pretty soon not going to be getting as much value, right? As the numbers get bigger and bigger here. The ranged armor upgrade finally going to be coming in. That copper shield. That's the black.
We already see Hyperion coming through. That is a quick heroic age from Shelty, all things considered. He has a lot of units out already, and also heroic age. Plus, he's got those sky patches all over the map. This is... I don't think he can get anything from it with the quick heroic age, but he does, like, in terms of like immediate value. But he will get those satyrs out. He will be able to get himself the Arcus or Contarius, whatever it feels like.
That's a lot of Huskarls.
That is a lot of... There's some Berserk. There's a lot of Huskarl and Berserk.
Yeah, interesting combo. I think he was trying to hide the Huskarls, but he's sort of turtled into an attack that, I mean, it's kind of the classic RTS situation, right? Like, Shelty had the tempo, had initiative, and with initiative you can kind of translate that into either more attack or you can pull back into tech. You can add TC, right? When you have initiative at the start of an RTS game, kind of all three options are open to you. And we'll see. Oh, walking a little bit forward, but this is that timing at the end of every age, right? So at the end of classical age, at the end of heroic age, and by the end of mythic, right? That's when Freyr kind of hits these timings where their military is just massive and becomes really nicely upgraded. And we're slowly nearing that point, although heroic going to be quite some ways off with only 300 food in the bank, 400. So
He's running out of those goats as well, but I think if he doesn't spend any more resources or any more food, he should be able to get there just off of the resources in his main base.
Maybe. But age up into what?
I don't know. You tell me. Get the rock giants out, get the tempests out, and then you have to start thinking about getting up to that next gold mine. Ooh, you never see this tech coming through, boosting up the Draugr. So you want to spam those? Does he have one out still? He's got two out. Does really, really increase their damage output.
It's a really good upgrade, yeah. But I still feel like Draugr, even when you mass them, like their special just doesn't do enough damage, in my opinion, to like justify the cost. I think there's almost always better investments. We do have the edgier, like Rock Giant, right? That's a great way to spend the favor, I think, compared to this. But we'll see.
Yeah, and Shelty's doing a great job right now.
Oh, another shockwave on the eco, and this time it's a lot. Oh, but the counter shockwave in the Gulenbursty, slapping down on the economy. Or sorry, on the military, defending his economy.
You just have to run. You kind of can snipe down the Gulenbursty if you're fast enough, but the simplest way here is just to get away from it, keep it away from it. Maybe drop Chaos here if you really want to.
I just want to be your friend, says the Gulenbursty. And here's the Chaos, but he didn't get the Gulenbursty in it. That's good. And that was also kind of a big Chaos. The burst attack from the backline, the Draugr getting their damage off, but was the damage too much here?
And I mean, as good as this Gulenbursty, as good as this Gulenbursty is, the population is just so high for Shelty at the moment. He's got 40 more population than Grass does here. Plus those Satyr are still really strong on the back.
Not Trader.
It looks like he wins the fight in a big way.
My brain just broke. I don't know what just happened, but oh my gosh, the Terma now gonna have enough. The Draugr are gonna go down. Pacify was the word I was looking for.
That's right.
Back the units go. Oh man.
As you're playing, the thing is with this god being behind, it's not the end of the world because you so long as you get your heroic age in, that unlocks all those techs. Those techs are cheap. You don't need to have the economy that your opponent has to function. You just have to be able to get yourself to a military equality, military number equality, because you know your tech's going to be there. And he's still building those Draugr. He's really putting stock into these Revenant Draugrs. This is the first time I've seen that name. Revenant Draugr. It's kind of sick.
That's a really cool unit. I mean, I love the visual and the design, right? 3 of them on the field, but is it going to be enough? The special attack comes out, and a unit goes down.
There was only one there. That's all he could hit.
Awesome. Yeah. And the Rock Giant in the front is going to be pretty meaningful, right? Especially with the Draugr AoE.
Yeah, if you can get a combination of the taunt from the Rock Giant into the special plus whatever else is going to come through with how the arrows have that piercing quality. If you can hit one arrow through like 5 units, you 5x'd the DPS of the Draugr, which is it's already a decent damage dealing unit. Get even more out of it, and it's very, very strong.
Pretty soon the gold is going to run out for Grass, and Shelty has already secured several gold mines and still has, in my opinion, maybe the stronger army. Actually, I'm not sure about that anymore.
They're still Tempest. They're still Tempest. But Chaos is about to come online. Doesn't have the favor for it just yet. Does have a Shockwave. So, I mean, what do you want to do? Do you take the Tempest fight? Do you wait for Shockwave? Use Shockwave Carnivora? Maybe? There's lots of options here for Shelty. He's got to make the right decision.
Oh,
Oop. That's
who's gonna
that's
notice
terrifying.
first? This is the well.
Who's
gonna notice first? Shockwave on the main army here. Tempest gets dropped down and into the. Wait, you can go out on the gold.
He can go onto the gold. He's going onto the gold. That was such a good play. He dodges everything with that.
Was
And now,
brain, dude. That was 5-head. Wait, but now
Shelty
his army's
guy, he
down
knows.
here. If he doesn't have enough to win the fight, his army might be a little trapped. But we will see.
well, no, you can always retreat back through that.
Here on the main.
Big
group
taunt
here.
coming through for the Rock Giant.
I don't think there's enough. Well, the Jogger's shooting away. The front lines for Contarius kind of going down. We do see several units were getting converted, and the damage just actually does seem to be there.
The Rock Giant was just tanking everything. There's no hero to take it out. We see Carnivora getting dropped down onto those throwing axemen here. But Shelty, he could just retreat here. He doesn't need to take this fight in the slightest, but he's just trying to force it. Those Draugr are still alive on the backside here. Hero Terma getting cleaned up. Shelty's got no military anymore.
That was crazy, and you saw how brazen Grass was. He was like, oh, I'm going to win this fight. And he just walked his dwarves right back down to the gold that started this whole thing. My gosh, what an explosive moment of gameplay there. I really thought that Shelty had done enough in that moment with the trick play.
Yeah, and now the game just gets completely flipped on its head because Shelty hasn't set up a sky passage on the left side of the map now. He does have some gold incomes, still got gold in his main base, but now Grass can start thinking about setting up maybe a hill fort on the top gold mine. He can get his defenses set up on his own gold mine, and Shelty, you're not supposed to be on the defense here in this matchup. Freya is the defensive god. If you are starting to defend against this defensive Norse god, then chances are you're in a pretty dire position.
And the units here going to be luring the enemy into a trap. The Draugr line up the shot. The taunt comes in as well. The second Rock Giant on the field. And plenty of units here. And we're starting to see that upgrade advantage just be super meaningful. You have everything in the Heroic Age almost in it. Was that a raid turned into Berserk so effectively those dwarves were killed?
You see the difference in villager count though?
Well, he just converted a bunch.
Yeah, but even with that, it's still kind of there's still kind of a 30 population difference right now in terms of civilians.
Maybe on the hunt or something? There could have been a raid with this.
Maybe.
That's like a while ago during all the fighting. Maybe not.
The question is, does it matter? If you're sitting in this game with 107 population military, with 4 rock giants, with all of the armory upgrades in the world, remember your tech is half price, so it's already probably in, and you see that granite maw tech coming through for those rock giants to allow them to heal themselves by killing your opponent. I don't know. Shelty has to delay it somehow. He has to get heroes out. He has to get an answer going in this game.
Yeah, and it's going to be tricky. I mean, Berserk's being trained, so it's kind of crazy, right? Like, the economy, though, got to stall out a bit for Grass here, right? Like,
yeah,
he's going to have to make a choice on what units to train, or if he just tries to go for an Inferno play to end it, like, you kind of get the sense that he has to win with a push here, right? Otherwise, he's just in trouble.
Yeah.
He doesn't have enough for any repeat god powers. Any chance at trying to go onto the map is going to be lost because these Contarius are roaming free.
I mean, he's always got Sky Passage. Sneaky Sky Passage is always on the cards right now. Grass has not got line of sight on his own back gold mine. So that is an option. If you can sneak a citizen through there. And he is attempting some sort of sneaky play as you see those blue dots moving down the south of the map.
Yeah, there are some units there, though. There's a hill fort as well. This time for the fight, though, is it going to be enough? There's a bunch of hero archers now. They already took out one giant, but the front line goes down and retreats on the side of Shelty. He's changing his mind, though. Sees the throwing axeman in the front. gets the fight he wants. The taunts come in. The Arcus focusing down the Rock Giants, but it's going to be way too slow. That massive units for Grass continues to reign supreme on the field. The Rock Giants now, what's really standing in their way? Just these Hero Arcus. Behind that, the economy, the buildings, they could start to get chomped on. We see the Rock Giants peeling off away from the Hero Arcus. But no, instead of going for the attack, Grass is going to back up once again. And it looks like he did spot the 2 citizens on the south with those.
Yeah, I think he tried to throw up a sky passage there instead of sneaking by onto the back gold mine. And now we see 0 villagers on gold for Shelty. He can sell at the market for a little bit here if he so chooses, but you know, he's going for Hero Arcus. And to be the bearer of bad news, the Hero Arcus is not very good against the Rock Giant, even though it's a hero unit. The Rock Giant's just got so many stats. PS armor, HP. When it uses that special ability, it goes from 75% all the way up to like nearly 90%. So you're scratching it with the Arcus. What you need is some true damage. Where does that come from? Mamilla heroes. Bite of the shark.
Hand axe on Freyr?
He doesn't have it. I mean, it's a bit expensive, you know. It's 85 resource. You can't afford to grab that.
What? That was a surprising moment for me. I'll be honest. You didn't have a hand axe. Oh man.
Is that the tech you grab straight away in every Freyr build order? Maybe not. Maybe it's pickaxe. I don't know.
It's pickaxe.
Maybe that's why you forgot it. Maybe he forgot about it. I think that's all it is.
Because it was too obvious.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But this army of this red blob, I love how there's one RC in there, just like
just one. He's got to deal with those Arcus somehow.
Times are tough. Times are tough in Grass's land. Horses are hard to come by. Well,
the citizens are moving up
this
now.
Could be a game-ending fight here.
Yeah.
There's not enough god juice for anything here on the side of Shelty, and he's kind of pinned himself into the corner. And the Rock Giants are here. The taunt comes in, the Draugr lines up, but there's only one Draugr remaining. The AoE damage isn't quite there, but the taunts are coming in. The throwing Oxman, they have the damage. The building, it goes down. No palace for you. The Berserk's getting surrounded on the Arcus. It might be a counter, but there are Huskarls mixed in, and Huskarls eat Arcus for breakfast, and Grass takes game 1 in this series.
That was, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, right now, Grass knew something that I clearly didn't at the start of this game. Freya against Uranos, you just win because you never lose any fights. Doesn't matter if you lose a ton of villagers here because all the tech is there. Shelty was just kind of once the Rock Giants come through, he's just like, how do I kill these? He couldn't quite work it out. Resource wise, he's way in front.
It doesn't look like he was behind if you look at the resource income, right? So maybe that explains a bit, right? Like,
yeah. What a wild game.
What a wild game. Yeah, that's a TIL.
1-0 for Grass. And that's Shelty's, that's one of Shelty's kind of strong picks off the table as well. He does also have that Norse. I think he's got a Norse god in his pool, but Grass is going to be feeling really, really good now. I remember I was saying all the other gods in Grass's pool are really strong. So Shelty's going to have his work cut out for him moving forward here.
Crazy game. Crazy game. Vil peak of 65. So he had some Vils at some point. And then the raids. He did convert a bunch in the north to fight back the Contarius raid.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a tricky situation, right? All around.
Well,
But now 3 minutes until our next game. We're moving on to Savannah. We got Poseidon versus Kronos. Some crushing going on.
Can't believe right now we haven't seen that. We're not seeing the Odin on this map.
That's
from Shelty.
That's weird.
Because this is
set even, right?
I can understand saying I'm going to win Savannah, and then you set on Marsh and just convert the entire map.
Oh, fair enough.
I can understand. Like, sure, I would also consider picking set on Savannah as well, and Odin on Marsh. But Kronos here? I mean, he's got to have something up his sleeve. Either that or he's just feeling like he has to rely on the Atlanteans to carry him through here. But, I mean, in the world of best players playing Age of Mythology currently, as good as Atlantean is as a Civ, everybody knows their weak points at the top level. And they're going to be running into those. And Poseidon got so many answers. You got Ceasefire for Chaos. You've got Militia for all-ins. You've got Bronze or Curse for kind of whenever sort of difficult times get, you can use those god powers to bail you out of a situation. And eventually you just get into the big scary army that the Atlantean player just can't deal with.
Yeah, right. We've been seeing it a lot. Just the infantry front line and then Peltis in the back. And it's really, really hard to deal with. But we'll see. I mean, Kronos going to be applying some different styles of pressure. We already saw a really crazy Kronos game earlier on Anatolia on the stream. If you didn't see that, definitely check the game out on YouTube when you get the chance. If you missed that set, it was really, really fun. And we'll see. Maybe there's more Kronos shenanigans up the sleeve here for Shelty. I mean, there could be some fun moments. I mean, what can you even do? There's options. There's ways to play it. It's hard, but there's ways to play this matchup, I think.
Yeah, there's definitely ways. Like Cyclops, for example, could be seen. I want the Cyclops, Winston. Let me have my Cyclops.
And just like, I just don't. But like, Chaos.
What's gonna happen? What's gonna? Yeah, but Cyclops. You say one thing, I say the other, and we're still when we're getting into the next game. All right, spawning in the bottom of the map.
Hold on. Hit the brakes. No, I'm just kidding. Oh man.
In the red color, playing as Poseidon, we do have Grass currently up 1-0 in this series. Shelty, he's on his tournament lifeline. He's picked Kronos. He's got the map Savannah. He needs to win this one. Keys to success for Kronos in this matchup. Winston, let me know.
So I'm not thinking my immediate thought. Like the first.
That's great. You're in the mind of the Atlantean player right now. Fantastic. Keep going.
My first fear is,
yes.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get Cyclops rushed. That's the first thing that crosses my mind.
And
then the second thing that crosses my mind is actually probably not. That's actually the second thing that I think about. Which then a huge wave of relief comes across me as I realize I don't have to play against Cyclops. Much to Boyd's dismay. And then from there I just play the game normally, I think.
All right. I'm gonna leave it. I'm dropping the.
Are you gonna drop it? Sorry, was that too harsh? Was that too harsh? I'm so sorry.
I'm upset.
Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant
talked to my counselor about it.
In reality, like, is it gonna happen?
Who knows? Who knows? It's fine. It's
good. If there's Hyperion as an option, you want. You want ceasefire, like you do.
Just picture this.
It wins. It
just
wins.
Just picture this, right? Let's say 4/5 Cyclops and Bronze.
So that when your Cyclops gets chaosed, you don't care.
That's right.
We did see Bronze kind of countering chaos before.
Bronze on 5 hoplites seems to be the meta at the moment. So
that was a meta play because it happened. And that's how metas are defined. If they happen once, it's the meta now.
That's right. If I beat the god one time, that makes that god completely terrible, and the other god is just
if I
way
lose
too strong
on my main god once,
that's
then
right.
My god needs 10 buffs.
That's right. You know more than most.
That's actually exactly how it operates. That is the behind the scenes. That is what happened.
I think we've gone far enough down this this rabbit hole. Seriously though, this matchup right now, getting that early pressure onto the Kronos here is going to be really important because Kronos has got a very, very nice fast second town center play that he can do. Fast, quick advance, put the temple forward, keep you on your base. Mana's onto the second settlement and you just shoot it up quick smart. We see Hermes, Prometheus coming forward. I cry. Everyone else rejoices because we're not going to see an
working for the
absolute
temple. He's like,
domination of Cyclops. And it's all going to start happening very shortly as the villager for grass is on the hunt for an oracle right now.
yeah, but this isn't the best place to go looking. There's trouble around. There's trouble.
There's trouble afoot.
But that does mean the hero's out just in time. So not too scary.
Yeah, the heroes are out, but the advanced line is pretty competitive right now. It's going to be a 345 for grass, so no problems there. And he's going to be getting himself out that Atalanta straight away. On the other side here, when I'm pretty sure we're seeing Shelty dropping military buildings, so he's not going for a fast second town center at the moment. He's getting out extra Promethean. He's trying to put pressure on. Double stables coming down. Military barracks, counter barracks. So a very stock standard one town center play from both sides of the coin here.
Interesting. He just trained another one just to be annoying, and now he's popping away.
Yeah, and
Atlantis here though, so nothing matters anymore.
It's
The
a sad
scout
life
actually
when
went down, which is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
You want that scout to find the economy when you have that centaur. Uh-oh. Down go the boys. Grass's position already feels pretty good. Like, nothing really came of Kronos' special stuff just yet. I mean, there is a second Prometheus on the field that is relevant. But if you're Grass, you gotta feel kind of confident now, right? Like,
well, if you defend against that early pressure that comes through, this is, in all honesty, this is like the bare minimum. Kronos, as much as you want to get something done,
you barely do.
you rarely do against the top players. You know, like every top player knows it's coming. Every top player is prepared for this. You see a decent advance time from Grass to play around it, and Shelty's got to get out of there. But moving forward here, Shelty has to make that next choice. He's already made it into going for those units, but where is the pressure going to come from? Where is he going to attack? What can he kill? Where are the weaknesses that he's spotted in Grass's position that makes him feel like this sort of one town center aggression is going to work for him? That's the questions he has to answer and then also execute on.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, right? As we see the hunt getting secured with just a mana teleport. Pretty standard stuff so far. We're seeing Hoplite Hippias as the unit roster here. And what's your thought on that into Murmelo term? That's fine, right?
Yeah, this is the stock. I think this is the standard kind of Greek comp to go for to kick the game off. At some point, you want to start mixing in some ranged units, but you don't want to give those term the opportunity to snipe naked top state.
Yeah, you want the front
So,
line.
yeah, there's no point in building them until later. Or you get Peltast out later as well. Like, this is really, really good, and Shelty's just losing units.
Yeah, Shelty's losing everything here. Atlanta getting so much snare value here. That move speed is so crazy on Poseidon, and this is why it's just so tricky with Kronos in these moments to get value out of everything. Oh,
Yeah,
man,
and
a lot of
we're
damage.
seeing reinforcements come through, but
So much
the
died.
fact of the matter is you can just run.
Yep. So much already died, right? Oh, this is brutal. But we'll see. I mean, the economy's still fine for Shelty. He hasn't taken any damage. And the opponent going for centaurs like this as Poseidon doesn't mean it's quite a big investment in terms of Vills on favor, right? It's expensive to make the centaurs to get the upgrade like this.
Yeah.
With Zeus, it's a lot cheaper, right? With that faster favor. But here, it's kind of crazy,
Well,
right?
when you put 6 villages onto favor, then it starts becoming possible. It starts becoming within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, but that really delays your age up, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
he's got 0 on food, but that's obviously transition time. But still,
I mean, I think this is how you're supposed to play Greek at the moment. I think you're supposed to, in the classical age, at some point, you should put 4 to 5 villages on favor
Right.
as every Greek. Making Minotaur, Cyclops, Centaur, doesn't matter what they are.
wow.
You want to be mixing these into your army because Myth they're just really, really good. We are seeing Shelty as well building Promethean, which he absolutely should, but he's only got 2 oracles out versus the 5 villages on favor that Poseidon player has, that Grass has. Now, obviously, there's a tangible loss in actual resources if you put that many villagers onto favor. But and you've just got to get those oracles out if you're the Kronos player, if you're the Atlantean player. It's so important.
You have to have them, right? Like, god powers, everything. Your units, like myth units, are so critical. Whereas some factions, I think, can get away with not making too many myth units at times. Atlantean does not come to mind as one of them, right? You kind of need them to be the core front line at times, or do backline DPS. Like here, where you have plenty of Prometheans kind of leading the charge. And he's just going to be going for the dive. Actually, this could be really problematic for Grass. He does not have enough units here. And maybe wasn't expecting the enemy to just run in while he's got units raiding Atlanta, nowhere to be found.
Yeah, he doesn't care. It's town center, schmound center. It's nothing. It doesn't. It sits there. It shoots arrows. Doesn't matter. Not going to do anything. But we do see the revenge raid coming through for Grass. Valor's coming through in an attempt to hold here, but there's enough units to defend. This is the main base. It's totally fine. And meanwhile, Shelty can also take fights against this army of Grass, but smartly not getting too aggressive there.
Yeah, Grass just moving around the map. Maybe took a bit too much damage there in the main, but was able to kind of get away with it, right? Like, not too bad. Yeah, meanwhile, taking a great fight here with the Centaur arrow ability, and he's gonna have to sacrifice these vills. Well, not sacrifice, but like leave them behind to a degree, right?
Yeah, the army.
He's not sticking around.
Returning.
Focus
Yeah,
that.
he probably could stay around, but I mean, he's got to be expecting the army of Shelty that was on the front to be coming back.
Yeah, right.
So it makes sense that he's going to be retreating here.
Playing safe makes sense.
But what doesn't make sense
But just saying.
is 50 favor in the bank. What is he saving up for at the moment? He's
Um,
already another lure. He could use another lure.
I guess. Right on.
I think I've ever seen anyone get a second lure. Has anyone ever built a second lure? Is it any good?
It just starts to lose value pretty quickly, but like maybe in Heroic Age. I've done it once in Heroic. I did it once in a Mythic Age game, and that was fun because you get
would've
like
had a lot of chickens.
you get like 10 chickens or 12 chickens or something crazy,
Yeah.
which is like fun momentarily just to see them all, and then you realize it's not very much food for Mythic.
Mythic Cage, God power. Could have had a Chimera, got 10 chickens.
Hey man, you got to do what you got to do. Oh, retreating back through that damage. How?
There's no way to kill those units back up either, is there? But the army of Grass is starting to look very scary. You got Hippias that are medium. You got the Hoplite, you got the Centaur. Spirited Charge coming through as well. The speed, not only the Hippias up, but also those Centaur. Shelty, it's not like he's should be worried right now, but he's got to be thinking about things like, well, when can I actually put pressure onto my opponent with my military edge? I've got 20 more population on the military at the moment. When can he do that? When's the gold mine coming? Needs to force a ceasefire so he can make that chaos, get that chaos value a little bit later as well. We are seeing some oracles finally coming out for Shelty, but Hippias raids coming in. Grass is finding value with his units in a big way. Gets 2 citizens. That's huge.
That's actually massive for this stage of the game, right? Like,
Yeah.
This is when Shelty needed to be really consolidating and getting somewhere good, right? And instead taking Vil losses. I don't want to say unnecessarily, but like, you know, you have more military, right? You could try and wall here, maybe try and do something.
Well,
some heroic units. Maybe Vil.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Atlantean players on the whole, maybe there's some that are not like this, but they still kind of have a little bit of a legacy bias in their brain of, I don't need to wall, I have manners. The manners, they only save 2 citizens. Walls save all of your citizens. You got to get them down. It's only 2 population of villager to build a wall, and it builds it quick, and you get back onto a resource really quickly afterwards. It's well worth it to make it happen. Walls are good in Age of Mythology.
Yeah,
Build them.
solid. You could say they wall. And that's that. Aphrodite coming in, so the curse. Aphrodite coming in.
Way to take that.
Yeah, I'm just moving on. Curse gonna be coming in soon. Not quite seeing that heroic, and you see the power of those raids, like just slowing down the food eco quite a lot. And we do see a massive military though, so a bit tricky. The Hippocons gonna get caught out in the center.
That was a great attack there from Shelty, but
3 go down.
poking his head in, and he has found the gold mine. There is ceasefire
Oh,
over
but
there a little bit.
he's not watching his army. They're all taking damage out of the arrow fire. So many go down for free.
No.
And now we can just back through the wall again? I don't even understand what's happening.
Villagers, though. The
What is
villagers,
happening?
though. The villagers.
Being caught by the berms.
They're going to get out through the wall, though. The wall's paying for themselves in a big way there. Terma trying to take the fight on the front, but the Hippias going to be rejoining into this one to clean up the Terma. The infantry units are getting caught because the wall's going up. He hasn't been able to break through that there. But where's the Aphrodite? Where's the curse? It's not in just yet. There's a lot of resources
Going to win the back of this fight, I think.
He's going to be able to turn very shortly, though. Oh, does he want to? Is the question.
No, I think you want to save it for a moment, right? He can lose a few more units. I think he's feeling comfortable here. Just to make something work. That's a lot of blue units.
So, I mean, it's a huge military advantage. I thought that fight was going well for Grass for a second there, but Shelty manages to turn it. And Nemean Lion getting caught out with that Hero Mamilo in that little force there. It was a huge amount of damage.
A high pass per switch would be critical here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and we immediately see 5 queued up. Another Nemean queued up as well, so the lion's going to be the trick.
Yeah, get some Peltas here would not go astray. You start using those to kill off the Terma. You've already got Hippias, but a little bit of extra help there would not go astray. He's already got a handful of archers out as well, so it's not going to be a difficult switch for him.
I might have to see the turn here. The roar comes out. Hold on. Here's the curse. There's the roar. The Hypaspis is going to be having their way with the front line. The Murmillo is going to get melted here, leaving just the Terma in the back to deal with anything. And it's just not going to be enough. The numbers are in. The stun comes out. And back Shelty has to go. He's just down in age. He's just playing down in age. He's got no chance of aging up.
No.
He's all in classical from this stage.
We were wondering where that favor was going to go. Well, it's not going into center, though we do have a whole bunch of center queued up, actually. It's going into Nemean Lions. 2 more Nemean Lions coming through. It's going to be 4 Nemean Lions on the map. Plus, there's still 66 favor in the bank here for Grass to play with. He's got favor galore coming in this game. This is going to be very, very challenging to deal with for Shelty, because look at Shelty's current favor pool. 2. How many heroes does he have? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not many, to say the very least. Grass is going to be making an engagement here as he's moving forward.
First stun comes out. Second stun comes out. Third stun comes out. There's no movement on the blue side of things. Shelty just has to retreat. He has absolutely no answer to this Hypaspis army until he's up in age, unless he really wants to commit to Parallax. Is not really the answer. Another stun, another stun, another stun. And everything is going to go down without even a chance to fight back. Shelty, his tournament life on the line, back up against the wall. Lions clawing at his face. What could he do against Grass here? Grass just seems so potent. Oh, there's nothing.
And man, this Nemean Lion usage is absolutely insane. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but he wins. Shelty taps out. Grass cleans it 2-0. An incredible display of dominance from Grass in this series. Shelty was just, I mean, there was a moment here where Shelty looked like he could make a breakthrough, but Grass hits the heroic age, he just retreats back, and he gets to spend all that favor in the bank, and Shelty not prepared, didn't have his oracles out, didn't have any answer to it, and he just can't take a fight. Even though he's got more military units, he just can't take a fight anymore.
Yeah, that was incredible. Great job from Grass in this series. Like you said, taking to 2-0, pretty clean. Really no notes, right? Like, everything just worked for him. Whereas Shelty, you got to think about the drawing board here. Like, what went wrong? Was it a draft issue? Maybe. I'm not sure. Like, even a game 3 there was going to be tough, right? On Marsh. Like, what do you even have for his draft? It's kind of tough.
I don't mind Shelty's draft. I just hate the Chronos pick.
Well, then
you know what I mean. Like
that's the draft. It's a best of 3. Every game matters. That's the draft.
If he picks Odin,
that was
here,
half of his draft was the Chrono.
Yeah, well, exactly. If he picks Odin against Poseidon, if he picks Set against Poseidon on this map, if either of those are a decent option, right?
Interesting.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Kronos is perfectly fine here, and it's just that Grass just played an incredible game.
I think
Let's
it's
give
going
credit
to
where
be-
credit's due.
I think Atlanta is so good against the Promethean Rush. Like, I think that's just
right.
like so much of Kronos' tempo comes from just buying a little bit of time, and it's just like it did nothing. Like, there wasn't even idle time on the Vills, right? Like, it's just like, okay, I send the heroes and we're fine. And then Atlanta runs everything down, and then Atlanta has value later. Atlanta kills Vills. Atlanta does everything. Atlanta just buys so much time with Poseidon there, and it just sort of limits Kronos' options, right?
She quick? Well,
she's fast.
Huge.
You see those legs?
Huge.
They run.
They go quick. Huge congratulations to Grass. He gets to move on to play. Would it be the winner of Redo and my brain is gapping? Help me. Who did we see? Can we see a ladder?
Redo versus Pegasus, right?
Redo versus Pegasus. Oh, this next matchup. Actually, it's not the winner of. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, it's the loser of the next round. Okay, nice.
We got a cascade effect here. Yeah,
that's right. There we go. But this next matchup coming up, Redo versus Pegasus. I don't think these guys have ever met each other in a tournament before.
Really?
In all of the history. I'm trying to piece together the puzzle. And I think Redo just wasn't around when Pegasus was around. They just missed each other by about a year or two. Could be wrong. But yeah, this could be the first time they've met, and that's awesome.
Yeah, no, that would be cool. Do you mean just in Retold, or do you mean ever?
Ever, period. I'm going to do a quick check. They have no matches together. We have no data, no official data.
So the first player to win has a 100% win rate? Is that what you're telling me?
That's right. I'm telling that. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Surely they've met on ladder.
Maybe.
Surely. Sure, they have to. There's no way. There's no way.
Okay, let's have. I've got the tools to figure this one out as well. But
are
we going to be jumping into? Are we going to be taking a break? Is that what we feel like doing? Let's have a cheeky little break. Grab some water, and we'll be back with this next series
Sounds good.
In a hot second.
Yeah. See you in a few minutes.
I think this is too greedy.
There's so many throwing axemen right now from Coffee. He does have the hook to help, but he's so far behind now in terms of military.
Oh yeah, it's looking like he's in a really nice position here, but we didn't see Heroic come in.
Heroic? I was too busy watching the villagers run to the gold mine.
We completely missed Heroic coming in. Okay, that's something, but I don't know if it's enough to bring Red back into this game, man. What do you think,
I mean,
Yoda?
it's 56 military to 69, and while Coffee still is ahead, let's keep in perspective here, he has Heroic Age Myth unit now, as well as probably heavy infantry coming in. The one nice thing here, obviously, is the Giants will actually taunt and force everything to fight them, so that's nice.
Oh, it's almost like a mini chaos to counter flaming weapons. That's a good point. He's just fighting this straight up, dude.
And those are heavy axemen now, right, for K1?
It looks like it, yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Has he survived flaming weapons? He lost a bunch of rock giants,
look at that. He pulled the rock giant back for another taunt there. Look at that.
Man, here's the flaming weapons, Yoda.
Yep, heal and bronze are flaming weapons. I think it's what's the damage versus the armor and flaming weapons in bronze? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head. All I know is that everything is dying. Kind of for both players. It's not too bad.
Well, Coffee's got a lot.
He just has too much spam, man. If
too
only
much. Focusing the non-hero units. Here's the thing: if they hit the non-hero unit, they'll actually that one did finally. But notice how the rest are not using their abilities at all because they're focusing the hero units instead of the regular ones.
It's so true, and that could have been super useful because of that little choke point.
Yep.
We got the hot
also getting the
gates
board
going on
behind
here.
to those to the archers would be nice. But yep. Gotta keep the Cyclops away from the Goaty.
Indeed, the Goaty is such a good play because they are sniping the Cyclops.
This is really good, Mike. Notice how he's using the Tox to kill the Goaty, so the Cyclops can stay alive and kill everything else. It's so smart. Getting rid of the heroes.
Exactly. Still, the Cyclops are just about dead. There's another dead. There's only one and a half left over. Just about.
Insane.
Man, Goaty on the Cyclops. Bunch of Jarls.
Out. Yep.
Are they heavy Jarls? Great Jarls just yet? I'm not sure.
I can't tell.
It's hard to tell.
View. That's just regular.
They're only they're medium. They're medium. Dude, it looks like Avli is cleaning this up. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Avli is butchering this right now. This is not like the last game at all.
Not at all.
Zeus is just pushing forward. He doesn't even care.
Dude, he just leaves his gold completely exposed. Mr. Vote gonna lose Bills here. More Bills. How many dead bodies? And a shockwave.
Wow. The curse, too.
There's a curse, but the damage is
he's
done.
just attacking, by the way.
They both lost a whole lot of units,
That would
but
be a
that
nice fortress
benefit
if it goes up.
if it goes up.
And we are back. Huge shout out to Aussie Drongo for the raid there. Really been having a lot of fun watching that Outback Octagon. Hope you're doing well, my friend. But we've got ourselves the final best of 3 coming through for you very, very shortly. We've got Redo, we've got Pegasus. We were talking a little bit before the break about how these guys actually haven't met in tournament before. Had a quick little cheeky look up on the ladder. They have actually met one time. Really got the better of Pegasus in that ladder game. But as everyone knows, when in tournaments compared to ladder, means nothing. They're completely different environment, completely different atmosphere. We've got a Hades versus Ra on Ghost Lake here, Winston. What do you reckon about this one? Keys it up. Victory.
Yeah. I don't know.
happening?
I like it. I'm excited. Goat Lake. Let's go, baby. Let's go. It'll be really fun. I'm excited. And again, thank you to Drongo for the raid. Outback Octagon has been a great tournament. Been enjoying it.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying it a lot. It's really
Me
cool
too.
to see.
I mean, it's so much fun, like all of these different game modes. There's actually so many like really, really fun competitive game modes that sometimes get a little overlooked in the tournament space. And so I mean, that's awesome to be running the free for all things. There's also like random things like in Mythology we have this game mode called Tiny, which
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you've ever played it or not,
yeah.
but
Oh yeah.
it gets pretty sweaty. Yeah, you could get to a very high level on that map. Could definitely have some fun times going on for sure.
Yeah, I remember the tiny metas. That was a good time. Way back. I played that back on the ESO days. It's fun.
Yeah,
Infinite res,
Well-
no space.
that's right.
There's-
Infinite res, no space, and
Everyone's just
Hilarity.
building their temple adjacent to each other. It's kind of jank, but fun, right? It's cute because you don't have to pan or look around. Like you can see everything that's happening, right?
that's it.
You don't have to pan around to get a sense of things, which can make it really comfortable at times. All right, we're
Yeah.
just 2 minutes away from our next game. First game of this set, we're going to be casting a bow 3 here, Boyd, correct? So this is
Right.
Pegasus versus Redo. We've already covered that. Tell me about the draft. How you feeling about Zeus, Freyr, Isis remaining for Redo after this game 1?
Well, you've got Anatolia to think about. So obviously Isis is there for the Anatolia as a bit
Right.
of a safe pick. Zeus can also work on Anatolia in a big way. Pegasus obviously is looking for Gaia on that Anatolia. We've seen that time and time again. You can pick Loki on Anatolia as well. I think Loki's very good there. There's a pretty brutal berserk Narok that's possible for Loki to get a quick win at around 15 to 16 minutes. That's going to be very unexpected. Watering Hole, you got a couple of good gods there for Riddle as well. Freya on Watering Hole with a nice defensive one can be pretty nice. Also, Isis is decent there as well. So yeah, Odin and Loki on Watering Hole with the High Hunt can go well, but you're also dealing with kind of a closed off map, so that can be a little bit of a negative as well. So I mean, it's a challenging decision to make as to which way you want to go. But first map, Ghost Lake, Hades Ra. Will this finally be
Cyclops
the
time.
Cyclops, Winston?
You
Will it
just
be
want it.
the Cyclops?
I mean, if there's ever a time, is it now? Is it against
What?
Raw? If there's 2 safe gold mines, I don't know. Because I feel like then you could just spam priest and not like super care about your timings.
True.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. If there's only 1 gold, I could see it. A pestilence rush, maybe. Slow everything down. If the
Alright.
temple's built forward and you're able to kill it really quickly with the first couple Cyclops, like on a reveal, maybe it could be good.
This is the strat, Winston.
Okay, tell me the strat.
Shout out to John Arbiter.
Okay, John
You
Arbiter.
build like 3 or 4 Cyclops, whole bunch of Toxotes. Underworld. And then you can jump in and out of the Underworld, sniping everything, throwing big fat balls of fury with the Cyclops. They're not balls. They could be balls. Boulders? Boulders of human
People
at
yeah.
enemy archers.
You're holding like a horse with
That's
a
true.
dude on it. I think that's the most incredible part is when you pick up a Hippias, for example, with the Cyclops, you hold both of them. Like you gotta that's like some hand, right? To be able to hold both the horse and the rider, keep them together and throw them the same direction. Like you'd think the guy would fall off the horse.
That's right. You think.
But they don't.
He's just so strong. Cyclops is keeping them there, but we've got a game here, Winston. We'll see if we see Cyclops sewn up, and we're going to be seeing Redo on the Ra. We're going to be seeing Pegasus on the Hades, and we're already seeing the goats of Goat's Lake getting claimed by Pegasus nice and fast. He runs in, claims the whole 3 packs of those ones in the center. That's going to be a great win for him. Ra doesn't really have any business claiming those because, well, if he wants to grab him, he's got to use the Pharaoh. And as everyone knows, you want to leave that Pharaoh in your main base, empowering the Monument to get that big fat Monument empowerment bonus happening. So Pegasus gets a bit of a win there. But the question is, it's a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. To me, if I'm playing this from the Greek side against the Ra, all I'm thinking about is that's a long way for you to go to get that second gold mine, and you're going to be chewing through it very, very quickly if you decide to farm. So I want to go 1 town center here. I want to get a timing attack on that second gold mine 10 minutes into the game. Try and make it work.
Yeah, it could work. Like I could see it happening. You know, it could happen. Anything could happen, boy. It could be
Anything could
Cyclops
happen.
time. It could be Smash.
Cyclops
it could
go
be-
smash, but they also go throw. We do see some double. He's left 2 villagers on the favor here. I mean, this is looking to me like a pretty standard, coming to be standard build order for Hades. Time and time again, we see build order innovations, and this is no different. The fast Volta Erebus build has been popularized recently. Basically, you get this tech, you get an extra 2 gold a second. You can get yourself an advanced time of 3 minutes and 45 seconds on this map here for Pegasus, and you can get the pressure going very, very quickly. We see 3 villagers onto the temple already to get that favor income, to get it out even quicker. And with a fast advance behind this, not only do you get a ridiculously good tech, it's basically worth like 2.5 to 3 villagers on gold before any upgrades applied, right? But you also get a fast advance, so you can put pressure onto your opponents to take away their economy. So you get economy and you take your opponent's economy away at the same time. So it looks like it's going to be a standard 4-minute advance for
Can we get a
Pegasus
goat
rather
check?
than trying to rush out the other one.
Goat check on Goat Lake. How are the goats for redo? It doesn't look good. Looking at how many goats, yeah, that's a big difference. 5 compared to Pegasus with many. 18 goats.
That's a lot of goats.
That's a big goat diff.
Honestly, I would honestly be considering here just rushing out husbandry as well. But he doesn't have a granary yet.
It's worth it.
Yeah, you get so much more food, and with husbandry, goats now gather at the same rate as hunt, so you don't have to leave your base.
But it will not be Cyclops time. No smash, no
It's-
throw, just axe.
It's like these guys don't understand. I was told Cyclops are overpowered. That's what I was told. Someone delivered me false knowledge because nobody's going for Ares. We are seeing Athena. We are seeing Bast. I've also been told Sphinx are very, very good. And I'm excited to see Redo trying to use these here. When you're playing as Greek, one of the hardest things to deal with is being stuck in the classical age against more than 2 myth units.
Especially fast ones, right? Fast myth units
Fast
are the
myth
problem,
units.
right?
Exactly.
It's really tricky when you try to play like 2 TC and stuff like that. But if you're only playing 1 TC, it's not the end of the world. You can try and wall, you can hold up, and then your opponent's invested in this unit. And the Sphinx really doesn't come online until you get both upgrades, right? That's when it becomes like a menace, right? That's when it's scary. It gets that the second upgrade gives it a huge burst in speed. It goes up to what, like 6.6 or 6.4 speed? I forget the number. It gets fast with that
Yeah, it
second
gets
upgrade.
very
But again, you're training those. You have to build the monument. You have to then get the upgrades. It's a big investment. So
It is.
if you're only getting like 1 TC and playing defense, Pegasus can just go up, right? Like that's kind of the counterplay here. It's just wall, don't take damage, go up, and then you have curse, and it's like then what? Like now what?
Yeah, anytime a player goes for sort of like mass myth unit plays, generally speaking, the answer is just tech.
Just don't
Because
die
they're
to it.
spent. Well, if you
We're
don't
getting
die
the
to it,
second
right? I
tech
mean,
though already. And so here you
yeah,
can see you get the
it's quick.
15% speed. That's the big
It's
game
quick.
changer.
Yeah. The Achilles is now spotted. The Reader just walks straight into that Achilles there for Pegasus, and Pegasus is going to be chasing that one back. Great split there from Redo, but there's an Ajax already waiting over on that side.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate for this guy. Oh my gosh. I've never seen less value out of the opening Sphinx play, but that's brutal. It'll kind of come online now. Now he can actually outrun Ajax with the speed. Yeah, and it's 6-1, so I was wrong on the number, but it's fast. Wait, what?
He sniped. How?
What?
I'm
He
going to
forgot
ask
about it.
how.
He must have forgotten. Right.
I must
He
have.
he probably clicked it and didn't even notice the Ajax, right?
Maybe there was a
In the
ghost
first
building on the walls that's going up. No, there was a gap there. I don't know.
No, I think he clicked it up there when he did the split and just never saw the Ajax that we saw,
Yeah.
right? Because obviously we
Yeah, I
saw it
think so.
because it was not in the fog of war because we're observing. But he wasn't observing. He had to not see the unit. And then he just didn't look. That's such a shame for Pegasus there. Sorry, for Reedy there. Gonna slow things down a bit.
Well, he's still got favor coming through. It's never going to stop. He's going through Sobek. No surprises there. And there is something scary on the cards coming in the next 75 seconds, and that is Locust with Sphinx. The Sphinx force the villagers one way, the Locust cleans them up.
It's really
And
scary
Locust hurts. I am the victim of Locust. I'm a sad Locust victim. But we'll see if Pegasus is going to be able to get through it or not. He does have restoration. You can use that to counter the Locust in a big way. But you got to be quick.
It's bigly. I think what's interesting about that is like Locust went from being just a joke of a god power to I think one of the better ones in terms of overall value, right? Like not great, but the recast is pretty cheap. Like
Very
you
cheap.
can get a second one, and I feel like being able to reliably get 2 Locusts, one for like maybe a good early game fight, and a second when your opponent just invests into farm and you immediately kill it all. It's not a meme. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, to be honest, as much as it wasn't a great god power before, there was a very nice usage of it, which was just killing off your opponent's farm, stealing you can kill off if your opponent has like 12 farms around their town center and has them all surrounded. You can get 10 of them with a nice locust, plus idling all the villagers for that locust. So it's like it's not nothing. It's maybe not a heroic age value, but it's 50 favor, so you can do that for repeat.
Yeah.
So it's something for sure. But now you're killing potential villagers, but it's not happening just yet. Migdol going up in the corner of the map here. Pegasus, he hasn't quite been able to get out onto the map and do anything. So Ridu gets a pretty free second gold mine secure here. And there's still going to be Eclipse on the table. And there's going to be a really big timing here for Ridu to do to Pegasus what I would have expected Pegasus to be doing to Ridu here, which is getting that gold star on that second gold mine.
Interesting we're seeing so many stables, just pure stable here. So the play is going to be Padromos. The Padromos makes sense, right? It counters the entire Migdol, and that's what Raw wants to play into in this situation because we did see Bast, right? So we're not getting the Slinger play, right, out of Raw here. So it kind of opens up a bit of a different path here. And the Padromos is going to be pretty solid, countering most of the Migdol pretty handily.
Yeah,
You have to be able to afford them. Like they're a really high food unit, so
Yeah.
it's really hard to like max, and you can see that problem here. It's like he's got all three queued up for now, but is that going to remain the case? I mean, going to be relying on the pigs for now, the goats, to do
Yeah,
this.
the one thing, the one weakness, so to speak, about Prodromus is that they don't really have a crazy high amount of HP, right? Maybe I'm misremembering. It's like one, not Hippias, the Prodromus. They have tons of HP. Never mind, I take it all back. So you kind of need to. I thought for some reason they were a little bit less than the less than the Hippias, but nonetheless. The play is as soon as your opponent hits the heroic age, you just start making spearmen. But you've also got myth units that can deal with them as well. That's where I was going with that. But the smith units are still going to be good even if they've got 160 HP on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a tricky part because like you can see what's happening, right? We're investing in all these Padromos, but we're using all of our goats to do it. We're not on hunt. We're in our base. That's the risk of Pegasus right now. Is he doesn't really have a future, right? He's not securing a future. It's if the Padromos don't win a fight in a big way, things are gonna get ugly quickly, right? And they kind of have to. And it's tricky, like you're saying. That's a lot of myth units. It's a lot of AoE tornado stuff, and Locust isn't so bad on units as well, especially if you pair it with Eclipse. It does
True,
a lot
yeah.
of damage really quickly.
Doesn't it get a
so, like,
bonus or something, right? The army is coming in though for Pegasus. He's trying to force something here. Redo retreating away for the time being, but anytime he retreats, that's just going to mean more damage coming onto his units. I don't know what he's waiting for. He's got Sphinx. He's got everything here to turn and take a fight.
Yeah. I'm surprised he's not turning.
I mean, there's just so many Prodromus here. Is he throwing down barracks now? I'm not 100% sure. It looks like Pegasus says not going to overchase you. I like that call. You don't know what you're running into. And instead, he's going to turn onto the villagers, onto the gold mine. And now we're finally seeing those barracks coming down. Is it too little too late to make a transition into Spearman right now, Winston?
The units are so far away. The Vills on the gold are going to have to get caught out. And it might be a little late. He's waiting for Darkwater to come in. That's the big thing we're waiting for. That's going to give him some opportunity. The Eclipse comes out. And we could see, yep, there's the Locust on.
It's not really a great group. Hits a couple of the units, but Restoration coming through as well.
But
it all gets cancelled. It all gets cancelled. Those Sphinx, though, those will carry this fight if Pegasus can't get onto this. Also, there's Migdol Strongholds getting some serious damage done. But population-wise, Pegasus, he's in a great spot right now. He's got the Prodromus still alive. He's taken out the Sphinx. The Sphinx are all dealt with. But Sukos on the back also going to be going down. And now the gold is done for Redo. He's got no gold mines. This game could be over in this instant.
Yeah, and all the Vills are still there. Keep in mind, the Vills are just trapped in that Migdol.
Yeah, they're trapped there. They can't get out of here.
They're like, help!
Help this big scary army.
On the wrong door. It's confusing. Everything's on fire.
There's farmers riding a horse with a spearman. What's happening? Redo taps out. GG. I mean, that was what was going to happen here. Either Redo was going to destroy that fight with the Eclipse and the Locust, or Pegasus were going to just absolutely own there and get the gold staff.
Yeah.
And Redo, yeah. I mean, what else can you say?
Yeah, we talked about it a bit, but like, yeah, just a lot of stuff happened there really quickly. Like the Prodromos worked, right? So he was using all the goats, like all into this moment, and it absolutely worked out for him super well. You can see that fight went super hard for him. And then, yeah, Resto just kind of countering the entire Eclipse Locust combo is rough. This is why it's just awkward, right? Like, you're not Isis, it's not Ancestors Eclipse, right? It's just not the same potency. It's not the same punch.
Yeah.
It's awkward there. And a little late to Darkwater. It's just awkward. It's just awkward.
In my experience playing as Ra against Greek, effectively what you need to do is you need to have the barracks up.
Yeah.
In anticipation for the heroic age to come in. If you miss that, as soon as you see the heroic age, time to put barracks down. You can't wait because those Prodromus are going to come and they're going to dominate that Migdol army. Now, if you've got a front line or you've got something there to kind of tank up for your chariot archer, your camel riders, now you're having a good fight. Now you're enjoying yourself. But realistically, if you don't have the answers to those counter units, you're going to lose. And Pegasus played it to perfection there and showed exactly why that's the case. But we're going to be moving into another game here. On the map ordering hole, we're seeing yet another Norse mirror. And Winston, I've seen this matchup already with Pegasus as the Freya player, but he was playing against Matrius. And I believe he lost that game. The question is, will he have learnt from those mistakes? And or will Redo know how to approach this matchup with that Loki here? Because it's not simple.
I feel like when played optimally, though, Loki is the king of the Norse mirrors. I feel like I see it time and time again. I feel like when I play any of the Norse and I play against any other Norse, Loki is the one I always hate playing against the most.
Yeah.
It feels so hard to play classical. That's to me the biggest thing. And then early heroic as well. Like it just combos perfectly with Bragi. So it's just hard. It's just hard, man. Like everything is so good for Loki. I don't know. It just sucks. Like obviously the other gods have, you have Odin with the mobility and the HP. With Freyr, you have the timing and the tempo of the eco. With Thor, you have just a shit ton of resources to work with. But Loki, the throwing axemen just beat everything. They're just
they
better.
do. They're
They
so
win the
good.
throwing axemen mess. And that's often what it comes down to is RC, throwing axemen, right? And their throwing axemen crunch everything you make. It's just hard, okay? It's just hard to play.
It is. It is hard to play. But I guess the question is there an angle here for Pegasus? Or does he have to just go, bugger, I got this matchup. Let's just kind of try our best, go next, and then try and win in the next on the Anatolia map. I will have to wait and see. But I'm personally excited. I think there's got to be some angle here for Freya. Some weakness of Loki that pops up. If you play into it well enough, you can kind of find an advantage here. But we're about to jump in to game number 2.
Did the draft
as we
swap
see in the
around?
bottom.
I thought Redo had Zeus.
I don't know anything about anything.
Okay.
Let's get this game going.
Whatever.
We can worry about game 3 if we get there.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I was just thinking about the next game. Okay. Let's take a look. Pegasus versus Redo. Interesting. Redo with the 3 ox cart start. I don't know how I feel about that. I never liked adding the 3rd ox cart. I feel like it's
With Loki, you've got access to the cheaper ox carts. So if you build 2 ox carts, it's kind of like your Norse opponent only building 1.
Okay.
And so it makes some sense if you're playing on the Loki side of things. It also doesn't really slow you down in any way.
Okay.
So at some point you have to build it.
Makes
so
sense.
Why not straight away? I guess that's what he's saying.
Makes sense. Yeah,
Pegasus, on the other hand,
efficiency on the first gather on wood rather than doing a strag. Like it makes sense. It makes sense.
Pegasus, on the other hand, is he
lot.
doing some sort of fancy build order? Does he have an upgrade already in? Because he's missing some stuff. Pegasus on the Freyr. Yeah, he's got both his hand axe and pickaxe already.
That's good. That's what you need to do. Hand axe is important. We saw a player earlier today. For context, we saw a player earlier today getting hand axe on Freyr much later, but didn't seem to matter.
Not in that game.
Didn't matter. So who knows?
I mean, tangibly right now, what does hand axe actually give you? You've got 2 villages, so you're getting 0.2 wood a second faster.
But that matters, right? It's
I'm not saying it doesn't.
Otherwise,
I'm just saying that's how much you get at the moment for having it.
But it's also good because the moment you go to wood, like usually when Norse adjust up, they put like 4 or 5 on wood right away, right?
Yeah, and then they don't do anything. Exactly.
And it's just like immediately having that income.
Totally. I mean, but the weakness of this, obviously, right? Maybe it's going to be a weakness, maybe it's not. We're seeing it be slight weakness in quotation marks as Redo going to be advancing through Forseti. Berserk coming out for Pegasus. Yeah. Pegasus advancing through Ulla, but he's going to be getting a 424 advance time. Just slightly later. But he's going to get some scouting out. which is really important. And Redo is sitting in his base, which this is already slightly different than what we saw in the series where Pegasus played against Mattress. Mattress was all in the center of the map, taking full map control. Redo is playing maybe a little bit too defensively, I would say, to kick this game off. Wall's coming through for Pegasus as well. He's going to be defended. But he's been spied. He knows what's happening. So Redo's going to move in and hit this really, really early, you'd have to say.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the layout here. This is one of the watering hole maps where there's that big gap on the right. So the hunters on the right are actually quite exposed, and Pegasus might not actually anticipate that. He's actually walled off the left, which is walled already, instead of the right, which is open, which is very unfortunate for him. But sometimes that's what Norse players have to deal with when they spend so much time with their starting Berserk, like pushing in resources, right? That's kind of what happens. Although I don't even
Well, you don't have the time to scout the map here generally, so you don't know that that's open. I mean, you can figure it out if you wall that off and you don't put a gate. You can then right-click past it, and then if the Berserk doesn't move, if the Berserk runs off to the right, you know, okay, well that's open then, so I've got to go and fix that gap up. But you have to be thinking about it, and
yeah, it's tricky.
At this point, really, I think all Pegasus is thinking about is, I'll DRM against Loki. I'll DRM against Loki. I'll DRM against Loki.
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
Making units. So throwing Axeman going to be the play, as one does with Loki nowadays. I think there's kind of the two styles, right? You can either roll into massing Perseus, or you go more standard Norse comp of a lot of throwing Axemen. And I think in the mirror, the throwing Axemen comp just makes more sense, right?
Yeah.
And we see that all the time. All the time.
I like
That's
this
eyes
little
on the
upgrade here from Pegasus. It takes a while for him to get it, but
it's cheap.
It's only costing him 200 resources, right? Stone walls, an extra 100% hit points on those walls, an extra 500 hit
that
points.
gate that's researching it.
It could be. I don't know.
I don't think it is. I think he knows to do it in the back. Oh no, it is.
Oh, dear.
Unfortunate. Was it going to
He gets the resources back. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he still invested him for a long time. They were stuck.
Yeah. But all of this to be said, Pegasus has now been able to retreat back home. He's wasted all this time with this army that's come out. He's giving himself more time to get upgrades. His watchtowers is going to get completed really, really shortly. He's got an armory up, get himself some of those armory upgrades to compete in a fight. If he can get himself that copper weapons, copper mail, then the extra bonus that Loki has is going to be less of a big deal. But Redo, he's going very aggressive right now. He's going to take this forward tower down. It will take him a while. And Pegasus is looking for a little bit of a counter raid while this is all going on.
Some damage comes out. The Draugr and the throwing Axeman on the back, able to find some value.
That Draugr, if he can just shoot those throwing Axemen there, they'll lined up perfectly for him.
It's just hard. A lot of micro here. We did see a couple.
Honestly, this Draugr is getting some great value.
Just to try and get reinforcements. Yeah, it's decent value. There's favor though. The favor income here for Redo. He's still sitting on healing springs.
Yeah,
So
he hasn't used
back up
it.
and heal.
Or he could be really, really greedy and just put it right down, right on the front, just
Only
like,
if
come
you
get
really
me.
know you're gonna win, right? You don't know
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe in
And
the
this
middle
is-
of the map where all of his buildings are could make sense.
This
He was
is.
just gonna back up and heal, right?
I mean, that's something he probably should do at some point. But at this point, picking off buildings when you're playing against Norse is one of the kind of most challenging things to kind of recover from as the Norse player, because you need to defend the army, but you also need to be using the army to build. And then you're like, well, I'm losing buildings. I can't attack the army. I can't build. I can't do it. And then you take a fight and you haven't done anything. You lose all your dudes and then you cry.
Yeah, and it's especially bad for players because you're idle. Like, these military buildings are so important because you're idle for so long. And so he's just taking out the front of the base. This is going to make... Oh, whoa. Okay.
That's aggressive.
Not
I like it.
as aggressive as it could have been.
No.
Right, it could have been more of a throw. But this is certainly an aggressive position. And you know what's interesting? He's also maybe not noticed that the right side of the map is open.
No,
So there could be
this-
potential for a play later. I don't know if it'll come into play, but
it's interesting, right? At the moment, it's completely open on that side, but there's nothing over there. He's getting raided still by a couple of those raiding cavalry, it looks like. Pegasus is still getting active and still trying to do something, but the village is turning around and fighting this army there to defend. Pegasus has got to get out of there. But Pegasus is trying to get to the heroic age. And Redo here, he's not really going to be able to stop him. Market going to be coming up. There's already an armory. He doesn't need the market. Though the market's probably there to trade for some
balance.
resources at the moment.
Yeah, because he's off of gold. So that's an important market.
But
Because
would A-Gear plus Tempest be enough for him to move out of his base and get a gold mine right now? That's the big question.
But it's not just gold. It's also about to be a problem. It's kind of everything in a moment.
Yeah, everything goes onto wood. You sell wood, you build throw an axeman. Tempest, get onto the gold. I think that's got to be the play. There's also a nice little bit of food on that left side there where the gold mine is.
Yeah.
So if he
I don't know if
can
you're gonna
secure
hold
this,
that
it's going to be
long.
huge. Well, he's also
Right.
got the Asgardian Bastion here. So
He hasn't
know if-
plopped. You need to place it.
you have to place. You got to build it up. But with all the throwing axemen out, maybe he can sneak out there and make it happen. It's a bit of a risk though if he goes right now.
Well, we're also gonna have Gulin Bursty on the field, so we're gonna have full God power up potential here, and Redo is looking for his own age up rather than press any advantage. He's been just aging up himself now.
I mean, to be completely honest, right now,
It's
I
pretty
think that
good.
I think that Redo is playing into Pegasus's hand.
Yeah.
I think the correct answer here for Loki is to say, you don't want to fight me, you want to tech, you're just playing super hyper defensive, no worries, let me take 3 town centers. And I'm just going to boom here up until the Mythic Age, get a massive army, get a massive eco lead. Your half-price techs don't matter when I've got 30, 40 more villagers than you. And then we're good to go. But going for the Heroic Age right now, you're kind of just praying in a way that you can win this fight against Gulin Bursty, against Asgardian Bastion, against Tempest, potential Inferno as well. Nidhogg. It's all possible to come through.
Maybe, but the resource situation is really not good for Pegasus. He needs to move out to the left very soon. I'd love to see that Bastion come down on the left side of his base, right? On that gold. Cover the hunt.
I want
cover
it
the gold,
down.
cover the other gold there as well. But he's just playing super safe because he kind of has to. I don't know. He's going to try and move in again.
He's getting himself medium or heavy infantry, heavy cavalry.
Bastion.
There's
This might be the go
Bastion.
time. This might be go time.
A Bastion
can
does
divide
come up
it.
quite quickly when you've got that
Yeah,
many
that many
units on it.
Mm.
We often see it get used at the start of the game, and it can take like up to a whole minute. And there's the town center finally coming up for Redo. It's a bit of a weird timing. It takes around about 5 minutes for a town center to pay itself off, and this is just going to give Pegasus all the time in the world here to maybe make a push out.
Well, mainly to secure his own resources, right? I feel like that's the big thing here, is that he gets to secure this gold, which for a while he's been off of, right? But now, not so much.
Yeah, and also tech advantage now as well. So it's Redo's now said, okay, I'm going to have an eco loss for having that town center now. Well, after I just tech, my opponent's going to be way in front on tech. Plus military. This is scary. He's got the healing spring as well. This is scary for Redo. Not sure what his plan is actually going to be right now, because he can't. I mean, if you fight Tempest versus flaming weapons, like who wins? I don't know if I've seen that yet.
Loki with flaming weapons. If his units are hitting the counter unit, it's just devastating. Alright, that's everything used, and he's gonna back up. So, flaming weapons not used. The healing spring is seeded. The Gulin Bursty, where was it?
I don't know, but it's not going to do anything.
Crazy positioning.
What? Why? Why not wait? Just wait for flaming weapons. Take the fight. Just you have to take
you could have
advantage.
waited, right? But now flaming weapons is an option.
It's
And
very
now
much an
suddenly things are
option.
about to get very scary. Although that Gula Burst, he's still on the field, so maybe just wait that out, right? 20 seconds.
Yeah.
You've
Yeah,
already
wait it
waited,
out, sure.
you know, 30 seconds behind your optimal timing, so what's another 20? Although losing some RC on the back of that quickly is rough.
Look, the other thing is the Granite Maw coming through, those rock giants going to be in.
Immortal. Yeah.
Like, even with flaming weapons, you have to wait out 3 special abilities of the rock giant here. And if Pegasus is using these correctly, which I'm sure he's going to be somewhat aware of how to make this happen, is you put him onto manual cast and you just ensure that you're not overlapping the stuns.
We're gonna get the fight. He's just going for it, YOLO style. Flaming Weapons comes out. Not really getting the RC in the right spot to kill the throwing action, but maybe just hoping that if he kills the front line, it's gonna be enough. But the Rock Giants, there are just so many of them.
And he's just tanking. Look at the back line of Rito. It's just throwing all of its axes into one of those rock giants. Rito's got to retreat. He's got flaming weapons and he's got to retreat. Pegasus's army is absolutely gigantic at this point. Is pushing forward even into this flaming weapons of Rito. The stun comes through, or the taunt comes through onto those thrown action, and the rest of them from Pegasus are just going to completely massacre what Rito's got remaining. It's 156 population to 105, Winston.
Yeah, things are looking really, really good now, but I don't know. Reedy's just got nothing left. He's lost his forward base. He's lost his healing spring. So even these rock giants could heal up on anything now. They can defeat the building. They can eat the base. The base are belong to us.
I love that animation. How good is that?
Yeah, they're hungry, bro. They're hungry dwarves. Hungry big boys. Right after those giants. There's even a nice sound effect. I love the helmets. I love this unit. I love the units for Prayer. I think it's so cool.
But the one saving grace for Rito right now is he's got an eco advantage. Not that it's going to be a big deal if Pegasus puts some good pressure on right now, but Pegasus does need to get moving and get some damage done, get his talent centers down, get his economy going, punish Rito a little bit more. He's already got a tech advantage. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe having a 20 villager lead here is not going to mean anything. See in the production queue, bronze weapons, bronze mail coming through, all of the eco ups coming in as well. So Pegasus is going to be having an absolute awesome time with this God Freya moving forward.
Crazy games, boy. This is some nuts stuff. I don't even know. Like, this is I don't know how you deal with this. Like, so Rito's attempting to go into full hearse here, right?
Yeah,
like a big
has
map
to.
of them, but like I don't even know if this works. Like, I don't even think this functions anymore. There's just too many throwing axemen on the field for me to believe in a Hersian map.
Yeah, if Goaty make no sense. Herso make no sense. What do you build? Was this just a mistake not to go Njord and make maybe Jarls? Ringgiver Jarls could have probably been an answer for those rock giant throwing axeman composition, but it's too little, too late. You can't wind the clock back and say, "Oh, I don't want Bragi anymore. Give me the other one." But a nice little attack coming through here for Rito. If he takes down that town center, it's going to be very, very significant.
Yeah, just kind of neutralizing that CC fence to keep things simple. But the Rock Giants are here, so he might get caught trying to leave. A couple of units go down on the back, but it's not ideal. It's not perfect. Oh my gosh, boy, this game is heating up, but I feel like the Rock Giant count is still going to be the biggest problem. The Battle Board are going to go down here. I just don't see the answer. Vidar as well, and you can see how Rito's sort of backing his wall into this corner. Sorry, his back is up against the wall in this little corner of this pocket of his base, like the little entrance, and oh my gosh, Inferno here could just be massive. Especially with this.
It's not just that.
You can get taunted into a chaos, basically.
Exactly. You just can't do anything against it. He's going to be going for the fight. The Hersa are gone. I don't see any Hersa left. There's Goaty, but look at how much damage they're doing to the Rock. The Rock Giant just doesn't die. It's just sitting here laughing at those at those Goaty throwing their spears, the entirety of Ridu's army just gets absolutely deleted for a second time here, Winston. This is just an absolute domination. This death ball which Pegasus has created. What can Ridu realistically do at this point?
Well, I mean, like you said, he has to bank on his larger economy to try and take long-term trades that are favorable. He has got a couple hearts here once again in this front here, pushing some units back with the battle boars. But it's just not enough. His whole mass is going to go down. The throwing axemen are just so strong at this point. Oh boy, these rock giants, they just don't stop.
Yeah,
Rock and
we
stone, baby. And now Goaty. so Ridu's just going through everything. He's like, maybe her sir weren't the answer with this many throwing axemen. I'm gonna try Goaty now. So now he's mixing it up into the Goaty switch. Gonna try and get those ranged units, but it's really tricky with Goaty against rock giants as well. It's really tricky with Goaty against any myth unit with high ranged armor, and rock giants are one of them. It's just so hard to actually deal enough damage. You need a lot of Goaty. It's kind of like priests, right? You need like 20 of them. 15
Yeah,
of them
yeah.
to like really
Well,
start
at least
to
with
like
with priests, they're doing divine damage. Goaty, they're doing pierce damage. And while they do have a very big multiplier, it's just you're scratching that rock armor. And they're just like,
oh, the Kraken comes in because the dock immediately deletes the Kraken.
and honestly, right now, you don't even have to use Inferno on the army. You can just click it onto the town center.
I think you save it for a juicy moment, right? You've got the game kind of cleared up. Like you don't need to use it in haste here. You have tempo and timing on your side, right? That's how I would play this here, right? It's like I have control. I'm gonna keep fighting you until you give me an Inferno I can't pass up on, right? Because eventually it'll happen.
We're also seeing the Rock Giants moving into that hometown center, going to be trying to deny any sort of potential myth bag. That's a lot of Goaty.
Just tickle the Giants. Oh no. Hero counter, by the way. That's a myth unit counter right there. Oh my gosh, they just don't kill them. Here's the Inferno right on top.
And there it goes straight to the town center.
Oh no. They're gonna go in, pop out just in time. Several units go down.
He gets all the, not all the Goaty, but he gets the towns now, most of the Goaty, and Pegasus takes the dub there, Winston.
Crazy.
This Pegasus, he's just done what I just didn't think was possible with this god. I keep on seeing this god surprise me over and over and over again. But I mean, maybe Rito just didn't have the right approach in this one.
I think there was that timing where he built the wall in the small choke point when Pegasus was going up, and it's like you built the wall. It's like he was building a market in the back because it was that desperate. I think there was a chance if he had been in position, just camping the golds more actively rather than, like you said, he took the TC at an awkward timing. I feel like that was kind of the moment where it kind of slipped, right? Maybe instead of that TC, he just has more army and attacks that gold and has enough to fight it. Or like you said at the start, it's like, yeah, as soon as your opponent is playing defense and not fighting you, you just immediately had 2 TCs, right? And really punish that defensive play. But we didn't see that. We saw kind of a half step into both approaches. And generally in RTS, that doesn't quite work very well. Because you kind of get caught doing both things poorly rather than one thing well. And I think that could have been the issue here for Ridu, although it's hard to say because he had more economy. It could have just come down to Rock Giants being kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, what do you... I kind of know what you do against Rock Giants in a way. You want to build heroes, but obviously Goaty don't work. The pierce armor is too high. You can't build Herso because the throw and axemen are too massed. So what do you have to build? I guess the answer is Fire Giant. Fire Giant, Frost Giant. You've got to get to the Mythic Age. You've got to get Hell in. That's the answer, right?
What a series.
What a series. Congratulations to Pegasus.
Yeah,
Better
seriously.
luck next time
Really
to
cool.
redo. And I guess that's it for today, right? We've got next week is the next round, right? Next Saturday.
Yeah,
Lots
next
of fun to
Saturday's, like,
happen.
quarters, and then into the loser quarters, right? And then Sunday is semis and finals. No,
Well-
no, that is a lie. I just said something completely wrong. Next weekend is not that. 2 weekends from now. Bye.
We still got a lot of Age of Mythology to
I'm
come.
just completely. I don't know what I just said. I just said something totally
What-
wrong. Next
what
weekend
you
is the
said was-
quarterfinals and then the loser
Exactly.
bracket quarterfinals, right?
Exactly.
Then the weekend after that. Yeah, yeah. I know what I'm talking about. That's what I meant to say. I just said it completely wrong, and that's also not what I meant to say. Oof, that was a rough one.
Well, I mean, we got some incredibly exciting matchups to come. Super
Regardless,
FM.
regardless of the name format.
We've got some great matchups to come, right? We've got Super FM versus Mister. Will Super FM be able to deliver the first loss to Mister? We're all waiting for it. We all kind of expect Mister to win, but we all just want to know. We all just want to know that he's mortal. That's all I want. Just one little chink in the armor. Just one. Then we're going to be seeing who's next. Is it Magic versus VortiX again? Do we get to see a Magic versus VortiX rematch?
Magic versus VortiX rematch. That'd be awesome.
We've got it's VortiX versus Grass. VortiX versus Grass. No, it is Magic versus VortiX. We saw that already. Oh, we get to see the rematch. So Magic dropped to VortiX in Red Bull Wallow qualifiers. So he's going to be wanting this rematch, and he's going to be very much excited about taking him on. Player versus Recon. That's another matchup I'm excited about because we didn't really get to cover it all too much, but Player, this guy is the GOAT or one of the GOATs of team game Age of Mythology. He very rarely comes in to these 1v1 tournaments, but when he does, he makes every top player very scared because he's got all the knowledge. And then I guess we've also got the Rappel versus Ulysses, which is going to be another absolutely insane matchup.
That's a day right there. I
That's
cannot wait to
stacked.
watch that. That is going to be a fun day. That is a lot of good sets. I hope you guys all enjoy that one. That'll be good. That'll be great. Ooh, 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 ooh. So much more Genesis Retold to come. Man. But not today. Tonight,
Not today.
we are done. Tonight, we hang up our hats. I want to say thank you to Boyd, thank you to chat, thank you to everybody for joining us on this lovely journey. I hope you enjoyed the games. I hope you enjoyed the cast. I hope you enjoyed the production quality. The team at EGCTV always does such a good job. Can we just give props to
shout out to Chun
on the side of observing and everything, and just Chun behind the scenes making sure that was a super smooth day. Just huge thanks to everybody, and yeah, we'll see you guys all on Saturday with more Genesis Retold. Thank you.
Yo.